America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, The Awakening of the Dog. TMZ headquarters. Jody, who had gone out for lunch, hurried back and almost ran into the office lobby. She shouted to her most trusted editorial team, meeting in conference room number 3. Then, she looked at the assistant who came over and said, "Go to the finance department to issue another check for $10,000 and tell them that this is part of the informant's fee. If you have any questions, come to me." The 5 people followed Jody into conference room number 3 and saw a series of amazing pictures on the projection screen that Jody had already turned on. The protagonist of all the pictures was only one, Emma Watson. Their eyes were all on Emma Watson's buttocks. The off-white pants were stained with brown and yellow, and there was a liquid of the same color dripping down the trouser legs. Even though it was just a photo, the 5 people smelled a very foul smell in their noses. The 3 guys who had just finished lunch covered their mouths and noses. One of the ladies couldn't help it and opened her mouth. Ugh. Fortunately, it was just dry heaving. The one with the best adaptability said, looking at the background, "It looks like Disney Studios." Jody said, "Disney Studios? We got the exclusive news about what happened more than half an hour ago." The man muttered, "Why is it Disney Studios again? I remember Amber Heard was also in Disney Studios. This studio is poisonous." The person next to him echoed, "This time the bomb is even bigger. This is Emma Watson." The 5 people were excited. This news would definitely cause a sensation. Jody clicked the photo to play automatically and said, "You have half an hour. After half an hour, I want to see the relevant news appear on the TMZ page." After explaining the work, Jody opened his laptop and got busy. In less than half an hour, the relevant news had been released. Jody dragged it to the home page and put it on the headlines. TMZ, which was the first to report the scandals of Brad Pitt, Ben Affleck and Harvey Weinstein, has become the largest entertainment gossip media in North America. Its business editor-in-chief, Jody, has won the Pulitzer Prize as an entertainment reporter. Every day, countless people around the world are watching TMZ. In any country with a relatively stable social environment, the attention paid to entertainment gossip far exceeds that of current affairs news, unless the latter breaks out a shocking scandal. Emma Watson's news immediately went viral. In particular, there were a few photos in which Emma Watson touched something on her pants, put it in front of her nose to smell it, and even stretched out her tongue to lick it. Less than an hour after TMZ released the news, the number of comments easily exceeded 10,000. "Oh my god, is this my Hermione? It's amazing. The image of Hermione Granger in my mind is completely shattered. Emma Watson's taste is too strong. What happened? Why did Emma Watson become like this? I can't look at Emma Watson anymore. When I see her in the future, the first thing I think of will not be Hermione Granger, but these special images. After seeing these pictures, I went to see a movie of Emma Watson. Why do I always feel that Emma in the movie is tainted with something?" In a hotel in Burbank, Emma Watson had just come out of the shower when her agent called. "Emma, where are you?" The agent was very anxious. "What happened?" Emma Watson, who had not seen the relevant news, realized it later. "I just took a shower in the hotel." The agent asked, "What did you encounter in Disney Studios?" Emma remembered what happened before and told her roughly. "Chocolate sauce." The agent said, "I don't know who took the photo and sold it to TMZ. Take a look first. I'll come to you right away." Emma didn't bother to blow dry her hair and called a liner to turn on the computer and log on to the TMZ website. On the front page, a photo of her was particularly eye-catching. On the off-white suit pants, there was a large patch of brown. Emma's heart tightened and she moved the mouse with trembling hands, clicking on the relevant news column, and one photo after another appeared. This news did not have any text description, only pure pictures. In all the pictures, she was the protagonist. No, it should be the brown on her, but that was the protagonist. Emma asked Alana next to her, "What was your first reaction when you saw it?" Alana couldn't say it. Emma was angry. "Which bastard framed me?" A few minutes later, Calls came in one after another, all asking about this matter. Emma Watson tried to defend herself, saying that it was a misunderstanding and that the pants were all covered with chocolate sauce. Although those who called believed it, from the meaning of their words, it was clear that they were thinking in a bad direction. The agent and the public relations manager came over at this time and suggested contacting the media as soon as possible to hold a press conference. At the same time, the police were called. The crew and stars coming and going in the studio area attach great importance to privacy. There is no surveillance here at all, and no one knows where the burst cushion has gone. Of course, the studio will not take responsibility, saying that they are unaware of it, and they say that Emma Watson wants to use this method to clean up her embarrassing situation. This incident attracted countless paparazzi reporters, and the momentum of the reports was higher and higher. In gossip tabloids such as American Rumors, Emma Watson has surpassed Amber Heard and become the new TV queen. That afternoon, news related to Emma Watson rushed to the top of Google's hot search list and successfully grabbed the headlines. The top floor of the studio, where the crew of The Martian is currently in post-production, is close to the gate of Disney Studios. Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson moved 3 chairs and sat on the top floor, drinking beer, eating peanuts, and enjoying the excitement at the door. Nicholson kept checking Twitter and YouTube, saying other stars would try their best to get this kind of popularity, but Emma Watson got it easily. Her photos are now the most forwarded on Twitter, the most played on YouTube, the most popular on TMZ, and the most searched on Google. What does this mean? Martin exclaimed. We are good people who are willing to help others and do not ask for anything in return. Leonardo looked at the groups of reporters at the door and said, after playing Hermione Granger, Emma Watson has been seeking transformation, and we helped her successfully transform. Bruce came up from below, followed by Saoirse Ronan. Martin asked, did you handle it? Bruce said, it's all cleaned up. Teacher, am I doing okay? Saoirse came over, looking like she was going to praise me. Martin still had to encourage when it was time to do so, saying, well done. Saoirse Ronan smiled happily, picked up her phone and shook it. I took a video. I can take it out and secretly enjoy it later. It's wonderful. Nicholson said, let's go to Martin's house to celebrate with fireworks in the evening. Martin pointed at his head. Did you forget? You took all my fireworks away last time. Nicholson said without hesitation, let's go to my place to celebrate with fireworks. Leonardo said, let Lorraine treat us. She made tens of thousands of dollars today. Saoirse asked tentatively, teachers, can I go too? Sure. Nicholson responded. Saoirse looked at Martin, who nodded slightly. Leonardo saw a piece of news. Emma Watson is going to hold a press conference to clarify what happened today. Martin said, it's useless. This kind of thing can't be explained clearly. When it got dark, a press conference was urgently held at the Burbank Hotel. Emma Watson familiarized herself with the process and manuscripts over and over again with her agent and public relations manager. Before going on stage, Emma went to the lounge next door. Two lookers, Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint, were mobilized by their management company and were waiting here. As soon as Emma entered the door, her face was immediately full of grievances. Tears rolled in her eyes, and she came in front of the two and said, Daniel, Rupert. Before she finished speaking, tears flowed out. Rupert stretched out his hand to grab Emma's arm, and when his hand was halfway out, he suddenly remembered the news photo he had seen in the afternoon. This hand was the hand that Emma put to her nose after dyeing it. He quickly withdrew his hand and stammered, I will definitely help you. Daniel couldn't control his eyes. His eyes swept across Emma's waist and legs and said, we will support you. Emma noticed the change in the demeanor of the two people, but now was not the time to say more. She wiped her tears and said, thank you. You will always be my best friends and my greatest support. The press conference began. Although Emma Watson's public relations manager showed the beige pants stained with chocolate sauce, the reporters present did not believe it at all, and all kinds of sharp questions came out one after another. The reason is simple. If there is only chocolate sauce on the pants, what value does this news that has set off the whole United States have? What can they get from it? Therefore, there is definitely no chocolate sauce on the pants. In the next few days, this news will provide them with countless materials to continue to attract the attention of the melon-eating crowd in the United States and even the world. The press conference lasted a little long, and Emma Watson was exhausted. But she couldn't go back to the room upstairs to rest immediately, because the two fish kept in the fish pond are about to jump out of the pond. Emma became famous at a young age, and was praised by the entire crew and even the entire Warner. She was used to being surrounded by bootleggers. She found Daniel and Rupert in the lounge and said, "I'm sorry to bother you today. The agency asked you to make this trip and stay so late. Can I treat you to a midnight snack?" Daniel had seen the photos in the afternoon, plus the situation at the press conference, and he didn't believe that there was chocolate sauce on his pants. He found an excuse early. "I have an audition early tomorrow morning and need to go back and rest early." Emma's face showed uncontrollable disappointment, and she stretched out a hand to Rupert, as if to grasp the only hope. Rupert wanted to agree, but when he saw Emma's hand and thought about what this hand had touched today, he lost interest. "Mom told me to go back before 9 o'clock. Chapter 702 Martin's plan to sell misery. Do you think there is a curse on Disney Studios? The gossip about Emma Watson has a huge impact. The cast and crew of Argo discussed all topics related to this after filming Amber Heard a few months ago, and now Emma Watson." Another person whispered, "It may not be a curse, but it may be their special hobby. These slutty women in Hollywood are all abnormal." Amber Heard demonstrated in front, and Emma Watson deliberately followed, and even surpassed Amber Heard. The person next to him said, "Will there be another one? Disney Studios makes them addicted." A woman took out perfume from her pocket, sprayed a little on her finger, and rubbed it under her nose. "I have to spray perfume before I walk through the main entrance of the studio now." Another woman lowered her voice even more. "Do you remember? Emma Watson has been pursuing Martin a few days ago. Do you think Martin will give her a chance? If it were you, would you give it to her? If something so terrible happened, even if she was Hermione Granger, I would stay away from her." An assistant director shouted in the studio, "Attention, all departments, shooting will start in 5 minutes." The discussions disappeared. Although director David Fincher is not a hot-tempered person, no one wants to challenge the authority of a first-line director. The male lead Martin appeared on the set. Many people didn't say anything, but they were very curious in their hearts. If Emma Watson came to Martin again, how would Martin respond? Martin's performance today was very good. Many scenes were shot in one take. The repeated shots were also what David Fincher wanted to shoot from different angles, to see how the effect would be. After a morning of shooting, the crew went to have lunch before finishing work. Martin and Bruce entered the restaurant, took their meals and sat down, and suddenly found that many people were looking over here. The two looked up and found out the reason. Emma Watson was walking over here with a plate of food. Saoirse Ronan had come to the restaurant a long time ago and had been waiting for Emma Watson to appear. How could she let her mortal enemy go? She walked quickly to Martin's side, and when she saw Emma Watson approaching, she quickly blocked her nose and fanned it with her palm, as if she smelled something strange. Emma Watson stopped. Even though she was mentally strong enough, she didn't want to face the ridicule of her mortal enemy at this moment. She and her team tried their best to defend those things, and even released the news that they were filming, but no one listened or believed it. The eyes of the media and the public are all blind. "Don't come over." Saoirse was possessed by the spirit of drama, pointing at Emma Watson with one hand, and taking out a small bottle of perfume from her pocket with the other hand. "Don't let us not eat." Emma Watson turned around and left, and found an empty table to sit down. The few people who wanted to sit here saw Emma Watson coming, and turned to the other side. Emma Watson has been in the entertainment industry for so long, and you can tell at a glance that this is a bastard who welcomes the high and tramples on the low. She lowered her head and ate faster. Suddenly, she thought of Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Clint. Although those two bastards were still in contact with her, their attitude had obviously changed. They used to be licking dogs, but since that day, they have become the most ordinary friends. Also, the crew of The Bling Ring, a project that her agent was originally discussing, directed by Sofia Coppola, had suspended negotiations. After a quick meal, Emma Watson went straight back to the lounge of the Noah crew. She was upset and depressed, which made her depressed. When Alana came in from outside, Emma Watson said, "Do you have the things with you? I need some more." Alana opened her bag took out a small plastic bag from the interlayer, and handed it over. The moment Emma Watson took it, she was completely different. She was unconsciously excited, and her hands were shaking. Martin came out of the restaurant and Saoirse Ronan followed him. The two talked while walking. Saoirse said, "Teacher, do you have time recently? My mother wants to invite you to our home." Martin thought about his schedule and said, "I don't have time recently. The filming of Argo has ended, and I have to participate in several media promotion activities for the Martian. I promised Elizabeth that I would go home on time every night." Elizabeth was tolerant enough for him. Whenever she was in Los Angeles, Martin would go home safely at night. Saoirse said, "Okay, wait until you are done with this busy period." Martin glanced at Saoirse and said, "You have settled down in Los Angeles, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Saoirse nodded and said, "I have learned a new song. Can I sing it for you?" Martin said, "Sing it." Saoirse hummed softly, "All the sorrows, all the grievances, all the laughter, all the successes are all in your tolerance of me. You are my eternal support. You are my eternal support." Her eyes, as clear as lake water, have been staring at Martin. "It's a nice song." Martin asked, "Who is the original singer?" Saoirse smiled and said, "I borrowed the tune from someone else, but I wrote the lyrics myself." Martin said casually, "It's well written." Saoirse followed up, "I wrote it specifically for you." Martin suddenly thought of Taylor Swift. It seemed that he had talked to Saoirse about it and said, "You are a student who loves to learn." Saoirse was puzzled for a long time, and at this time she couldn't help but asked, "Teacher, you asked me to learn singing and dancing. Where are you going to use it?" Martin thought for a while and said, "A purely commercial musical or an artistic musical, which one would you choose?" Saoirse didn't even think about it, and said directly, "I'll choose whichever one you let me choose." For an actress like her who was born as a child star, and is facing transformation, how can she have any room for choice? How many child stars in the past have fallen after growing up? Martin said, "You keep practicing." In the next few days, the filming of Argo continued, but Emma Watson never came to the door of the studio again. Martin heard from different crew members that, whenever Emma Watson met Saoirse Ronan, she would immediately give in. In the battle between these two mortal enemies, Saoirse Ronan temporarily had the upper hand. The filming of Argo was also coming to an end. On this day, Nicholson, Leonardo and Lorraine came to visit the crew again. After filming a segment, Martin took them to the lounge. Lorraine took out a box and handed it to Martin. "It's for you." Martin saw the ribbon tied on the box and asked, "Why did you suddenly give me a gift?" After messing with Emma Watson, Leonardo was bored again during this period, so he decided to mess with Martin and said, "After failing to plot against my property, Jack and Lorraine decided to launch an offensive against you. This is Lorraine's proposal gift for you." Martin's outstretched hand immediately retracted and looked at Nicholson. What kind of person is this old bastard? Not only did he not deny it, he also continued Leonardo's words and said, "If you want to marry Lorraine, I have no objection. You can go to register today, and I can prepare the wedding for you tomorrow." Lorraine was used to playing with the three people, and said, "I have no objection." "I disagree." Martin took the gift box and opened it. Inside was an exquisite commemorative medal. Lorraine said, "I have earned a lot of pocket money following you. This is a gift I specially made." Martin put it away and said, "Thank you." Lorraine was not polite to them at all. "Next time you make trouble, remember to ask me to take pictures and videos." Leonardo agreed immediately, "No problem." Lorraine said, "When can I get the Pulitzer Prize?" Martin continued, "You can expose all the scandals of Jack. You can get money and win the prize at the same time, killing two birds with one stone." Lorraine followed the nonsense and said, "Good idea, I know a lot of Jack's secrets. Do you believe that I can stop your trust fund at any time?" Nicholson showed his father's majesty. Lorraine quickly shut up. Nicholson looked at Martin. "There is nothing else to do during this period of time, so Leo and I discussed it and decided to do something difficult." Leonardo replied, "That's right, we won't do anything that is not difficult. Don't go overboard." Martin knew as soon as he heard it that what they were doing was directly related to him, and used his own experience as a warning. If you mess with people too much, it is easy to leave psychological trauma and suffer from paranoia. Nicholson said, "We plan to be good people and do good things, not do bad things like you do." Martin took out a few bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator, gave one to each person, and waited for them to continue. Leonardo brought up the old topic again. "I often hear people talking about our trio outside. They always like to ask, you three have won 3 Oscars for Best Actor, how even?" He shook his head and sighed. "Every time this happens, I don't know how to respond." Martin gave him a middle finger directly. "That's enough." Nicholson said, "Now among the 3 of us, you are the only one who doesn't have an Oscar for Best Actor. Leo and I are going to work on it in the next few months to see if we can get you the Oscar for Best Actor." Martin said, "I only have 2 movies released this year. One is John Wick 2, and a role like Jonathan can't win an award. In the other one, The Martian, which is about to be released, although I have a heavy role, the film is a science fiction type and has inherent flaws." Nicholson pushed up his glasses. "If it's not difficult, what's the point of Leo and I working on it?" "That's right, we are going to do difficult things." Leonardo was full of energy. "Think about last year, you made me look bad and sold an Oscar for Best Actor. This year I plan to let you sell it." Martin asked curiously, "How are you going to do it?" Leonardo thought about it for a long time. "The plan I made is called the Martin's Misery Plan." Martin thought it was unreliable as soon as he heard it. "Playing misery?" Leonardo nodded. "You came from a poor background and climbed up from the bottom. You are the most representative figure of the American dream in Hollywood." Nicholson added, "Give it a try. There is always a first time for everything." Martin couldn't bear to reject the kindness of his 2 buddies, even though he knew they were unreliable in this regard. Chapter 703, Like Tempered Steel. In many cases, roles and acting skills do not necessarily need to be top-notch when competing for an Oscar. There are many factors that affect the Oscars. Martin lacks confidence in this so-called plan to sell misery. According to Nicholson, the plan was mainly initiated and formulated by Leonardo. Leonardo in Martin's previous life was a professional runner-up for 20 years, before winning the Best Actor in a year with a small film season. The current Leonardo can win an Oscar, largely due to Martin. On the one hand, he broke the inherent image and sold ugly awards. On the other hand, Harvey Weinstein's early death led to a power vacuum during the Oscar awards season. The latter is more critical. Can Leonardo win an Oscar with such a plan? However, Martin did not reject the kindness of Leonardo and Nicholson. Now he has no shortage of money or fame, so he just treats it as a fun game. It's all about having fun. And the money for the awards will be paid by the sponsors, so he doesn't have to pay out of his own pocket. 2 days later, all the scenes of Argo were shot, and David Fincher announced that the crew officially closed the filming. Martin brought Leonardo and Nicholson to WMA and met with Thomas and Eri Emanuel. Together with Jessica and Emily, who came from Davis Studio, the Oscar-winning team was formed. After a discussion, the division of labor was clarified. Thomas was responsible for contacting sponsors. Leonardo and Nicholson were engaged in the so-called misery plan. Jessica and Emily contacted Ritter's public relations team, who helped Martin to get Oscar nominations every year, to assist them in the publicity and public relations. Eri was responsible for mobilizing WMA's connections and resources. Martin himself was mainly responsible for cooperating. Eri originally focused on Natalie Portman in this session of WMA, hoping to create a highly competitive Hollywood queen with the Oscar wins and commercial success. But the failure of Dark Places was so painful that the producers and distributors did not want to invest a penny in this project. Natalie Portman wanted to win the only award, the Golden Raspberry. Eri found Martin and talked to him alone. "I didn't expect Nat and Dark Place to fail so thoroughly." He sighed and said, "You are the company's greatest hope for the acting awards during the award season. You will strive for the Oscar for Best Actor and guarantee to win a Golden Globe for Best Actor." He hasn't seen the finished film of The Martian yet, but he has confidence in Martin. "The only question is about the type of film. The company will do its best to assist you in winning awards, just like in previous years." Martin said politely, "Thank you for the support from the company." Ali thought of his number 1 female client Natalie and asked, "Are there any suitable projects and roles for Nat?" The failure of Dark Place basically made it clear that Natalie lacks sufficient support among the most extensive and ordinary fan groups. Martin couldn't risk investing tens of millions of dollars, so he said, "I don't have any for the time being." Ali couldn't force Martin to say anything more. Martin returned to the meeting room, and Leonardo and Nicholson greeted him and left WMA first. Thomas went to his office with Martin. "How much is the box office of Dark Place now?" Martin has been busy shooting and doing things recently and has not paid much attention to this film. Thomas opened the office door, waited for Martin to come in, and said, "It only took in more than $2 million next weekend, and the current North American box office has just exceeded $10 million. He thought for a while, and added, "This film should have reached the lower limit of the distribution contract. It is estimated that the theater will be forced to withdraw it soon. The box office is so bad that overseas distribution, North American DVD and TV rights are all unsellable." Martin said, "The main audience of this film is still North America. A failed film in North America can only fail." Thomas said, "Fortunately, you didn't work with Gillian Flynn again." Martin pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Gillian was it. She came to me a few days ago to prepare for a trip and collect materials for her new work. You should pay more attention to her. Gillian is also a client of WMA." Thomas said, "I will communicate with her agent frequently to understand her latest developments." Martin asked again, "Is there any recent situation at Warner Brothers?" Thomas had learned about this specifically. Gillian Flynn and Natalie Portman were both blacklisted by John Berg. Also, it is said that John Berg drew on the lessons learned from the failures of Pharaohs and Gods, Green Lantern and Dark Place, and organized an expert film viewing group to review several edited versions of Jack the Giant Slayer and find the essence from them. Martin understood what was going on as soon as he heard it, then used these essences to edit a finished film. Thomas nodded. "Yes, according to the information I have found out, John Berg called it an epic revolution in Hollywood film production to the people around him." Martin could only admire that it was worthy of Warner Brothers, and there was no best in film operation, only more awesome. John Berg is definitely a genius. After chatting with Thomas for a while, Martin was ready to go home. When he came to the lobby on the first floor, Natalie Portman just came in from outside. The Jewish actress was frowning, and it was obvious that she was under too much pressure recently. When she saw Martin, she immediately went up to him and said, "Let's chat if you're not in a hurry." Martin nodded slightly and went to the rest area on the side of the hall. There was no one else here for the time being. Natalie Portman sat down and took out her cigarette case. "Do you mind?" Martin said, "Whatever you want." Natalie lit a cigarette and said, "I've been under a lot of pressure recently. I've been anxious and have frequent insomnia. I never thought that I would give so much and get so little in return." Martin comforted her. "Just take it back for the next one." Natalie turned around and spit out the cigarette to the side, saying, "I'm confused about what to choose for the next one." Martin no longer spoke casually about other people's careers, mainly because he couldn't use Natalie as the heroine for the projects he had. Natalie thought of Charlize Theron and had the urge to ask Martin for help. After all, Martin helped Charlize Theron get rid of the Oscar curse. If possible, she could go with Martin now and let him do whatever he wanted. If Martin liked, she could call Benjamin Millipede over. But thinking about it, Natalie Portman didn't say anything in the end because she had already seen clearly that she was not the type that Martin liked. Natalie put out her cigarette, threw it into the trash can next to her, and said, "If there is a chance in the future, I hope to work with you." Martin nodded. "I hope there will be such an opportunity." Natalie smiled. "I'm going upstairs." Martin said, "Goodbye, Nat. This Jewish actress who lacks audience appeal in the first-tier film market will find it difficult to develop in the field of commercial films. Independent art films may be more suitable for her." Martin's cell phone rang at this time, but it was Blake Lively calling. As soon as he answered the call, he heard Blake's voice. "I just saw you go to the elevator room upstairs. Have you not left yet?" Martin said, "No, in the lounge on the first floor." The sound of Blake's high heels landing on the ground came from Blake's side. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be down right away." Martin waited for less than 3 minutes, and Blake Lively came over in a hurry. She was wearing skinny jeans, a short top, and a fitted white sweater underneath. Her hair was wavy and golden, which made her figure stand out. Even though Martin had measured her from head to toe, inside and out, he still took a few more glances. Blake pulled a chair aside and sat opposite Martin. She could smell a faint fragrance and a distinct smell of cigarettes. She knew Martin didn't smoke, but the smell was obviously from a smoking woman. Martin asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Blake smiled brightly. "I met Taylor Swift some time ago. I didn't expect that we had so many common topics and talked about you together." Martin shrugged and didn't respond. Blake moved closer and deliberately asked, "Do you know what we talk about the most?" She didn't need Martin to answer. Her eyes automatically moved down. Length, width, hardness, heat, just like freshly quenched steel. So easy to use. Martin asked, "Girls are so open about topics." "Of course, girls should help girls." Blake continued, "I also discussed with Taylor which angle and direction is more useful when I'm with you." She couldn't stop laughing. "Taylor invited me to join her girlfriend's group, and I agreed, but Taylor had a test I must pass. The only test is you, but I have experienced your tests many times." But she didn't admit it. She said that she had to test him in person. Martin suddenly ignored these trivial matters and asked directly, "How did you get along with her?" Blake said, "Taylor is famous, and I'm famous too. When we are together, we will attract special media attention and achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Martin was not surprised. He was the first one to tell Taylor Swift about this idea. "The hardened steel that originally belonged to me alone has to be shared with others." Sigh. Blake felt that she had a problem with her brain. She thought that she would say goodbye to her idol after sleeping with him, but she didn't expect that the idol would develop better and make her admire him even more. She could have slept with him all the time and enjoyed herself, but now she has to depend on others. Blake said again, "When do you have time?" "Pass the test of Taylor's girlfriends. They are all waiting for me to contact you." Her ex-boyfriend. Martin said, "I will call you when I have time." "Okay." Blake still wanted to say something, but she thought it would be better to wait until she passed the test. If she said it at that time, the probability of Martin agreeing would be much greater than now. Blake made a phone gesture and went back upstairs. She wanted to choose a new role with her agent. Martin went out of the WMA gate alone and waited for Bruce to drive over. In the roadside parking space in front, 3 people in a Chevrolet SUV had been staring at the WMA gate. They waited for a long time and finally saw someone. Chapter 704 Take the money and run. Since returning to Los Angeles, Melina Morgan, Maya Malkava and Nikia have been waiting for Martin to contact them. In order to match Martin's interests and aesthetics, they even learned Texas Hold'em at their own expense. Michelle also praised them and not only paid the final payment, but also paid a deposit, asking them to invite Martin to their temporary residence. In the end, Martin's call never came. The 3 of them took Michelle's money and naturally spent it. It would be very troublesome to take the money and not do the work. The 3 of them had to take the initiative. Martin's home was on the north side of Sunset Boulevard. They couldn't get in, so they could only wait in Davis Studio, WMA and Disney Studios. Their luck was not good. They didn't see him until today. Melina got out of the car quickly and rushed to the door of WMA, waving as she walked. "Martin, Martin." Myra and Nikia hurriedly followed. The former thought about it, slowed down a little, waited for Melina to approach, and took a photo of her and Martin in the same background. Martin was busy at this time and had forgotten about the 3 people. Originally, he thought this was just an event at Morgan Freeman's party, but these 3 people came to his door. Martin didn't rush to get in the car. He waited until the 3 of them came over and said, "Long time no see." Melina smiled and said, "We have always missed you." Martin asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Melina was a little stuck. Nikia quickly followed up, "We played Texas Hold'em that day, and almost all of us 3 lost. After we came back, we specially found someone to learn Texas Hold'em, and wanted to compete with you again." Maya also said, "Martin, let's find a place to practice poker today." Martin didn't have time to play cards with them. He pointed to the car and declined, "I'm leaving." Nikia was a little anxious. She finally waited for someone to come and said, "After playing cards, we can play other games." Melina remembered that Martin had discussed pole dancing last time. We found a room with poles. The three of them were so active and proactive that Martin became a little wary. He had been framed by women more than once. There was a car horn nearby. Maya seemed to be frightened. The things in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She was facing Martin and quickly leaned over to pick it up. The low-cut dress fell down to the bottom. Martin ignored it and waved his hands behind his back to the security guards at the entrance of WMA. 2 security guards came over immediately. Martin opened the car door and got in. The 3 people wanted to entangle, but were stopped by the security guards. Bruce stepped on the accelerator and the Escalade drove out of the entrance of WMA. The car quickly left Century City. Bruce said, "I feel they are too proactive." Martin has some understanding of this industry. It seems that people in this industry contact customers through agents or intermediaries, and few people contact customers directly. "I'll make a call." Bruce stopped the car on the side of the road temporarily and called the bodyguard who was following behind. Just now, he noticed the Chevrolet that the 3 women got out of. Bruce reported the license plate number and soon got an accurate reply. The Chevrolet had been in the roadside parking space of WMA for a long time. Martin said, "It's obvious that they are waiting for me." He thought, "There are surveillance cameras at the gates of Disney Studios and studios. Let someone take a look." Bruce made 2 more calls. When the Escalade returned to Davis Manor, he got an accurate reply and said to Martin that Chevrolet has been parked at the gates of Disney Studios and studios for a long time. "It should be following you. Waiting for me without making money?" Martin felt something was wrong and said, "Let Ivan check these 3 people carefully." Bruce went to get photos of the 3 people. He remembered their names and then contacted Ivan to meet tonight. At the entrance of WMA, Maya, Molina and Nikia didn't know what to do for a while as they watched the Escalade disappear into the distance. They were not very smart, and they were best at things between men and women. Seeing that they did not make any further moves, the security of WMA stopped paying attention to them. Nikia asked, "What should we do next?" "Don't waste time here." Molina walked towards the Chevrolet on the side of the road. "Let's get in the car and talk about it." Maya and Nikia followed her into the car. Molina sat in the driver's seat and said, "Martin doesn't seem to be very interested in us." Nikia was very worried. "We took the final payment from Michelle and received the second deposit from her. Now it will be very troublesome if she knows about this situation." Maya turned on her mobile phone and said, "I took a photo of Molina approaching Martin. I can send it to Michelle and tell her that we have contacted Martin." Molina thought about it and said, "This is the only way." She said, "Maya, send an email to Michelle." Maya immediately retrieved her mailbox and sent the photo she had just taken to Michelle. Soon, Michelle replied, "Well done. Can you bring him back to your residence tonight?" All 3 of them came to check the email. Maya discussed it briefly with her 2 companions and replied, "Martin is very busy and a little wary. Fortunately, we have met him once, and he trusts us more or less. We will try to take him back. It is best not to send other people to disturb him." The other side quickly replied, "This step is completed. We will further win his trust. Next time, I will take him to the place I have prepared." Maya replied, "I understand." Nikia asked curiously, "Go to the place prepared by Michelle. Is there any difference?" Molina, who is the oldest and has the most experience, said, "Michelle attracts big customers step by step, slowly dispelling the big customers' vigilance, and then taking them to the venue she has preset, and then taking videos." Maya also knew about this. Molina added, "For example, for big clients like Depp, Michelle will prepare special spiritual food for them." Nikia participated for the first time and said, "Will there be any problems if we do this? Martin Davis is a big shot." Maya said, "Michelle has the support of a super big shot behind her." Nikia suddenly thought of her hometown Ukraine and the situation in Ukraine, described by the old people in her hometown, and said, "Caught between 2 behemoths, the unlucky ones are the small ones." Molina and Maya had never thought about this problem before, but now that they think about it, it seems to be true. The big clients fell into the trap. Michelle made a lot of money, and they might be used as a punching bag. Molina said, "One of the people who joined the company at the same time as me hooked a rich stockbroker into the game. After that person became a big client, although he enjoyed it very much, he was very unhappy with the person who led him into the game. He asked Michelle to take her over and abused her like crazy. This is a very realistic problem. As long as the client offers an attractive price, Michelle will not treat them as human beings at all. Nikia thought of the rumors about her fellow sisters. I don't want to become a miserable slave. Melina was worried. It's not a solution to deal with it this way. Maya had been thinking about what to do. After a long while, she said, because of our excellent performance at Morgan Freeman's house last time, Michelle now trusts us more. We said that we had dealt with Martin for the second time. She shouldn't have much doubt and may even settle the balance for us. Melina's eyes were full of dollars. It would be nice to get that money. Maya added, then the third step is for us to take Martin to the place she has arranged. With her style, she will prepay another sum of money. That sum of money will definitely be more than the previous 2 times. Melina confirmed, yes, the third time will pay the most. Nikia asked, what do you want to do? Maya said, we take the money and leave Los Angeles. Michelle's influence is only in California. She is just a pimp. The United States is so big, I don't believe she can find us. Melina thought for a while and said, I did it. Nikia said, I agree. I don't want to be a Ukrainian who is sending himself to die. The 3 of them discussed and made a decision. The Chevrolet left Century City soon. On the weekend, Martin rented a luxury yacht and took Elizabeth Olsen out to sea for a trip. He also invited several friends. Min brought Celine Dion on board. Bruce brought Jody. Chenhu, Chad, Marcus and Brad also brought their female companions. As soon as Jody got on board, she saw Celine Dion holding Min's hand and opened her mouth in surprise. TMZ was completely unaware of such shocking gossip. Bruce warned her, now you are just Jody, my female companion, not the editor-in-chief of TMZ. No matter what you see, you will automatically ignore it. Jody is now the deputy editor-in-chief of the world's largest gossip website and a Pulitzer Prize winner. She has long passed the stage of frantically looking for news to climb up. She said, I'm your girlfriend now, and have nothing to do with TMZ. After the yacht left the port, everyone gathered in the banquet hall on the upper deck. Jody also got to know these people in Bruce's social circle. She knew very well that, if she wanted to move up in her career and social class, she had to get rid of her paparazzi mentality. Martin raised his glass and said, everyone, welcome to my weekend fishing party. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Then, Min said, I must catch a great white shark this time. Chad opened his mouth wide and shouted, it will swallow you in one bite. Min said, no one in this world can swallow Uncle Min has appeared yet. Celine Dion next to him said, really? I can't swallow you either. No, you are an exception. Min laughed and said, Celine, you can eat me alive. Celine Dion fully participated in Min's social circle and was in a very good mood and took the initiative to give her a passionate kiss. Others had attended the party held by Min and Celine Dion in Los Angeles and they were no longer surprised. Jody was quite surprised and felt that Min was not ordinary in Martin's circle of friends. The cruise ship arrived at the open sea and Martin took out the fishing rod that he had prepared long ago. Now the weather was still a little cold and everyone could go fishing first and then go swimming in the afternoon. In the distance, a smaller cruise ship was gradually approaching here. Chapter 705 Take Him Home. A peculiarly shaped white yacht gradually approached and blew its whistle, causing Martin to put away his fishing rod and look over there. Min asked, has the ship carrying the beauties arrived? Martin patted him on the shoulder and asked, did you call her? Min noticed Celine Dion's eyes scanning over and quickly said, how is that possible? Bruce hurried over with a radio, pointed at the white yacht, and said to Martin, the people on that ship want to talk to you. Martin took the radio, left the crowd, and said, hello. Aren't you Leonardo? The person on the other end asked, isn't this Leonardo's boat? Martin said directly, I'm Martin Davis. Who are you? The person on the other end laughed, hey, old man, you can't even recognize my voice. Yes, this damn radio, the sound will be distorted. He shouted, I'm Elon Musk. This man paid nearly $10 million to sponsor the Martian, and the two sides had a lot of dealings during the negotiations. Martin simply made an invitation. I borrowed Leonardo's yacht for a party. Are you interested in coming? Wait for me. The other side hung up the radio. Not long after, a speedboat carrying 2 people came to Martin's side and boarded the boat from the stern platform. Musk and Lularily waved to Martin. Martin brought Elizabeth to greet them, led them to the crowd, and introduced them to everyone. Elizabeth was responsible for entertaining Lularily. Musk said he had something to discuss. Martin took 2 fishing rods and went to the other side with him to fish. Musk tied the hook skillfully, put on the bait, and lowered the rod, saying, "Don't forget to invite me to the premiere of the Martian." Martin fixed the fishing rod on the socket of the guardrail and said, "You are a big sponsor and the invitation letter has been prepared long ago." Musk said, "Invite more beautiful women to the premiere." Martin pointed to the back. "You have a wife. You have a girlfriend too. Aren't you throwing parties everywhere and looking for beautiful women?" Musk has read a lot of gossip about Martin. "I heard a rumor in the modeling circle that if you haven't passed your test, you are not a supermodel. Is this true?" Martin said casually. "Alexandra Ambrosio, Karolina Kurkova, Angela Lindwall and others have formed a fashion supermodel group and used me as a test for new members to join the group. Musk is also a person who likes to play. I also want to join and test the new models." When negotiating the sponsorship of the advertisement, Martin became familiar with him and said directly, "You are not convincing with your fat body." Musk looked down and said, "What you are doing is too troublesome. I'd rather use a simple and easy way. Money is indeed useful." Martin understood what he meant, but it will be less fun. Maximum became serious again. "I can't waste too much energy on women anymore. I have to put my limited time into promoting technological progress and landing on Mars as soon as possible." He repeated his old words, "You have made at least hundreds of millions from movies in the past few years. Invest in space with me and make an effort for mankind to move towards the universe." How could Martin listen to such misleading words? He said, "It's okay to invest with you, but I choose Tesla." Musk said, "Didn't you buy a lot of stocks from the secondary market?" Martin said half truthfully, "It will be the end of the year soon, and the share settlements from many of my aspects will be credited soon. Keeping the money will only depreciate and save the tax bureau a lot of money. It's better to invest it." Musk understood. "Do you want to participate in Tesla's financing and share expansion? Today's Tesla electric car has just started, and it's not the future yet." Martin smiled without saying a word, pressed the electric wheel on the fishing rod, and a deep sea fish that had taken the bait was pulled up. The investors who were looking for financing and stock expansion were all powerful, and Musk thought Martin was far from enough. But when he saw the fish he pulled up, he suddenly thought of promoting electric cars. Fuel cars are the absolute mainstream of the market, and promoting electric cars is not easy. Musk mentioned again, "How about being Tesla's global spokesperson? If you agree, I have enough reasons to convince the board of directors for the next financing and stock expansion." Martin said, "Aren't you talking to my agent?" Tesla's negotiations with Thomas did not make much progress, mainly because the contract with Cadillac had not expired. The electric wheel on Musk's fishing rod made a buzzing sound, and a fish was quickly pulled up. He added, "You have dealt so much with Johnny Depp. Are you familiar with Amber Heard?" Martin turned his head and looked at him and asked, "Are you interested in her? Both of them are old perverts and there is no need to hide it." Musk said directly, "No matter her appearance or figure, Amber is my favorite type." Martin gave him a thumbs up. "You have such a strong taste. Aren't you afraid that she will do that in your bed, or do you just like the smell?" Musk didn't care. "What are you afraid of? Let her clean herself up beforehand." Martin said, "You are still good at playing. How about it? Help me." Musk was like a super pimp. "You help me with Hollywood matters, and I will help you with Silicon Valley and the technology circle." Martin asked curiously, "I haven't heard of any famous beauties in the technology circle." Musk waved his hand and said heroically, "I will introduce you to a group of them another day. Not one person, but a group." Martin thought for a moment and said, "You know the Lone Ranger, right?" Musk nodded. "It's a movie starring Johnny Depp. I've read the entertainment news. It was during the filming of this movie that Depp peed on you and your crew. He was inspired." "Martin, I'm helping you. Think about it. I fucked Depp's wife to help you get revenge." Martin said, "The Lone Ranger project was snatched from me by Megan Ellison, the daughter of Larry Ellison. From what I know about her, this confident woman will definitely give me an invitation to the premiere. You can go with me then. Musk laughed. Good idea. If Martin is an asshole in the entertainment industry, he is an asshole in the technology industry. I'll bring a few beauties from the technology industry over there. You exchange amber with me, and I exchange them with you. This game is exciting to play. Martin didn't care about anything else, but he wouldn't miss anything that could fuck Deb. The two fished for a while. The Musks had lunch on the yacht at noon and returned to his place. Before dark, the yacht returned to the dock. Everyone left one after another. Martin carried the fish box and put it in the trunk of the Escalade. Elizabeth helped put away other items, looked back at the yacht, and said, "Is this Leo's boat?" Martin simply said, "He bought it from a rich man in Silicon Valley." He vaguely saw it. "I remember there are many companies selling yachts in Los Angeles. If you have time, you can ask Lily to accompany you to look around. We will order one and call it the Elizabeth." Elizabeth smiled and said, "Okay." The two got in the car and Martin drove back to Beverly Hills. Bruce did not come back, but went directly to Jodie. Perhaps stimulated by the yacht and the Elizabeth, Elizabeth worked particularly hard that night and could not eat breakfast the next morning. After a short vacation, Martin devoted all his energy to the promotion and marketing of the Martian. Together with the main creative staff such as Ridley Scott and Jessica Chastain, he frequently appeared in various media activities. The promotion of the Martian has already been fully launched. In September, Disney Pictures joined hands with two professional organizations, NASA and SpaceX, to endorse the film's story, background and technology. NASA and SpaceX publicly stated that this film is a promotional film for the human Mars settlement plan. Jim Green, an astronaut and director of planetary science at the former, attended several professional interviews on The Martian. NASA now requires all employees to read the novel The Martian. His words have long appeared in various news and online videos. This gives us an opportunity to talk about Mars and how we can send humans to Mars. In October, the finished film of The Martian entered the International Space Station, and several astronauts watched the film together outside the Earth, which also brought the film marketing into space for the first time. In addition, a batch of posters printed on special paper that went into space and returned to Earth were also launched into the market and became gifts for the pre-sale lottery of the film. The crew and Disney Pictures released the main poster of the film. Under the large close-up of Martin in a spacesuit, a new promotional title was added, "Take Him Home." In the first two previews of the film, the female group responded very enthusiastically. You know, for such a science fiction film, men are the main audience. On the basis of high evaluation by male audiences, the recognition of female audiences means that the Martian may have a larger market space. Risks certainly exist, because female audiences are not the main audience of science fiction films, and it is generally difficult to arouse their general attention to this type of film. After a series of research and analysis on marketing strategies, Disney Pictures decided to finalize the global communication strategy of The Martian as Bring Him Home, and try to highlight the emotional factors in the film and various promotional materials. Space science fiction elements are only used as auxiliary to guide the viewing interest and word of mouth of female audiences. In the pre-sale, male audiences are naturally not to mention, and the ticket purchase rate of female audiences is significantly higher than that of general science fiction films. Disney Pictures' marketing strategy has worked. The next decade of Hollywood will also belong to Disney. Entering mid-November, The Martian is gaining popularity. The latest billboards appeared on major radio stations, TV stations, website videos and social media. This is a movie that made NASA list the original novel as a must-read for employees. This is a movie that Ridley Scott's name makes fans list it as a must-see movie of the year. This is the movie that Hollywood spent the most manpower and resources to rescue Martin Davis on Mars. Chapter 706 The Plan Is Too Bad. A week before Thanksgiving, at Hollywood Highland Center, Disney Studios held a grand premiere for The Martian. Models of Mars rovers, spacecraft, and launch vehicles created an atmosphere similar to that of a space show. SpaceX, the film's sponsor, also opened up a special area and brought its own rocket models and other equipment. Elon Musk personally came on stage to promote the space business, attracting countless media attention. When Martin walked onto the red carpet in a black suit, Musk suddenly shouted, "Beautiful ladies, take him home. Take Martin Davis home." The crowds on both sides of the red carpet were surging, and female fans were shouting like crazy, "Martin, go home with me. Go home with me. Go home with me. I'll let you have fun when you go back." The security guards nearby came over to remind him, and Martin sped up to pass through the red carpet. Even the routine coke cult ceremony was just a formality. There was no way the female fans wanted to take Martin home too much. Later, Ridley Scott, Jessica Chastain and others walked onto the red carpet one after another. Martin entered the media area, and Leonardo was waiting for him with Thomas. The former came over and asked, "Have you memorized everything?" Martin said softly, "I have memorized all the manuscripts written according to your ideas. I just went through them in the car." Leonardo, the self-proclaimed commander-in-chief of the Martin Davis plan, encouraged Martin, "There will be no problem if you follow my plan. Thomas has already communicated with the host. No problem." Martin walked into the camera. The host was very cooperative and chatted with him for a few routine sentences. Then he asked, "Martin, I heard that the reason you took this movie and role was because of your dream. You can say that when I was a child, I had a space dream. When I watched TV at that time, I dreamed of going to space, boarding the space station, and landing on the moon one day. Every actor always adjusts his dream according to the needs of the role he plays. Martin is no exception. At that time, I wanted to buy a space shuttle model, but I had no money, so I had to make one myself. Later, something happened at home, and the model could not be found. I was sad for a while." The host asked Martin about the family change. Martin didn't need to make up stories. He just told the truth. After the pity sale, Martin came out of the media area. Leonardo praised, "Well done. If you can shed a few tears, it will be even more perfect." Martin wanted to give him a middle finger, but held back in public, reminding him, "I'm not a woman." Leonardo nodded, entered the theater to meet Nicholson, and went to the VIP room together. Martin came to the sponsor's background board and took photos with other crew members who came one after another. Atlanta, the nominal headquarters of the Coca-Cola cult. The high priest Robert had his hair neatly combed back, revealing a shiny forehead. He placed a 2003 Coca-Cola on an old-fashioned wooden table and muttered something. After doing all this according to the procedure, Robert heard a knock on the door, went over to open the altar door, and asked, "What's the matter?" The assistant in red handed over a large envelope. "Ms. Kelly Gray sent it here." Robert opened it and found a stack of movie tickets inside. He handed it back to the assistant and said, "Distribute it. 2 tickets per person at the headquarters." The assistant looked at the name written on the movie ticket and saw that it was the Martian, the leader's new work. Without saying anything, the assistant went to distribute the movie tickets. Robert returned to the office and looked at the screening rate for next weekend. In the cinemas in the Atlanta area, more than 70% of the screens will show The Martian this weekend. If the box office of the film is ideal, this screening rate can continue until next Thanksgiving and the weekend after. Robert opened a can of the newly released commemorative Coke, took a big sip, wiped his mouth, looked at the distant Los Angeles, and said loudly, "Master, the box office is a big hit." On the second floor of a cafe in the Highland Center, Megan Allison sat behind the glass curtain wall, looking at the unusually lively theater opposite. On the other side, sat her brother David Ellison. David retracted his gaze, took a sip of coffee, and said, "Actually, you made a wrong choice. You don't have to fight for the Lone Ranger project. You can participate in the investment and cooperate with Martin Davis. That's your style, not mine." Megan's desire for control is much stronger than her brother's. "The project must be completely controlled by me. Do you think I can cooperate with Martin Davis?" David Ellison entered Hollywood earlier than his sister. "I recently heard a rumor from inside Warner Brothers." Megan didn't ask, just looked at him. David said, "There is a saying inside Warner Brothers that pharaohs and gods and dark places, which just failed at the box office, were all projects that Martin Davis was optimistic about at first. Warner Pictures made some moves behind the scenes and got Martin Davis to get these projects. As for the result," he smiled, "you know it all." Megan sneered, "What do you want to say?" "Martin Davis dug a pit, and I jumped in." Will it fail like those two idiotic works of Warner Brothers? You know that's not what I mean. David spread his hands. Megan said, you don't know how I got these projects. She briefly talked about the theft. Could he have foreseen the future and deliberately put two scripts in the company's safe to lure me in? At that time, I had never met Martin Davis. David also felt that this could not be a deliberate trap for Megan to fall into, and said, according to what you said, it is indeed not the case. Megan has strong self-confidence. Even if the idiot Warner's project fails, it will still be successful in my hands. David really didn't know what to say. Megan turned her head and looked out the window again. It was getting dark, and the lights on the opposite side were bright. She said, just look at whether Martin's film is successful or not. If he can succeed, my projects will also be successful. David felt that Megan had inherited her father's super self-confidence 100%. Unfortunately, we can't save Kodak's film business. In the VIP room of the theater, Christopher Nolan was making an impassioned speech to several producers and directors. Film should not disappear from the film industry. It can give movies a real texture. If Kodak's film inventory is used up, film movies will say goodbye to Hollywood. Susan Downey said, Kodak is about to go bankrupt, and the failure of film cannot be reversed. Graham King sighed and said, the Kodak Theater will soon be renamed the Hollywood Highland Center, and we don't know who will be the next naming company. Many directors and producers disagreed with Nolan's words, and took the opportunity to change the subject. Nicholson was always well informed. I heard that Dolby Laboratories is discussing the naming rights. Warren Beatty said, there are differences in the naming fees, and we can't reach an agreement in a short time. Maybe at the Oscars, this place will still be called the Hollywood Highland Center. Martin came in from outside and greeted everyone one by one. Nicholson pulled him aside and asked, have you started to implement Leo's plan to sell Misery? Martin said, I just sold it in the media area. Leonardo came over and said, Martin sold it very well. His acting skills are Oscar level. If he doesn't get the best actor, there must be something shady. Martin and Nicholson looked at each other and had the same idea. If he can't get the best actor, it's because Leonardo's plan is too bad. Nolan came over at this time, and Leonardo and Nicholson went somewhere else. Soon, we will be clients of the same agency. Nolan made the final confirmation. Is the WMA environment more free than CAA? Martin would not mislead people in this regard and said, Chris, I have never been under other agencies and don't know the situation of other companies, but I have a very pleasant cooperation with my agent Thomas. As he spoke, he looked across the VIP room and found Thomas through the reflection of the light and smiled at him. Thomas touched his completely bald forehead and nodded to Martin. When he saw Martin, he always felt that he was particularly powerful. Nolan then said, if nothing unexpected happens, my space movie will start shooting after The Dark Knight Rises is released next year. Please make sure you reserve the time. I've got the time. Martin has 2 movie plans next year. One is Prince of Thieves, which has invited Graham King to be the producer, and the other is the third part of John Wick. Chat, Chen-Hu and Marcus are working on the action design, and the latter may not start shooting until the second half of next year. It was almost time, and the guests entered the venue one after another. The main creative staff of the crew, including Martin, entered the venue last, led by Ridley Scott. Amid thunderous applause, the group sat in the front row. The premiere screening then kicked off. The sci-fi flavor of this movie is not that strong. It is more of a Martian version of Robinson Crusoe with science as the background, adding optimism and perseverance. Ridley Scott is always at ease when dealing with works with sci-fi themes. Strictly speaking, he changed the style of science fiction and told a light-hearted and interesting story. Although the style changed drastically, the optimism and comedy element of the male protagonist were well received by the audience. This also made the film more real and down to earth. It is no longer a mysterious unknown world, nor does it have profound theories and speculations. Instead, it tells a story that is easy for the audience to understand from the shallow to the deep. In the prior publicity and marketing, one of the highlights of the film was how Martin planted potatoes on Mars. Martin also won the audience's applause with the qualities of a professional farmer, coupled with self-deprecation, optimism and ups and downs of the plot. As the male protagonist, Martin has an aura, but he is more about showing how humans should survive in desperate situations. Therefore, the whole film is not obscure and difficult to understand like hard science fiction, but more like a drama with science fiction element. Chapter 707, Carrying the Box Office Alone. The premiere had just ended, and the audience had not yet completely left. The investigators from Disney Pictures outsourcing company had already reported the collected statistical data to the statistician. The man immediately entered the relevant data into the computer, quickly obtained accurate statistics, and sent them to the contact person of Disney Pictures. On the other side, Alan Horn had just accompanied Martin out of the VIP room. His assistant came over quickly and whispered, "President, the statistics of the live audience have been released." Martin also heard it, and cast a concerned look. Alan Horn nodded slightly. The assistant said, "Basically all good reviews, the average audience score is A+. When mentioning the latter sentence, Alan Horn couldn't help laughing, and looked at Martin. "I said that North American audiences never abandon their favorites." Martin also laughed. It can only be said that the film is just what they like. There are two styles to choose from when shooting. One is to follow the style of the original work and shoot it into a hard science fiction movie with a technological orientation. The other is a current style that tends to be plot oriented and humorous. Martin naturally chose the latter, and Ridley Scott also chose the latter. Perhaps this is why Ridley can always make a comeback through science fiction. The two came to the side door of the theater. Alan Horn shook hands with Martin. "I wish us a big box office success." Martin smiled and said, "I wish us a big box office success." He got into the Escalade driven by Bruce and left the theater. The window of a Cadillac driving by was lowered, revealing Jessica Chastain's fair face. She waved to Martin. On the other side of the back seat, Alexandra Daddario was sitting. The two stayed in the same hotel. Martin nodded slightly to them, and without saying much, the two cars had already crossed each other. On the Cadillac, Jessica Chastain raised the window and said to the driver, "Go to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel." Daddario next to him was busy swiping his phone. Jessica Chastain asked, "Did Martin send you a message?" "No." Daddario said, "I'm reading the comments on our movie online." Jessica Chastain took out her phone from her handbag and started to read it. Nowadays, there are more and more smartphone users, and the speed of information dissemination is getting faster and faster. For example, after watching a movie or even during watching it, there will be fans tweeting, "After watching Martin's new movie, I understand how to face the bleak life with an optimistic attitude. It's a very good space wilderness survival movie. Martin's performance alone supports the whole movie. Real knowledge changes destiny. Martin's self-entertainment is really great. Martin easily supports a one-man show. Ridley Scott is not too good at handling science fiction themes. The supporting role of Jessica Chastain is beautiful, and Alexandra Daddario, wearing a tight base, has a great figure." The Cadillac quickly arrived at the hotel and drove into the underground parking lot. Jessica Chastain and Daddario got out of the car and took the elevator upstairs. The latter took out the room card that Martin had stuffed into her at the premiere and entered a suite. Daddario has been here several times. He went to the bar to open the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of wine and 3 glasses, and poured them one by one. Jessica Chastain looked at the time. "Martin hasn't arrived yet." Daddario said, "Wait a moment, he has a lot to do." After more than 10 minutes, the door opened from the outside and Martin entered the room. Jessica Chastain leaned on the bar, holding a goblet, and was slowly tasting the wine. From Martin's side, her curves were fully displayed. Alexandra Daddario was wearing a red dress and sitting behind the bar. Maybe some things were too heavy, so she deliberately put them on the bar, which looked quite amazing. Elizabeth went to London a few days ago, and Martin has been resting up recently, waiting for this moment. He took off his suit jacket, hung it casually on the hanger, and strode over. Because they had enough confidence in the Martian, the crew and Disney Pictures lifted the ban on the film's reputation on the night of the premiere. Most of the media were cheering. The significance of the Martian is not only that Ridley Scott completed a self-redemption, but also that the indomitable spirit of the male protagonist played by Martin can rekindle the desire of mankind to explore space. Watching Martin Davis's monologue is a kind of enjoyment. Although humans have not landed on Mars, under Martin's interpretation, the male protagonist's miracle of survival on Mars is very convincing. The freshness of Rotten Tomatoes is as high as 97%, and the MTC comprehensive score is 82 points. Whether it is film critics, media, or ordinary audiences, the film has a very good reputation. At the same time, Martin's major fan organizations in North America, as well as the local branches of the Coke God cult, have launched the Take Martin Home event. The lucky audience who participates in the event will have the opportunity to get a scaled-down Mars rover or Martin character doll in the film. All of this is stimulating movie fans to buy tickets as soon as possible. Today's entertainment is too much, and information is too developed. If a film cannot attract as many audiences as possible to the theater in the first 2 weeks, the subsequent trend will be much more difficult. After all, there are too few films with box office trends like Titanic and Avatar. The weekend before Thanksgiving, The Martian was released across North America, with 3,855 theaters opening. On Friday, the film closed at $27.12 million. Because the number of rating users reached, IMDb unlocked the rating, and The Martian opened at 8.8 points. Supported by the overwhelming word of mouth, the box office rose again on Saturday, and the revenue on that day exceeded $30 million. Anyone can see that the most popular movie has been born since the holiday season. This film has been a great success in North America, and has also caused a strong response overseas. Because it is not a sequel or an adaptation of a world-renowned work, Disney Pictures has adopted a conservative distribution strategy for the overseas distribution of The Martian. The film will only be released in one market in North America first, and will be released overseas after the North American box office and word of mouth are released. This also shows that Disney Pictures has great confidence in the film and Martin. In the 3 days of the North American weekend, The Martian had a huge reputation and a huge box office, closing at $86.65 million, successfully topping the North American box office rankings. Disney Pictures President's Office. Alan Horn had just had a cup of coffee when he received a call from Robert Iger. He answered the call immediately. "Good morning, Chairman." Robert Iger's hearty laughter came from the receiver, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "I just saw the data of The Martian, and the market response was very good. Alan, you did a good job. You have poached a key business from Warner Brothers." Alan Horn also laughed. "Martin never disappoints." Robert Iger agreed. "I heard that the peripherals are selling well too." Alan Horn replied, "Martin's character models and action figures alone have sold more than 2 million pieces. Disney is now ambitious and is preparing to do a big thing." Robert Iger advised, "Build a good relationship with Martin. His films enjoy the highest distribution level." He added, "There are too few movie stars in Hollywood today who can carry the box office alone." Alan Horn said, "You can count them on one hand." Robert Iger said again, "People like Martin will never lack partners." "Alan, you came from Warner. Don't make Warner's mistakes." Alan Horn smiled and replied, "No." Robert Iger hung up the phone. Alan Horn understood that Disney Pictures and Martin's success in John Wick 2 and The Martian attracted enough attention from Robert Iger. After all, distributing films has low risks, and can also earn large commissions. The higher the box office and offline revenue of the film, the higher the income of Disney Pictures as the distributor. Alan Horn picked up a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, and the front page headline was "Martin and The Martian." After the box office explosion of The Martian in the first weekend, Martin Davis once again proved his ability to carry a movie box office. He is not only the first of the new generation in Hollywood, but can even sit on an equal footing with his best friends Leonardo and Nicholson in Hollywood, provided that he has an Oscar for Best Actor. Seeing this, Alan Horn put down the newspaper, pressed the intercom, and informed his assistant, "Please make an appointment with Martin for me. If he has time at noon, I will treat him to lunch." Hollywood is never stingy with people who can create value. Annapurna Pictures. Megan Allison had a party yesterday and drank a little too much. She got up late this morning and arrived at the company in the middle of the morning. When she entered the company lobby, she happened to meet Wilson, who was about to leave. She asked, "Has the box office of Martin Davis' new film come out?" Wilson stopped immediately and replied, $86.65 million US, the first in the box office list. Hearing this number, Megan Allison couldn't help laughing. Not bad. Very good. Wilson made her confused. Didn't the boss and the company have a problem with Martin Davis? How could they cheer for his movie? Please help me. Megan Allison went upstairs and asked her assistant to bring a copy of today's Los Angeles Times. On the entertainment section of the newspaper, there was last week's North American box office rankings, and the Martian ranked first. Megan Allison nodded. There was no problem with Martin Davis' project. Such a box office in the first week could definitely be called a hit. This reminded her of the 3 projects that she had snatched from Martin Davis: Transcendence, The Lone Ranger and The Seventh Son. Megan Allison is very confident that as long as there is no problem with the project itself, there will be no problem with her filming and production. Annapurna Pictures has sufficient funds and hired the most professional team in Hollywood. Unlike the idiots in Warner Brothers, who have often done things that are incomprehensible over the past year or so, Megan Allison's eyes are on the top of the box office list again. I believe that her film will be able to reach this position in the long run. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708: A Different Taste. Warner TV, Helen Show Studio. Martin is going to be on a talk show for the promotion of The Martian. As an old friend who experienced the Burbank High School incident together, Helen came to Martin's dressing room before the show started. She found that the person accompanying Martin was not his agent Thomas, but Leonardo. What's this? Helen didn't understand. Martin shrugged. The content of the communication remains unchanged. The content that Jessica came to communicate with you was originally formulated by Leo. Leonardo smiled at Helen. Isn't it very creative? Thinking of Martin's resume in Atlanta, Helen nodded. Martin is really not easy. Martin said, there are too many people like me in America, but no one pays attention to them. The stylist brought a dress at this time. Leonardo took a look and said, no, this one is too extravagant and does not match today's theme. It is not easy for Helen to invite these 2 people on the same show at the same time. Seeing that Martin did not express his opinion, she simply said nothing. Leonardo came to the clothes rack full of clothes, searched carefully, found the most ordinary outfit, and said to Martin, I think this one is suitable. Martin looked at it, and found a normal jacket, and said, okay. Helen waved to the 2 of them. I won't disturb you. See you on the stage later. Leonardo came behind Martin, looked in the mirror, and said to the hairdresser, don't make your hair so neat, a little messy, more homely. Seeing Martin nod, the hairdresser quickly fixed his hair. After taking a closer look, Leonardo still felt that something was missing. He crossed his arms and pondered for a while, and then he remembered and said, dark circles, no dark circles. Give Martin 2 dark circles. Martin raised his middle finger directly to the back. I'm not a drug addict like Depp. Leo, can you be more reliable with the plan of selling misery you led? Sorry, I was too immersed in the role. Although he said so, Leonardo, this bastard, was not embarrassed at all. No dark circles. Martin got up and changed his clothes. Seeing that he was a little relaxed, Leonardo warned him, dude, hurry up. We are laying the groundwork for the Oscar for Best Actor, not going out to mess with people. Do you understand? Martin could only nod repeatedly. He was indeed laying the groundwork for the real plan. Leonardo was very worried about him. Look at your current mental state. If you go for the award with your current attitude, you will have to run for 10 years. Martin frowned slightly. Why did this sound so familiar? Leonardo sighed. Hey, you have to be serious about acting and publicity. Do you know why you are asked to play the victim? Because most of those old white men like Jack and Warren come from the bottom of society. You, who also come from the bottom of society, can easily win their empathy, as long as you play the victim well. Martin gave him a thumbs up. Leo, you are worthy of being an expert in Oscars. Of course. Leonardo deliberately said. So, I have the Oscar for Best Actor, and you don't. Martin covered his face, and couldn't refute it. What a bastard. It was almost time, and a director came to remind Martin that it was time to go on stage. 10 minutes later, Martin sat on the stage of the studio and talked to Helen about the Martian and Atlanta. There was no need to falsify these resumes, and Helen was also very cooperative. Martin only needed to answer according to the facts. When he was young, he was a jerk. Both his parents were alcoholics and drug addicts. His mother died in a car accident due to drug abuse, and his father took all the family property and ran away. As an adult, Martin suddenly woke up and performed the American dream of a prodigal son. The Martian is currently in theaters, and this episode of The Helen Show received a very good response after it was broadcast. It's really not easy for Martin to struggle out of such a quagmire. This experience is so inspiring. Heroes can also emerge from garbage dumps, such as Martin. In the office of Davis Studio, Nicholson raised his head from behind the computer and smiled with satisfaction. Although this melon is not as sweet and big as Emma Watson's, it tastes different when it's from one's own family. He glanced at Leonardo. Well done, it's quite interesting. Martin exposed his past. Leo, that bastard, actually wanted me to dress up as a drug addict like Depp. He really should be poured into concrete and sunk into the sea. Leonardo chuckled. If you want to play the victim, you have to do the whole thing. Nicholson said to Martin, your start is similar to mine, but you've developed much faster than me. Mainly because you are a signpost. Martin was not polite at all. I have avoided all the pitfalls you have stepped on. Leonardo laughed. What is the biggest pitfall Jack has ever stepped on? Martin said seriously. Marlon Brando? Nicholson said, I want to stuff your mouths with butter. Martin returned to the topic. As for the promotion in Los Angeles, you two can handle it. If you need anything, go directly to the studio to find Jessica. I'm going to be running around the world for announcements in the next period of time. The North American reputation and box office of The Martian are so good that its overseas release is about to begin. Including Martin and Ridley Scott, most of the main creative staff will go around the world for premieres. Leonardo asked, are you going to Korea too? Martin nodded. Of course, Korea has always been a strong market for Hollywood, so we must go to Seoul for the premiere. Compared with Korea, Japan, which has a larger population, has a low recognition of Hollywood movies, and science fiction and superhero movies have always received poor responses there. You are so disloyal. Leonardo said angrily, you left me and Jack in Los Angeles to help you win awards, but you went to Seoul to have a silver party. Do you still think we are brothers? Nicholson said, remember to call me before the silver party. Leonardo was surprised. You want Martin to broadcast it live for you? Jack, won't you feel inferior after watching it? Martin flatly refused. I won't broadcast it live for you. Nicholson sneered. Who said I want to watch Martin? This bastard, live. I will call the police and report it to the Korean police when the time comes. Martin sneered. You are just jealous. Leonardo said, we are waiting for your call. If you are loyal to your brothers. Martin replied, we will discuss this matter later. Leonardo and Nicholson left with satisfaction. The next morning, Martin joined the crew and took a chartered plane to London to start his European tour. This time, there were a total of 5 premieres in Europe, namely London, Paris, Madrid, Rome and Berlin. Then there was the East Asian tour. The focus was naturally South Korea, where the box office share of Hollywood films was not much different from that in North America. On Thursday, the Thanksgiving holiday came, and the crew did not return to North America. On this day, the North American box office soared. The Martian earned $26.87 million in a single day, and in the following 5, 6, 7, and 3 days, it earned another $46.56 million, with a total of $197 million in North American box office. Even so, the film still did not achieve consecutive championships in North America. Twilight came to the final trailer, and the fourth film Breaking Dawn came forward before Thanksgiving, with an opening score of $138 million, ending the possibility of the Martian winning consecutive championships. The influence and appeal of popular sequels are not generally strong, but The Martian, which took in $197 million in North America in 10 days, is still dazzling. The film has received a warm response overseas, setting off a wave of movie watching. The UK earned nearly 10 million US dollars in the first weekend. France earned 8.1 million US dollars, and Spain earned more than 5 million US dollars. After this week, the global box office of The Martian easily exceeded 300 million US dollars. Hollywood's ticket-suppressing markets such as Latin America, East Asia, Southeast Asia and Australia will be screened one after another in the future. As popular as the box office is the film's peripheral products. In just 10 days, North America alone sold 36.8 million US dollars of peripheral products, mainly Martin's character peripherals. For peripheral products that use Martin's image rights, Martin can get half of the profit as a share. This film is bound to create a new record for Martin's single film income as an actor. After leaving Europe, the crew of The Martian went straight to East Asia and came to Seoul in the new week. Samsung Group, as the sponsor of the film, warmly welcomed the crew. After the crew's premiere, a grand reception party was organized. When the crew's main creators, including Martin and Ridley Scott, entered the banquet hall, their eyes were almost dazzled. There are nearly 100 Korean actresses, models, and trainees gathered here. Although some of the faces are difficult to distinguish, all kinds of temperaments and styles are available. The Cheeble's aesthetic control over them is beyond doubt. Martin easily blended in, and chatted and laughed with the women around him. One of them was named Clara in English, and had a great figure. Martin chatted with her for a few more words. After a while, Ridley Scott came over and said, "I suddenly had a face blindness attack." Martin looked around and said, "I'm about to have the same attack as you." Ridley's face was full of fatigue. "I'm old and can't play these anymore. I'm leaving first. I have to take a plane tomorrow morning." Martin said, "Let's retreat together." Although he boasted to Leonardo and Nicholson that he was going to open a silver party before coming here, Martin was still relatively restrained in a place like Seoul. After all, this is not Los Angeles, and it is too easy for people to tamper with it. The dog, Bangsy, would show his teeth from time to time. Martin used the excuse of going to the bathroom to quietly slip out of the banquet hall with Ridley. Clara noticed it, hurriedly followed him, and took the initiative to give Martin her contact information. Faced with such enthusiasm, Martin put it away. Clara was afraid that Martin would forget him, so she specifically said, "When you return to Los Angeles, you can call this number at any time, when you need it, and I will take a flight to the United States immediately." Martin put away the business card. "Maybe we will meet again." Ridley followed Martin upstairs and said as he walked, "When I was young, I was as popular as you." Martin believed, "Because you are a director." Chapter 709, Singer's Enemy. In December, Martin returned to North America and came to Nashville, Tennessee, the holy land of country music. A business car was waiting at the airport early. When Martin and Bruce came out, they were immediately picked up and headed straight to Forest Hills. At the beginning of this year, Taylor Swift bought a Greek revival-style manor in Forest Hills, covering an area of nearly 25,000 square meters. The place was a bit remote, and the car drove for nearly an hour before entering the manor. The car stopped at the main entrance of the villa, and Martin got out of the car. The middle-aged woman waiting at the door opened the door and said, "Mr. Davis, please come in. Miss Swift is waiting for you." Martin nodded at her and went straight into the villa. With the creaking sound of the door closing, the curtains of the villa fell automatically, and several beams of light lit up in the darkness, illuminating the staircase platform on the second floor. Martin stopped and looked up with his hands in his pockets. Taylor Swift, wearing a high-slit performance costume, stood in the center with her hands on her waist, tiptoeing to reveal a long leg. A few meters away, a model-like girl, taller than Taylor, Carly Kloss, stood. On the other side, Blake Lively, dressed in red, stood with a free step, highlighting her almost perfect S-shaped figure. Compared with professional model Carly Kloss, her figure is even better. The three of them blew a kiss to Martin at the same time, and walked down the stairs. Taylor said as she walked, "Today, Blake Lively wants to join the girlfriends group. As the only tester, Martin Davis, are you willing to test her?" Martin said, "This is the purpose of my coming here." Taylor continued, "Blake, if you want to open your mouth to sing a song, you must keep your throat unobstructed." Carly Kloss and her have a special tacit understanding, and she continued, "You also need to keep your vocal cords clean." Blake Lively came down the stairs, holding her belly with both hands, and staring at Martin with her smart eyes. I have a lot of talent, but it is blocked in my chest, and I can't sing. Please open the channel for me, and my singing will be loud from now on. Martin stood still, waiting for them to come. Every move and every word of these three people was a drama. Taylor and Carly worked together to push a wooden table in front of Martin. Blake sat on it, slid forward on his back, and hit his head on Martin's legs. Not long after, the singing sounded. He is showing you incredible things. Magic, fanaticism, heaven, hell. I want to see it when I see you lying down. Taylor's singing voice is particularly loud, and the lyrics are quite special. Oh my god, look at your face. One side is bulging high. This wonderful game. Do you want to play? Martin is like a conductor, controlling the rhythm of the singing. At the beginning, Taylor was singing and Blake was accompanying. After a while, the accompaniment became Carly Kloss. In the end, the solo became a trio. This concert lasted from the afternoon to the night. Blake Lively officially joined Taylor Swift's girlfriends. At dinner, the four people sat in the restaurant and enjoyed a Tennessee country-style dinner. Martin asked Taylor, "The song you sang this afternoon was the new song you created last time. Has it been completed?" Taylor smiled like a golden fox. "I plan to use it as the title song of the new album and strive for the Billboard #1 single." Carly said, "This new Martin song is very good." Although Blake was a little jealous. After all, her solo meal became a group meal, but the joy of sleeping with her idol again made her easily suppress this bit of unhappiness, and said, "The lyrics are easy to make people have bad associations. Is this the effect you want?" Martin brought Taylor up so he could naturally see through her intentions. Let the media and audiences around the world speculate and drive the popularity of the song. Taylor said, "Sure enough, you understand me the best." Carly interrupted, "Didn't you say that Martin is your best teacher?" Blake looked at Martin. "I remember you had a student." "Who?" Taylor was furious. "Who wants to steal my teacher?" Blake said, "An actress, I forgot her name." Martin said casually, Saoirse Ronan, an Irish actress, has a great acting talent and can sing. Because Martin taught her a lot and helped her complete a transformation, Taylor inexplicably had a sense of crisis, as if the knowledge that should have belonged to her had been taken away by someone else. Carly knew her bestie well, so she leaned over and whispered, "Would you like me to introduce a few people to your group? Call tonight and they'll be over tomorrow. I've just met a few new models in New York. One is called Kendall Jenner, one is called Gigi Hadid, and the other is called Bella Hadid. However, they are a little young and don't meet the standard of being over 18 years old that you mentioned." Taylor corrected her, "Over 18 years old is not my standard, it's Martin's standard." Carly said, "He's really principled." Martin remembered something important and said, "Taylor, I have a movie project here. It's a song and dance type, with quite a few songs." Taylor was very excited and asked, "Do you want me to be the heroine? Your acting skills are not good enough." Martin directly rejected it. "Right now, the songwriting for the film is mainly done by a male musician, and he's not very good at the songs sung by the heroine." Blake asked hurriedly, "What type of role is the heroine?" Martin didn't give her room for fantasy. "You're not suitable. You don't have the personal experience of climbing up from the bottom line." Blake Lively has a very good background, and she made her debut as one of the heroines of the movie. Martin briefly described the role. "It's basically a low-level actress who wrote a script and starred in the project, then became a big star, broke up with her boyfriend before she became famous, and married a producer. When she became a big shot, she met her ex-boyfriend again and felt emotional. Here we need a theme song that is very relevant to the theme. A song written by a female star for her ex-boyfriend. This is what I'm good at." Taylor said the truth. "Next time I go to Los Angeles, please show me the script." Martin nodded. "No problem." Blake's foot moved under the table, preparing to attack Martin's vitals, but touched a foot wearing stockings. Taylor suddenly looked up and looked at Blake. The two looked at each other, and sparks flashed in their eyes. Martin handed the fork in his left hand to Taylor and the knife in his right hand to Blake. He leaned back, leaned on the back of the chair, and said, "Okay, let's start the life and death duel." Taylor and Blake's noses were crooked by this bastard. The phone rang suddenly. Taylor put down the fork, found the phone, went to the side to answer it, and soon came back. She said, "My target is finally here." Martin was surprised. "Your target is not me." Taylor's peach blossom eyes floated. "It's you, but there is another one." 10 minutes later, a car stopped in front of the villa, and the main door was opened again from the outside. A fierce girl with long brown black hair and a jacket with fruit patterns walked into the villa quickly. Martin felt a little familiar. Taylor introduced, "This is Katy Perry, also a singer." She introduced Martin again. "Katy, this is Martin, my good friend and teacher." Katy Perry stepped forward and shook hands with Martin. There are rumors in the circle that Taylor has a master behind her, and it is true. Martin stood with Taylor, of course. Taylor is a very smart girl. Taylor pulled Martin. "Let's go to the study to talk with Katy." She waved to Carly and Blake. "You play by yourselves." The three walked through the corridor and entered a study. Katy found a place to sit down and said directly to Taylor, "I have discussed it with the management team and agree with the strategy you proposed." Taylor sat next to Martin. "Your agent is not stupid, just a little stubborn. This is good for both of us." Katy pouted. "No wonder you became famous so quickly. You can actually come up with this kind of publicity method." "This is not my idea." Taylor rested his head on Martin's arm. "These are the ideas Martin gave me." Martin understood and asked, "Are you and Katy going to become mortal enemies?" Taylor had Martin's aura. "That's right. Now is not only the awards season in Hollywood, but also the awards season in the music industry. We are going to choose a good time to start the confrontation." Katy said first, "I want to fire the first shot." This is exactly what Taylor wants. Her personality is a white lotus. "No problem. The first shot is given to you." Martin asked, "Will you two just start fighting?" Katy can see that Taylor and Martin have a special relationship, so she deliberately asked, "How about we start fighting here, and Martin, you can cheer us on the side." "I don't mind." Taylor's face darkened. She had never thought of including Katy Perry in her group of close friends. Martin ignored the two female singers' crazy words and said, "It's too sudden for you to become enemies directly." He looked at Taylor. "It's better for you two to show off your friendship first and create an image of close sisterhood in front of the media. Then, you can turn against each other in public. It will attract more attention if best friends turn against each other and sisters become enemies." Katy thought about it and nodded. "Martin makes sense." Taylor thought of a more suitable way for the two of them to turn against each other from Martin's words. "The best way for us to turn against each other is to start with music." Martin gave Taylor an admiring look and said, "You can imply each other in your songs. You imply me, and I ridicule you. The media will definitely be excited." Katy stared at Martin. "I want to." Taylor hugged Martin's arm and warned Katy, "You and I are fake besties, not real besties." Martin stood up and prepared to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to find Carly and Blake." Taylor pushed Martin out. "You go first." Martin left the study and went to the hall. The two girls took advantage of Taylor's absence and dragged Martin upstairs, insisting on singing for him. Martin was happy to pay attention and personally help them adjust their voices. Taylor and Katy Perry discussed the matter for nearly an hour. The latter then left. Taylor also found a quiet room and called his agent and parents. This matter involved not only two people, but also their teams. Taylor Swift and Katy Perry's life of mortal enemies will soon begin. Chapter 710. A successful example of selling misery. Martin stayed in Nashville for 2 more days to inspire Taylor Swift's creative inspiration. The next morning, Carly Kloss brought her 2 model sisters to visit the manor. "This is Kendall Jenner. This is Gigi Hadid." Carly introduced them to Martin one by one. "They belong to the same modeling company as me. Now they are mainly training and taking some small business activities." Martin smiled and greeted, "Hello, welcome to Nashville." Gigi Hadid took out an Apple phone and asked, "Martin, can I take a photo with you and tweet it?" Martin never refuses in this regard and replied, "Yes." Gigi Hadid did not let others help and came to Martin's side, took a selfie photo, and happily tweeted it. Martin looked at Kendall Jenner, who was tall, long-legged, and unusually slim. The once famous KFC sister suddenly appeared in TWOS. Kendall's figure is completely different from her 2 sisters. Instead, she looks more like Jodie. She put her hands in the pockets of her leather jacket and said, I often hear the sisters mention you. This girl's figure is really well proportioned. The only flaw may be that she is not fierce enough. But no one is perfect. Martin didn't need to deny it. I'm more familiar with Kim and Chloe. Kendall smiled, but her eyes passed Martin and fell on Bruce not far away with a very complicated expression. She asked Martin, can I talk to him? Martin stepped aside. It's your freedom. Kendall walked quickly towards Bruce. Bruce saw her, and his face was a little unnatural. He had seen the photos of Kim and Chloe's sister more than once. Kendall walked closer and said, are you Bruce? I've seen you on Kim and Chloe's phones. You're their screensaver. Bruce was thick-skinned enough. I have some friendship with them. Kendall asked, is Kim your girlfriend, or is Chloe your girlfriend? Bruce flatly denied it, and replied with scumbag words, neither of them. You are really a scumbag. Kendall was somewhat disappointed. I really don't know what Kim and Chloe see in you. You are just a bodyguard. Even the bodyguard following Martin Davis is just a bodyguard. Bruce remained silent. He couldn't tell the girl in front of him that he had assets of tens of millions, right? What if this girl pounced on him like her two sisters? With such a skinny figure, Bruce often suffers from pelvic pain with Jodie, and he couldn't imagine having a second one. Kendall snorted coldly and turned away. In front, Taylor and Carly kissed Martin one after another. Kendall had an idea. If she could influence Martin and get him to fire that perverted bastard, Kim and Chloe might not look down on him. Kendall wanted to join in, but was rejected by Taylor, Carly and Blake. In order to avoid possible risks, Martin has always adhered to the bottom line. At best, he just chatted with Carly's two sisters. As for Kendall Jenner's hint, that as long as Bruce was driven away, he thought she was a fool. Let alone the KFC sisters who just met. Even if Elizabeth Olsen said it, there would only be one result for Martin. That afternoon, Taylor's team and Katy Perry's team had formal contact at the manor and came up with a corresponding plan. Taylor brought it over to show Martin. Martin simply flipped through the pages and said, in terms of actual implementation, your team is more professional. I'm only responsible for coming up with ideas. Taylor was like a female licker. Coming up with ideas is often the most difficult. She asked, is there anything that needs special attention? Martin thought for a moment and reminded, you are a singer. The best way to fight back is always your songs. Taylor nodded. I remember. In the evening, after everyone was sent away, the singing competition started again in the villa. Taylor said to Martin seriously, I found that it really can maintain the vocal cords. My voice and singing have been getting better in the past 2 years. Martin said, it's okay, I can give you more. Before coming to Nashville, he knew that he would be very busy. After all, opening the voice and maintaining the vocal cords is a very difficult task, so he has always maintained a high protein diet. Since Taylor has a need to maintain his voice and vocal cords, Martin will naturally meet his needs. In the second half of the night, there was really not a drop left. The next morning, Martin took a flight from Nashville to Los Angeles. Entering the first-class cabin, Martin, who had not slept all night, was finally able to sleep well. After arriving in Los Angeles, Martin just got out of the terminal and got into the car. Thomas, who came to pick him up, handed him a copy of The Hollywood Reporter, which had some reports about him. It still highlighted a pitiful story. This time, people and events in Atlanta were added. It was basically about Martin before coming to Hollywood. His mother died, and his father ran away. He lived in the neighbor's house and ate and drank for free. Not only did he not become a jerk, but he became a good person in the eyes of the neighbors in the community. He led the neighbors to repel drug dealers' attacks on the community several times. One sentence in it was particularly to the point. If it was someone else, they would have fallen into a state long ago. Martin put away the newspaper and asked Thomas, is it all Leo's doing? Thomas said, Leo proposed ideas and suggestions, and the team below is responsible for execution. Martin frowned and thought, why does this marketing routine look so familiar? Thomas said, because Leo also borrowed from others. He referred to CAA's marketing for Keanu Reeves, which is also the most successful case of misery marketing in Hollywood. Martin said, no wonder it feels familiar. I heard Charlize Theron mention Keanu Reeves. This public relations marketing is too successful. After the Matrix trilogy, Keanu Reeves messed up many works in succession and his career declined sharply. The agency combined his own actual experience and used a series of pictures, videos and text news to create a new persona, stabilize Keanu Reeves' status and delay his downward trend. The specific measure is to sell misery based on facts. For example, Keanu Reeves was pulled out to highlight the tragic ex-girlfriend who passed away. It is true that she had a miscarriage, but it was not a miscarriage caused by a car accident, but a miscarriage caused by drug abuse. If the media reports the facts, how can the public sympathize with drug abuse and miscarriage? For example, Keanu Reeves does not buy a house and lives in a hotel for a long time. This is also true. After becoming famous, Keanu Reeves did not buy a house for a long time, but lived in a hotel, but it was a long-established luxury hotel in Los Angeles. According to his own words, when staying in a hotel, there is no need to clean up the house. The hotel is of extremely high grade. It is said that Keanu Reeves and his followers will spend thousands of dollars for a meal. As for eating hamburgers on the street and sitting in the park like a homeless person, those are some unexposed on-set photos of Keanu Reeves. Of course, all of these can withstand certain scrutiny and are adapted based on facts, so Keanu Reeves' personality has always been very stable and will not collapse easily. Moreover, Keanu Reeves has a very good relationship with people in the circle. Giving away motorcycles and Rolexes is a daily operation, and his reputation for generosity has spread throughout Hollywood. It is no exaggeration to say that Keanu Reeves is a classic example of successful marketing in Hollywood. The so-called misery plan formulated by Leonardo is more about learning from Keanu Reeves' successful experience. Thomas then asked, "Do you think Leo's plan will succeed?" Martin did not answer, but asked, "Louise has held several screenings in Los Angeles. How was the response?" Thomas attended all of them. The overall response was good. The Academy members who came to attend recognized your performance, but for the type of film, he told the truth. Science fiction films, even those with a plot, are still in a weak position at the Oscars. Get the nomination first, then talk about other things. Martin shook his head. A bastard who has been competing for awards for more than 10 years and doesn't understand it himself. Can I really get the best actor? Thomas did not respond, but in his eyes, the three of them were more like entertaining themselves. Leonardo had no works released this award season, so he did not need to consider film promotion and public relations for the award. He had plenty of free time. With the participation of Nicholson, who wanted to stir up a 10-meter wave even when there was no wind, this plan of selling misery was very successful. Martin thought it was more reliable to rely on himself, so he asked, "How have you collected materials on your competitors?" December 1st was the Oscar application day, and the competitors had basically surfaced. Thomas said, "We've collected almost everything." Martin had just returned home when Leonardo and Nicholson came over. If you can't do it outside, then do it with your family. Just stand out and play music and dance together. In the next few days, Martin basically didn't rest and frequently attended various activities, appeared at screenings and parties, and lowered his posture when it was time to canvass for votes. Nicholson also held several parties to help Martin canvass for votes among the old white male group. Leonardo also mobilized his friends. Among the films that are aiming to hit the Oscars this awards season, The Martian is also the one with the widest audience and the best market performance. The film's North American box office trend is stable. After 3 weeks of release, the North American box office has accumulated $242 million. At the same time, the overseas screening of The Martian has expanded to markets such as Australia, the Middle East, North Africa and Latin America. The overseas box office has soared, quickly surpassing North America with a score of $272 million. This is not the end of the film's box office. Relying solely on the box office share, investors including Davis Studio are enough to recover all their investments. For the awards season, it is extremely important that the reputation of The Martian has not declined significantly with the surge in the audience, and the ratings in all aspects are still strong. Compared with films such as Midnight Tree, War Horse and Moneyball in the awards season, the reputation is not inferior at all. Because there was no Harvey Weinstein, Martin did not see the black and white silent film during the awards season, and there were also few films that he remembered. In his eyes, this year is a typical Oscar year. The rush for awards is already underway. In addition to Leonardo and Nicholson's plan to sell Misery, Martin has also invested energy and resources, but the target is mainly on potential opponents. Chapter 711 Old Friends and Old Rivals. Davis Manor, in the study of the villa. The metal screen on one side of the wall was lowered, and Elizabeth Olsen personally connected the projector to the laptop, and the information collected by Thomas was immediately displayed on the screen. Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson looked at the screen. Elizabeth handed the remote control to Martin and said, "I'll ask the kitchen to prepare lunch, you guys chat." She couldn't help much in the Oscar race, but she could be responsible for logistical support. Leonardo stood up, turned on the laser pen, pointed to the picture on the screen, and said, "These data are all your most likely opponents for this year's Oscars." Martin poured black tea for the two and said, "To win an award, you not only need to look at your role, but also who your opponent is. Times are really different." Nicholson sighed. "Now as long as you drag down your opponent, you will naturally win. It doesn't matter whether you are good or not, as long as others are worse." Martin said, "If I run into a bunch of acting masters in the industry at this Oscars, I will never join you in this plan of selling Misery and winning awards." Leonardo said, "You have to have some confidence in yourself. The strength of the competitors this year is relatively weak." Martin looked at the screen, which showed the seeded players who were aiming for the Oscar for Best Actor and the movies they starred in. There were mainly 4 people listed: George Clooney in Descendants, Gary Oldman in Tinker Tailor, Soldier, Spy, Sean Penn and The Tree of Life, and Matt Damon in Moneyball. Nicholson was the first to say, Sean Penn doesn't need to be considered. He has already won 2 Oscars for Best Actor. His performance in The Tree of Life was mediocre, and he didn't actively promote it. His chances of winning are negligible. Martin has hardly seen any publicity for Sean Penn in the media since the awards season began. The leading actress of this film is Jessica Chastain. Martin specifically asked her for inside information. The primary goal of The Tree of Life is Best Director and Best Picture. Leonardo added, "George Clooney has shown a positive attitude towards vying for awards, but he is even less liked by the Academy than I am." "That's right, in the eyes of us old men, he can't act at all." Nicholson said directly, "George Clooney is a TV star with a bad background. He has played Batman Bruce Wayne. These are serious demerits. It's good enough for him to get a nomination. Perhaps 6 or 7 years later, as the influence of this group of old white men declines, the Oscars will change, but for now the afterglow of those old white men are still dazzling." Martin believed in Nicholson's judgment and said, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, starring Gary Oldman, is a spy-themed film co-produced by Britain, France, and Germany. No North American film company is involved from production to distribution, and its competitiveness is very weak. Nicholson agreed. Yes, the Oscars are essentially a game in the North American film industry. Without local forces to play together, it is difficult to get a share of the cake, especially one of the biggest cakes such as the Best Actor. The laser pen in Leonardo's hand fell on the last name and the name of the movie. "So, your real competitor this year is only Matt Damon." Martin snapped his fingers. "Matt Damon and I are old friends. The two first came into contact when they were competing for the role of The Departed, which subsequently triggered a series of incidents." Leonardo continued, "This film is about baseball and is very popular with the judges. It is also a biographical film about Billy Beane, general manager of the Oakland Athletics. In terms of subject matter, it has a much greater advantage than The Martian." Nicholson continued, "Strictly speaking, this film is closely related to another old friend of ours, Brad Pitt. About 6 or 7 years ago, he recommended the original work to Warner. After Warner Pictures bought the adaptation rights, they encountered unexpected situations several times when they wanted to start the project. The first time was when the initial director David Frankel switched to direct The Devil Wears Prada. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The second time, you messed up the original male lead Brad Pitt, so Warner Pictures had to give up. The third time, Alan Horn reached a preliminary intention with Steven Soderbergh, but Alan Horn left Warner Pictures. It wasn't until last year that John Berg appointed Mike DeLuca and Bennett Miller to start the project together, and the male lead was changed from Brad Pitt to Matt Damon. Martin sighed, I have to compete with old friends again. Leonardo smiled and said, not only old friends, but also Warner Brothers. Matt Damon has a Best Screenplay Oscar and has always wanted to win an acting award. It is said that George Clooney is promoting a new Ocean's Shadow movie. The cooperation between Warner Brothers and Matt Damon is far from over, and they are likely to do their best to help Matt Damon win the award. Nicholson put down the teacup and said, in order for our trio to no longer be challenged with math problems in the future, Martin must win the award as soon as possible. He waved his hand and said, since the Martian does not have an advantage in terms of subject matter, it is easy to deal with. If we get rid of the main competitor, the advantage will naturally come. So the next step in the misery plan is to deal with Matt Damon. Leonardo looked at Martin. You know your old rival better. How should we deal with him? Martin was concise and to the point. It's very simple. Harvey Weinstein. He said directly. Fighting Harvey Weinstein is not only politically correct within the industry, but also politically correct in the United States. Matt Damon himself is deeply involved with Harvey Weinstein. He and the Affleck brothers are Harvey Weinstein's younger brothers and have repeatedly suppressed women who have been forced by Harvey. It has been just over a year since the incident, and Leonardo still remembers. Yes, several victims accused Matt Damon at the time, but the media's firepower was attracted by Harvey, and Matt Damon himself also came out to accuse Harvey, so the incident did not implicate him in the end. Nicholson asked Martin, you are the real manipulator of the Weinstein incident. You must have some evidence on your side, right? Martin said, there is no direct evidence that Matt Damon has committed a crime, but he has left a lot to prove that he put pressure on those women. After Ben Affleck lost his deterrent power, a lot of the licking and finishing work was done by Matt Damon. He mainly exerted pressure by phone, and many people left recordings. These things may not have a particularly big impact on Matt Damon under normal circumstances. But if it were to break out at a critical moment in the Oscar race, it could very well affect the voting choices of Academy members, just like Harvey Weinstein's citywide attack on Saving Private Ryan. Martin looked at Leonardo. You are the commander-in-chief. You decide what to do. So many actress sisters were persecuted by Harvey, and Matt Damon not only did not stop them, but also acted as an accomplice. Leonardo was righteous, like a righteous messenger who punished evil and promoted good. The three of us have the responsibility and obligation to seek justice for those sisters. So, we must deal with Matt Damon. Martin said, now you are the boss. I listen to you. Nicholson said, don't talk nonsense and act quickly. He reminded, it will be less than 2 weeks before the Oscar votes are issued. When the votes come out at the end of the month, we will have the news published immediately. Leonardo turned off the computer and projector and said to Martin, call your people over and arrange the work tasks today. He emphasized, the part about Matt Damon must be done quickly and the news must not be leaked. I'll arrange it. Martin took out his mobile phone and called Thomas, Jessica, Emily and others, asking them to come over for dinner in the evening. Coming out of the study, Leonardo and Nicholson went to the living room first. Martin found Bruce, told him what happened just now, and told him, you will do the next thing yourself. I remember Jodie made a detailed classification, and the victims trusted her the most. You communicate with Jodie and find out who Matt Damon has pressured. I'll go now. Bruce hurried out of the villa. After getting in the car, he called Jodie and looked at the sun turning to the west. It was not going to be easy tonight, and his pelvis would suffer. I hope he won't have pelvic osteoporosis or femoral head necrosis when he gets old. Jodie agreed very happily and said, old Bruce, you don't want to see Martin fail in his attempt to win the Oscar for Best Actor, right? I understand. For Martin, Bruce started the car and drove straight to the TMZ headquarters. He picked up the domineering female president before Jodie got off work and then went to her home. This was another night of Bruce's sacrifice. At Davis Manor, members of Martin's public relations team gathered together, enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, and discussed the next plan to win the Oscar. The Martian has been released, and the role and film type are here, and they can no longer be changed. In addition to themselves, they can only work hard on potential major competitors. Thomas has already reached agreements with many sponsors such as Coca-Cola and Samsung mobile phones, and has attracted sponsorships worth a total of $8 million. The agency WMA has completely abandoned Natalie Portman in this awards season, and all its connections and media resources will be used on Martin. Disney Studios has confirmed that the screening date of The Martian in North America will be extended to the Oscars, and offline distribution will begin after the awards ceremony. If Martin can win an Oscar, the film's offline revenue will also increase significantly. Disney Studios is also fully promoting the publicity and public relations of The Martian. Both Davis Studio and Disney Studios use more traditional and conventional award-winning strategies. The progress of all off-site plans is controlled by the three bastards. This is a small year for the Oscars, and of course Martin is not the only one aiming for the Best Actor. Chapter 712. Fair Competition. At Warner Brothers, Matt Damon and his agent came to the reception room early in the morning. John Berg personally came out to receive the two. He shook hands with the two and said, "Our film is doing very well at the box office. Next, we have to see how it performs during the awards season." The agent immediately praised his client, saying, "Matt's appeal is unquestionable." Moneyball was released in September. By mid-December, the North American box office had reached $70 million, and the global box office had exceeded $100 million. The production cost of the film was only $50 million. Matt Damon was born with a simple and honest look, and smiled shyly. "I haven't made any achievements during the awards season for a long time. I hope that with the promotion of Warner Brothers, I can achieve some results this time." John Berg said, "Warner Brothers will do its best to help this film win an Oscar." Although the sales of North American movie discs have been declining since Avatar, DVDs are still one of the most important sources of income for a movie, and even the profit point with the highest profit margin. If the DVD of Moneyball sells better, he will be less stressed. The preparation period of this film has not been smooth. After John Berg took office, he hired Mike DeLuca as producer and promoted the establishment of the project, which led to Moneyball. Compared with films like The Hangover 2 and Harry Potter 9, Moneyball is more like John Berg's own son. The agent said, "CAA is also preparing to push Matt to the Oscar for Best Actor. Even an actor with Leonardo's acting level can win the Best Actor Oscar, so it's Matt's turn." Matt Damon expressed his attitude, "What does Warner need me to do? I will fully cooperate." John Berg said, "In terms of publicity and public relations, not only the company will work hard, you also have to do more work." The agent replied, "We will do our best. I have a meeting here, so let's stop here." John Berg stood up. "Wait a moment. Someone will come to discuss specific matters with you." Only Matt Damon and his agent were left in the reception room. The latter said, "The support of Warner Pictures is only the foundation, and cannot guarantee our winning. Judging from the current situation, although the competition this year is not fierce, there are still strong opponents." Matt Damon has been in the industry for nearly 20 years, and has experienced the Best Screenplay award. He is also good friends with Harvey Weinstein. He can see clearly. Recently, news about Martin Davis and the Martian is everywhere in the media. Their goal cannot be just Best Picture, there must be Best Actor. He grinned. "In those news reports that sell misery, it seems that all the suffering in the world has fallen on Martin Davis. A bastard like him has become a model of the so-called prodigal son." But the agent said, "The media and the public are very fond of this." Matt Damon couldn't help but say, "This is too fucking outrageous." Last year, Leonardo won the Best Actor by making a fool of himself. This year, Martin Davis wants to win the Best Actor by selling misery? Is this still the Oscars? What kind of mess is being compared? The agent didn't think so. Martin's hope of winning the award is not great, right? The Martian is a science fiction movie after all. No, Martin is the biggest competitor. Matt Damon asked himself that he would never be wrong. This has nothing to do with the type of movie, but with who he is. The agent is older and has a long career in the industry, so his concepts are naturally old-fashioned. How can a science fiction movie with an unrealistic theme compare with our biographical films? Martin Davis's Oscar for supporting actor was not one for the role and acting skills, but was a reward given to him by Hollywood and even the whole of America. Matt Damon interrupted him. "Don't you think this is stronger? His public relations and publicity skills are terrifying." The agent thought about it, and it made sense. We can't have a few more gangsters jumping out at this time. Matt Damon shook his head. Last year, Leonardo succeeded in making a fool of himself. It is said that it was Martin Davis who came up with the plan. Today he is here to make a fool of himself again, which shows that he is confident. Thinking of the Affleck brothers and Harvey Weinstein, Matt Damon suddenly wanted to retreat. Martin Davis was often like a mad dog. He would catch someone and bite him. He would never let go until the person was dying. The agent said, no matter who the competitor is, we can't give up. There are not many good opportunities like this year. Hearing this, Matt Damon's mind turned around. This is a normal Oscar competition. In recent years, Martin Davis has been nominated for Best Actor many times, but he has never won. The winners' acting careers are normal and have not encountered any accidents. When he thought about this, his eyes suddenly opened up, and the Oscar-winning strategies that he had been exposed to by Harvey for many years immediately rushed into his mind. After careful consideration for a few minutes, Matt Damon said, facing an opponent like Martin, it is not enough for us to just do our best. CAA has cooperated with Harvey Weinstein more than once. The agent looked at Matt Damon. Discredit him? Matt Damon thought of what Harvey often did during the awards season. Find some critics and retired astronauts to find fault with the Martian, especially on the technical level. The film is full of bugs. Also, what the opponent is trying hard to do is what we oppose. Isn't Martin Davis playing miserably? He is not miserable at all now. He has a net worth of hundreds of millions and a large group of women with connections. He pondered and said, these are easy to find out. Find the media to expose him, expose his net worth, expose his relationships with a bunch of women, so that he can't play miserably. Don't let him win sympathy. The agent said, these are easy. After all, celebrities are public figures, and this aspect is too easy to check, especially people like Martin Davis who don't pay much attention. Matt Damon thought of another key point. You go and do these things in person. Keep it confidential, and don't let anyone know that we are doing this. The agent nodded. I understand. The two chatted for a while, and the door of the reception room was knocked from outside, and someone from Warner Pictures walked in. After the meeting, Matt Damon's agent immediately found someone who worked closely with the media and consulting companies. In terms of gossip and scandals, although he knew that Martin Davis was a playboy, he was still shocked to see the exact gossip he had collected. His official girlfriend Elizabeth Olsen, other long-term lovers Louise, Jolie, Aniston, Cherylize, Daddario, etc., can't be counted on two hands. There are also rumors about the entrance test of the fashion supermodel group and Taylor's girlfriend group. Although there is no evidence, once these rumors in the entertainment industry spread, they are basically true. When the agent saw the statistics of Martin Davis' assets, he was no longer surprised, but shocked. From entering Hollywood in 2004 to now, the assets of this country guy Martin Davis have far exceeded those of Matt Damon, who has been working hard for nearly 20 years. The agent immediately found Matt Damon with the information and said, take a look, it's amazing. Matt Damon skipped the part about women and went straight to the assets. I didn't expect that he also invested in Apple and Netflix. The stocks of these two companies have been appreciating. The agent said, I didn't expect it either. Don't mention this to other people for the time being. Matt Damon said, the Academy will officially mail out the Oscar ballots after the Christmas holiday. Before December 30th, Academy members living in major cities in North America will receive the ballots. From then on, it will be the peak period for the judges to make their choices. He himself is a member of the Academy and has enough understanding of this. Find someone to find fault with the Martian. It will start after the Christmas holiday. This will take a few days to ferment. The things about Martin himself will start from December 30th. The agent agreed. Countless cases in the past have proved that this is the best time period and can influence the choices of many judges. Since the other party's main strategy is to sell misery and win the sympathy of the judges, Matt Damon broke this point. I want everyone to know that Martin Davis is a billionaire and his life is not miserable at all. Burbank, Davis Studio. Bruce pushed open the door of the office and limped in. Martin looked up from behind the monitor and looked at him in surprise. How did you get hurt? Did you encounter a terrorist attack? It's more terrible than a terrorist attack. Bruce shook his pelvis and felt a little relieved. He said, I can't understand why such a thin woman has such terrible fighting power. Martin said directly, because you are a rusty old broken car, and she is a fertile land. Before Bruce sat down, he took a soft cushion and put it under his buttocks. If I continue for another night, my pelvis will definitely become inuted. Martin expressed his sympathy, but he was powerless. He simply changed the subject and asked, how did it go? Bruce said, Jodie sorted out the previous videos and cut out a lot of clips about Matt Damon. Several of the women Harvey forced back then were pressured by Matt Damon afterwards. Matt Damon can't escape this. He handed a storage disk to Martin and continued, when I came here, Jodie had already contacted several women who had been pressured by Matt Damon. Those people trust Jodie very much. Mainly because Jodie helped them get enough compensation from Harvey, they expressed their willingness to stand up and accuse Matt Damon. Martin opened the storage disk and took a look, then gave it to Bruce. You go find Jessica and ask her to contact the media. Those people who accused Matt Damon should not go on TMZ. Find a way to get them to accept talk shows or interviews with mainstream print media. These are not difficult for Davis Studio today. Bruce responded and asked, what is the specific time? I have discussed it with Leo and Jack. Martin had already determined the time. Choose the end of this month and expose it on December 30th. Before Christmas, Martin returned to Atlanta and stayed there for 3 days before returning to Los Angeles to prepare for Oscar-related matters. He wanted to challenge this year's Oscar for Best Actor with dignity. Chapter 713 The Greatest Shame in Life. Century City, in the WMA office. Thomas brought several newspapers including Variety and Entertainment Weekly and placed them on the low table in front of Martin, saying, since this morning, there have been many negative comments about the Martian in print media, online videos, and TV review programs. It seems that someone has identified us as a major competitor. Martin took a newspaper and started reading. On the front page of the entertainment section of this newspaper, a retired astronaut named Walter criticized the Martian for not being rigorous enough and for having many things that were inconsistent with the facts. Martin Davis's way of walking and carrying on Mars, which is similar to that on Earth, is not scientific at all. The gravity on Mars is only 1/3 of that on Earth. NASA has proven through many experiments that normal walking on Mars should be done by jumping or taking small steps, not by Martin Davis's way. The former astronaut pointed his gun at Martin right away and directly said that his role was wrong. There's more to come. It is impossible for a big storm to occur on Mars. The air pressure on Mars is very low, less than 1% of that on Earth. Even if the wind speed on Mars reaches 160 km per hour, the wind force is actually equivalent to 16 km per hour on Earth. This wind can only fly a kite. The harm of space radiation is directly ignored by the film. According to Martin Davis's treatment and self-rescue methods in the film, he will definitely get seriously ill due to space radiation. Even if he can return to Earth, he will die quickly from cancer. Even Martin, the male protagonist of the film, could not find fault with these words, which are all based on the results of current scientific research. Later, the former astronaut picked out a large number of unreasonable aspects from many aspects of the film, such as toilets, camps, spacesuits and Mars rovers. Although he did not say that the Martian was unreliable, he said everywhere that this film was garbage. Martin did not get angry, but said, this is a bit of the atmosphere of the awards season. After more than 10 years of operation and influence by Harvey Weinstein, the rules of the Oscar game have long changed. Acting and roles are just the basics of the basics, and even large-scale publicity and public relations are just daily routine. If you want to win an award, you must not only do well yourself, but also make your opponents look bad. What if your opponents don't want to look bad? Of course, you should pull their legs apart to help them look bad. Obviously, someone wants to hold Martin's legs and help him look bad. Martin changed another newspaper to read. This is Entertainment Weekly, which also has an article about the Martian. A botanist from the California Institute of Technology criticized the most talked about part of the movie. I watched The Martian and found that everyone is praising the plot of Martin Davis planting potatoes, but this part of his most exciting performance is not in line with common sense. NASA's Mars exploration rover has already landed and verified that the Martian soil is highly toxic. When Martin Davis planted potatoes, he did not treat the Martian soil. Martin put the newspaper aside and picked up another newspaper to read. It was also a so-called professional's criticism and criticism of the Martian. Thomas turned on the LCD screen connected to the computer and played video news from several websites. The content was similar to what Martin had just seen. The warm-up for voting has already begun. Martin asked, "Do you know where this news comes from?" Thomas said, "It's not clear yet, but the scope is very clear. It's nothing more than a few major competitors, the crews of Moneyball, Warhorse, The Tree of Life, and Descendants, and the companies behind the scenes." Martin has been competing for Oscars many times and is used to it. He smiled and said, "The war has begun." Thomas said, "Many people think that this year's Oscars will be a weak year, and they all want to take the opportunity to grab a piece of the pie. Last year, Harvey entered and it was a little calm. It seems that the suppressed enthusiasm for awards from all sides will be released this year." Martin thought for a while and asked, "How are you going to deal with it?" "There is no need to distinguish who is the mastermind behind the scenes. All competitors are rivals." Thomas had already thought of it. Drag all competitors down, and everyone will blacken each other together. When the level is lowered to the same level, it doesn't matter who is behind whom. Martin thought it made sense and said, "Think of a way to pretend to be the crew of Moneyball or Matt Damon's people to contact the media, and then blacken all competitors with the focus on Spielberg." Spielberg? Thomas was surprised at first, then understood. This is not difficult. It requires the cooperation of Bruce. Bruce, who had never spoken, asked, "What do you need me to do?" The Hollywood Reporter, one of the two major entertainment newspapers in North America, Los Angeles editorial office. Burnett came out from get off work, crossed the street, and walked towards the parking lot. Ivan, who had put on makeup, flashed out from behind the billboard and said, "Editor-in-Chief Burnett, can you chat for a few minutes?" Burnett is an editor-in-chief of the Hollywood Reporter in Los Angeles. He has considerable authority in his hands. He glanced at the stranger next to him. "I don't know you. What do you want to say?" "About the Oscars," Ivan said directly. "A big deal. The Hollywood Reporter has a considerable influence in Hollywood. During the award season, people or companies who buy pages and secretly publish soft articles always come in waves." Burnett pointed to a roadside cafe. "Let's go in and talk." The two entered the cafe and found a place where no one was. Ivan didn't say anything. He took out the printed document from his bag and put it on the table in front of him. "My employer hopes that these will be published in the newspapers one after another." Bernard opened it and took a rough look. The document was all soft articles with checks in it. Ivan asked directly, "Can these appear in the Hollywood Reporter?" Burnett quickly glanced at the document. Most of them were malicious articles, such as The Martian, Warhorse, The Tree of Life, etc. There was only one soft article praising Matt Damon and Moneyball starring him. There was nothing wrong with the content of these articles. Nowadays, traditional media are not doing well, even the Hollywood Reporter, a well-known paper media in the entertainment industry. Bernard looked at the number on the check and said, "I can guarantee that they will be published in the next few days. It's a deal." Ivan said, "There are many more times for this business. Don't let me fail to explain to my employer." Bernard didn't ask much. Just by looking at the article, he knew who his employer was. It seems that Warner Brothers wants Moneyball to win the Oscar for Best Picture, and Matt Damon wants to win the Oscar for Best Actor. Ivan said no more, got up and left, contacted his partner, and rushed to the next deal. Bernard then left the cafe, but did not go to the parking lot. He returned to the editorial office to discuss the matters of tomorrow's newspapers. The next morning, many newspapers widely distributed in cities such as Los Angeles and New York successively broke out the negative information and criticisms of the Oscar seed candidates. They criticized Warhorse for its poor story and performance, and director Spielberg for his lack of creativity and only using a template to make sensational movies. They angrily denounced the Martian as a Robinson Crusoe wrapped in the outer skin of Mars and space, without any sincerity. They scolded Woody Allen, the director of Midnight in Paris, as a clown, and brought up his affair with his stepdaughter, to go around the streets. Many seed candidates that intended to win the Oscar were criticized for being useless. Only Moneyball was highly praised, and became the only good movie in the mouths of these media. Especially the male lead Matt Damon, who was praised to the sky. With a series of soft articles, he seemed to be the most qualified to win the award. Media reports spread quickly. Glendale, DreamWorks headquarters. Although the films made in recent years have not received good responses, and the media has constantly said that the concept is outdated and the talent has been exhausted, the 65-year-old Steven Spielberg is still ambitious and wants to win another Oscar. In addition to War Horse released this year, he is also preparing a movie with Lincoln as the protagonist to make another impact on the Oscar. Spielberg had just come to work today, and his assistant came to report, "Boss, there are a lot of negative news about War Horse in the media. Newspapers." Spielberg said. The assistant brought several newspapers over, and Spielberg quickly flipped through them. War Horse is full of chaotic logic and unrestrained sensationalism. Spielberg is really old. After so many years, he still plays the over-sentimental game. This is just a children's movie. What kind of artistry can it have? Spielberg doesn't deserve an Oscar. He is just a liar who wants to deceive the Oscar with a sensational fake story. Spielberg's face turned ugly, thinking of what happened more than 10 years ago. This scene is very similar to what happened to Saving Private Ryan. At that time, the media frantically discredited him and the movie, and ended up losing one of the most important awards. That Oscar was the biggest shame in Spielberg's life. Spielberg browsed the reviews of other Oscar-winning films, and said to his assistant, "Find out who made these." The assistant immediately went to make a phone call. Spielberg's reputation was very useful. Not long after, the assistant came back and said, "I contacted people I know at the Hollywood Reporter, People, and Variety. They didn't know the people at the newspapers, but judging from the contacts with the insiders at the newspapers, the employer is probably Warner Brothers or Matt Damon." Hearing this, Spielberg thought of a movie, Moneyball. The assistant said, "This movie is also a favorite for the Oscar." Spielberg and Matt Damon had worked together once, but the two sides were not very happy after that collaboration, because in the subsequent Oscar race, Matt Damon stood on Harvey Weinstein's side. Someone even secretly revealed that Matt Damon fed back to Harvey Weinstein what he learned from the Soldier crew, so Harvey Weinstein sees the key points of him and the Soldier, and got a group of World War II veterans to discredit the Soldier throughout the city, causing DreamWorks to lose the Best Picture statuette. Matt Damon has a close relationship with Harvey Weinstein, and smearing his competitors through the media is Harvey's most common method. Spielberg said to his assistant, "Use our connections to fight back." The same scene also appeared in several other crews. There is no need to check who is behind the scenes, just look at who benefits. Catch the one who benefits, and beat him to death. Chapter 714 Hollywood Billionaire. Don't you need to clarify what's in the newspaper? Elizabeth Olsen and Martin were enjoying dinner for two in a luxurious restaurant by the window, and she didn't forget Martin's most important work at this stage. Martin shook his head. "No, I'm going to pull all my competitors down to the same level, and then use my rich experience to defeat them." Elizabeth was puzzled. "Why don't I understand what you mean?" Martin explained simply, "I'm best at playing high-end games." Elizabeth laughed. Hey, honey, you mean to pull down?" Martin laughed. "High-end games are often presented in the most primitive bad battles." Seeing that he was not worried, Elizabeth put the matter aside and raised her glass. "Dear, I wish you to be the winner of this bad battle." Martin clinked glasses with her. "Good wishes." The two enjoyed dinner and came out of the restaurant. Perhaps a news informant tipped off. A large number of entertainment paparazzi gathered outside. When they saw Martin and Elizabeth coming out, they rushed forward and asked crazy questions. "Martin, what do you think of the former NASA astronaut's criticism of the Martian? Can potatoes really be grown in the toxic Martian soil? There are so many loopholes in the film. Are you only focusing on business and ignoring art?" Martin and Elizabeth didn't respond at all. With the help of several security guards, they got into the Escalade driven by Bruce. It may be a bit chaotic in the next month. Martin was going for an Oscar, so he must maintain a certain exposure rate. He said, "Be careful when you go out." Elizabeth smiled sweetly and said, "Don't worry about me. Go all out for the award and try to win an Oscar for Best Actor." The reporters and paparazzi chased the Escalade all the way to the north side of Sunset Boulevard and were stopped at the entrance of the community before they dispersed. The next morning, Matt Damon's car was blocked by dozens of reporters and paparazzi as soon as he drove out of his house. One of them pushed the car window and asked loudly, "Famous critic Kenneth Turan criticized your role in Moneyball in his column in the Los Angeles Times today, saying that it was just skin and no flesh, blood, or soul. What do you think?" Matt Damon remained calm and motioned the driver to keep going. The car left the circle of reporters and drove towards Century City, where CAA is located. Matt Damon called his agent and asked about the Los Angeles Times column. The agent said, "Today's entertainment media and even some social media have a lot of criticism against Moneyball, and some of the words are quite sharp." Matt Damon said, "I read some of it. Wait until I get to the company." Half an hour later, the agent met Matt Damon in the office. The assistant brought a pile of newspapers. Almost every newspaper with some influence in Hollywood has articles criticizing Matt Damon and Moneyball. In Moneyball, Matt Damon has a dull expression and no acting skills at all. As long as there are a little more dialogues in a long shot, Matt Damon's eyes are erratic, which is particularly easy to be out of the play. He also likes to cover up by licking his lips. Although the critics are paid to do things, there is still something in the columns they write. These are indeed Matt Damon's long-term shortcomings. Even the agent can't say anything. Matt Damon looked at the columns of these critics and said, "Didn't they stand on our side and criticize Martin Davis and other competitors a few days ago? Why are they against us again?" The agent said, "People who do media commentary are a bunch of bastards who are paid to do things. How can they have a position to speak of?" Matt Damon put his hands on his hips. After hitting the East and the West, they want to take money from each side. Matt Damon didn't read the smears on Moneyball in the newspapers in detail. Reading carefully would only make himself upset. He just browsed all the newspapers roughly and found something strange. These newspapers were scolding Martin Davis and the Martian a few days ago, and yesterday they were scolding other competitors except us. Only we are always praised. Matt Damon patted the newspaper and said, "I originally thought they took our PR fees and stood on our side, but today they all changed their positions and only scolded us." He looked at his agent. "What is going on?" The agent is also knowledgeable and said, "It is obvious that someone wants to muddy the waters and cause chaos to profit from it." Matt Damon also thought of this, and Martin's name floated in his mind. Of course, other people are also possible. After all, the potential opponents of this year's Oscars do not seem to be very strong. Moneyball, The Tree of Life, The Martian, Midnight in Paris, War Horse and so on. For the Oscars, it's just that Matt Damon made the same choice as Martin. All competitors are possible in this matter, no matter who they are. Drag all competitors into the water. Since they are messing with us, we have to fight back and make them lose their reputation as well. At the beginning, it was Moneyball that beat the Martian, and then other competitors were beaten, and only Moneyball stood out. Now everyone is attacking Moneyball. What else can we do? Of course, fight back. Without saying a word, the agent contacted the team, contacted Warner Pictures, contacted the media and critics, and launched a new round of offensive. Isn't it just smearing? They have worked with Harvey Weinstein many times and have rich experience. In the few days before the Oscar ballots were issued, the publicity and public relations and criticism and smearing of various movies were in a mess in the entertainment media across the United States, whether it was traditional paper media and television, or new media such as the internet and social software. Many Oscar seed players were attacked without exception. As soon as one media praised a movie, 3 media immediately jumped out to smear it. Even in the same media, there was a situation where one comment column praised a film highly, while another comment column denounced it as a rubbish movie. The Hollywood Awards season lost the key factor of Harvey Weinstein and fell into chaos. It seems that it has not found a new direction. If you can't find the enemy, then there are enemies everywhere. all the Oscar seed players, except for themselves, all other competitors are black. In this chaos, the Oscar nomination ballots mailed by the Academy have been delivered to the Academy members living in North America. According to the regulations of the Academy, the ballots can be filled out and mailed immediately, or they can be mailed a few days later. The deadline of the Academy is January 14th. Leonardo and Nicholson came to Martin's office early in the morning. Both of them brought their own Oscar ballots. Leonardo filled in Martin's name at the first position on the list of male protagonists and said, "Now, we need to increase the intensity of the publicity for selling Misery. It's time to start the second phase." Nicholson also filled in Martin at the first position and asked Leonardo at the same time, "Can you tell me the content of your second phase plan? Martin and I both followed your instructions and cooperated with your plan to sell Misery, but the public opinion is about to get out of control." He shook his head and sighed. "Leo, you are still the 22nd man. You haven't changed. I increased from 11 seconds to 24 seconds. You say you haven't changed? I've become stronger." Leonardo first proved his innocence and then said, "For the next phase of the plan to sell Misery, Martin." A sudden knock on the door interrupted Leonardo's words. Jessica pushed the door open and said, "Boss, there is new information in the media." As she spoke, she brought the latest editions of Variety and People magazines. On the cover of the new issue of Variety, the tall and strong man was sunny, handsome, and suave, wearing all branded clothes. He stood in front of a Cadillac flagship car, wearing a handmade Bryony suit, a Cartier men's watch worth millions of dollars on his wrist, the latest Samsung flagship smartphone in his left hand, and the Coca-Cola cult scepter inlaid with precious gems in his right hand. This man is Martin. Martin, who is rich and powerful. Martin, who is inhumane. Leonardo saw the cover and felt a bad feeling, as if he had finally trained for 24 seconds, but was forcibly interrupted after just 10 seconds, because there was a line of character slogans on the cover. Martin Davis, Hollywood billionaire. Martin opened the cover and quickly found the cover character column. It simply listed Martin's income and most of his assets. Commercial endorsements, nearly $60 million per year. Film salary plus box office revenue, $80 million per year or more. The share of the Coca-Cola cult commemorative Coke, no less than $60 million per year. Sherman Oaks, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Upper East Side of Manhattan, Miami Resort, a total of 5 properties, valued at $120 million. Davis Studio, Warner Brothers once offered $200 million to acquire it but was rejected. Investment. He has successively purchased a large number of Apple, Netflix and Tesla stocks. Although the exact amount is unknown, according to reliable information, these stocks are worth at least $300 million. Conservatively estimated, Martin Davis' personal assets may reach $800 million to $1 billion. After reading it, Martin thought that the estimate was not very accurate, but the difference was not particularly large. Nicholson was also reading the cover character column. After seeing these numbers, a new idea suddenly popped up. He would abandon Martin in the future and join forces with Leonardo to lobby Martin to marry Lorraine. Maybe Martin, this bastard, was just confused for a while. The main thing is that there will be no outsiders to deal with in a while, so of course he has to deal with his own people for fun. Martin took another People magazine, and the cover was full of women, or women who had been in and out of relationships with him many times. Standing in the center is, of course, Elizabeth Olsen, his real girlfriend. On her left and right are Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston, and behind her are Charlize Theron, Anne Hathaway, Elisha Cuthbert, Blake Lively, Alexandra Daddario and other so-called ex-girlfriends. The cover language is concise. Martin Davis girlfriends. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, False Pity, Real Ugliness. Of these two magazines, Variety focuses on money, while People focuses on sex. The main point is to have both money and sex, to have both. They wanted to lift Martin's underwear and let everyone in America see that this bastard has a big one, not just 2.5 centimeters of tigers, as he advertised. Martin didn't feel embarrassed or uneasy about having his true identity exposed because he never concealed it, and he was a playboy in his daily life. He was not like Leonardo, who flaunted his loyalty. Martin was calm, but Leonardo was angry. He slapped his hand on the desk, making a loud bang, and his broad fat face was filled with anger and annoyance. Jessica glanced at him secretly, thinking, is he jealous? But in Hollywood, only others envy Leonardo, and Leonardo has not understood what these two things are since 1998. Fuck, these two damn magazines. Leonardo raised his fist and smashed it on the magazine again, angrily saying, they exposed your billionaire's cards like this. How can I let you play Misery again? Nicholson said, it seems to be okay. My plan is to play Misery, boss. Play Misery, do you understand? Leonardo picked up the People magazine and threw it to Nicholson. Martin has been F***ked by so many women, it's so miserable. Martin has been F***ked by many of them at the same time, it's so miserable. Martin has spent tens of billions on them, it's so fucking miserable. He leaned back and sat on the sofa. Maybe because he was too fat, the sofa was smashed flat. He seemed to be hit and was depressed for a while. Nicholson shook his head repeatedly. Leonardo perked up a little. I spent so many days and nights to come up with this plan of selling Misery, but it was forced to be interrupted. He learned a lot of rhetoric from Martin. These bastards have no moral principles. How can they expose other people's secrets like this? Seeing that Leonardo was hit, Martin quickly comforted him. It's okay. It's not a big deal. But Leonardo didn't think so. An Oscar for Best Actor. Martin, your plan to sell Misery has failed, and your Oscar for Best Actor is gone. Martin thought to himself, I knew that this damn plan of selling Misery was unreliable. Fortunately I was prepared. He said, not really, right? No, there will be negative effects. Leonardo said, you have good looks, a good figure, wealth, women, fame, and business appeal. All the good things will be taken by you. He pulled Nicholson in front of him and said, will old bastards like Jack feel unbalanced? Once they feel unbalanced, will they do everything they can to make you lack something? They can't control anything else, but they have a say in the Oscars. Martin felt very familiar with this description. After thinking about it carefully, he said, Leo, you are not talking about me, but about yourself. Nicholson said at this time, you are different from Martin. Martin took the initiative to move closer to the academic school as soon as he became a little famous. What about you? Do I need to say it again about your arrogance back then? Leonardo avoided the question and rubbed his fat face. My plan to sell Misery has failed. What should I do next? It's simple. Make another plan, a worse plan. Martin said seriously, you have all seen the media's attacks. It's a mess now. Even though Nicholson was well informed, he still said, this is the most chaotic Oscar PR I've ever seen. Every top crew rolled up their sleeves and started to attack, and the attacks continued to expand. Now there are at least 10 films flying in the midst of smears and praises. Leonardo looked at Martin and always felt that he had something to do with this bastard, especially since he just said something about a bad plan. He urged, how to do it specifically? Martin said roughly, it's the same as what we discussed a few days ago. We will seize the main competitor and beat him to death. We don't need to be better than the opponent. As long as the opponent is worse than us, that's enough. Nicholson said the key name, Matt Damon. Martin responded, yes, that's him. He is the biggest threat in the Best Actor category. As long as he is bad enough, the threat will naturally disappear, and then we will win on the Oscar stage. Leonardo said, what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Martin looked at the wall clock and asked Jessica to turn on the TV. He said, Pulitzer Prize winner, Miss Helen, will personally interview several victims of the Weinstein Gate incident. At noon, The Helen Show was broadcast on time, and several girls sat in the broadcast room. Audiences familiar with the Weinstein Gate incident will have an impression of them. These are all victims of Harvey Weinstein. Helen's opening topic focused on how these girls returned to normal life after the Weinstein trial, and how to heal the physical and mental damage they suffered. It seemed that she was just reviewing the original incident. After you were assaulted, did Harvey send people to put pressure on you? Helen gradually turned her attention to the target people. Who are these people? The blonde girl said, I have communicated with many victims. The ones who came forward the most are Ben Affleck and one of Weinstein's assistants. Another black-haired girl took over. I was warned and pressured by Matt Damon. Helen asked, Hollywood superstar Matt Damon? The black-haired girl said, yes, it was Matt Damon. He called me and warned me not to say anything, otherwise I would not be able to be an actor and would encounter a lot of trouble. The brown-haired woman next to her said, I was also pressured by Matt Damon. By the way, I'm a reporter for Californication. I got a recording at the time, but Matt Damon called the editor-in-chief of the publishing house and called me again, telling us not to report this matter. Helen said, when the Harvey Weinstein case was tried, I also heard rumors about this, but the rumors disappeared very quickly. Are the rumors true? The brown-haired woman smiled helplessly. The rumors disappeared because of Matt Damon and his PR manager, as well as the PR of the agency. At that time, the media focused on Weinstein, the Affleck brothers and Brad Pitt, and ignored Matt Damon. Because I insisted on reporting, the newspaper fired me. Helen asked, can you prove this? We have evidence. I have a recording of the call with Matt Damon. When Matt Damon and Ben Affleck put pressure on me, I secretly recorded it. Helen asked at the right time, did you bring it? Of course. The rest is naturally played-live. Matt Damon has starred so many movies, and his voice is so recognizable. Once the recording is played, people who hear it basically conclude that the person speaking is Matt Damon himself. There is also a video, which is not long, only more than 20 seconds, but it clearly captures the faces of Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Helen became famous with the Burbank Middle School incident, won the Pulitzer Prize in one fell swoop, and founded the program The Helen Show. Today, The Helen Show is one of the most watched talk shows in the United States, with audiences from all walks of life. As the show aired, Matt Damon finally stood out from the Oscar seed candidates and grabbed the headlines. Almost at the same time, TMZ also released several recordings related to Matt Damon. Several other media also got the relevant news, and they were still hesitant at first, but now they released it without hesitation. This is not the time when the Harvey Weinstein case broke out, when the public and the media focused on Harvey. Matt Damon has become a super hot figure. The biggest difference between him and Harvey is that he does not have to accept legal punishment. The two leaders of the Me Too, Jolly and Aniston, have come to the time to show their presence again, saying that people like Matt Damon, if they still have a little conscience and self-esteem, should take the initiative to withdraw from the public eye. The wave of public opinion that broke out in a short period of time almost drowned Matt Damon. In the American entertainment media, the mutual attacks among the Oscar seed candidates disappeared, and all the space and popularity were taken away by Matt Damon. Media reports are biased. How can Matt Damon's scandal attract as much attention as those Oscar candidates with limited audiences? Moreover, there is evidence that Matt Damon is Harvey Weinstein's accomplice. How can he grab the attention if he doesn't rush up and step on him? In the living room of a luxury house in Malibu, Matt Damon, sitting on the sofa, was a little dazed. Aren't these things in the past? Why are they being dragged out by the media and reported wildly? The agent said at this time, it should be the Oscars. Now is the critical moment of the Oscar voting. Matt Damon's face was still honest, as if he had never known what Harvey had done. Didn't you attack each other before? Why did you catch me and beat me to death? He raised his voice. I didn't break the law, but they want to sentence me. The agent reminded, these are not important now. We must make a statement to respond. This is related to the next Oscars. Although this incident will damage Matt Damon's reputation in the eyes of traditionalists who have been in the industry for many years, it is actually not a big deal. Matt Damon didn't want to give up this chance to win the award and said, let the PR manager come over and we will work out a strategy as soon as possible. The agency responded very quickly, and a video of Matt Damon being interviewed by a reporter soon appeared on YouTube, Twitter, and TV. Similar to the reports Martin had seen in his previous life, Matt Damon was like many powerful stars in Hollywood, with an arrogant attitude, and pushed all the responsibilities away. I don't know what Harvey did specifically. In fact, I'm also a victim. He oppressed me with his power. I thought it was just an ordinary conflict, so I went with Ben to mediate. No one knew what Matt Damon was thinking, and the following words were even more exaggerated. This is a very common situation in Hollywood. When two people have a conflict, there is always a middleman to mediate. I thought I was just a middleman to mediate the conflict. After this video appeared, there was an uproar inside and outside the circle. The Hollywood Reporter stood against Matt Damon and published a special column. Matt Damon's interview was really a car accident. The arrogance of Hollywood's powerful male stars was once again exposed. No wonder so many people have committed such evil things in the past. Even Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson, three bastards, did not expect Matt Damon to respond in this way. In this year's Oscar competition, Martin dare not say how good his role and performance are, but he can be sure that his main competitors are worse than him. Chapter 716, Rivals Get Out. Beverly Hills, Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The attention of the entertainment media was all gathered here that day, as the 84th Academy Awards nominees luncheon was about to be held. Hollywood has been in a mess for the past half month, and it can be said that this is the most chaotic Oscar publicity and public relations in history. The seeded contestants who signed up to compete for the main award seemed to be being hammered by others, and each of them was hammering others. When has the pre-Oscar warm-up stage been so lively? In the hotel lounge, Academy President Tom Sherrick finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I didn't expect it to be so chaotic now." Vice Chairman Tom Hanks continued, "If only one crew was messing around, we could kick them out and disqualify them from the Oscar selection. But it would be difficult to deal with if all the crews competing for the main awards were eliminated. It's not that it's difficult to deal with, but that it can't be done." The Academy Executive Committee simply pretended to be deaf and blind during this period. Another vice president, Kathleen Kennedy, said, "It's not without benefits. They have done a good job of warming up, and this year's Oscars have attracted much attention." She smiled and said to the two Toms, "Isn't this exactly what we want?" Sherrick said, "If it hadn't caused the heat and attracted public attention, would I have let them make such a fuss until now?" Hanks understood the hidden truth. The attention to the Oscars has been declining every year. If it continues like this, it will become a real self-entertainment in the Hollywood circle. This is the face of the Film Academy, and the way they can best show their presence. Tom Sherrick added, "After the nomination list is announced, these will soon calm down. If there are any more unruly people, their selection qualifications will be terminated." Hanks and Kathleen Kenneth agreed. Now that the heat has come, the Oscars should put up their high-end signs again. The luncheon is about to be held, and guests are coming to the hall filled with round tables and chairs. Spielberg, wearing round glasses, came to the table where the crew of Warhorse was located. Just as he pulled out his chair, he found that several people came diagonally behind him. The director of the Moneyball crew, Emmett Miller, and the male lead, Matt Damon. The latter saw Spielberg and hurried over to say hello, "Steven." Spielberg seemed not to see the hand extended to him. He looked up at Matt Damon and nodded slightly, without any intention of talking to him. Matt Damon withdrew his right hand in dismay, feeling puzzled. Wasn't the matter of the year already settled? The culprit has been sent to prison. Is it necessary to do this? Spielberg turned his head and stopped looking here. At his point, not to mention one Matt Damon, even 10 Matt Damons would not be a big deal. Matt Damon was about to go back and sit down when he found Spielberg turning back again. Not only did he turn his head, but he also smiled. Matt Damon looked over along his face and saw three people. Leonardo, Nicholson and Martin Davis. The three most famous bastards in Hollywood today. Spielberg waved at the three people. Martin and the other two went over to greet Spielberg and chatted with him for a while. In Spielberg's eyes, the goal of the Martian must be the best actor, and Warhorse didn't even apply for this award, so there is no competition between the two. On the contrary, Warner Brothers wants Moneyball to win the Best Picture, Best Director and Best Actor. Spielberg always believed that the first to challenge him came from Warner Brothers and Matt Damon, especially the latter, who had tipped off the team. There were many people in the banquet hall, and Matt Damon was treated coldly by Spielberg, but Spielberg was very enthusiastic about the asshole trio, and many people saw it. Matt Damon still had a simple and honest face, and there was no sign of any change. The agent next to him said, "Don't worry about these little things. Let's get the nomination first, and then find a way to operate it." Matt Damon was overwhelmed by the things that happened some time ago. He had lost confidence in the final award and just said, "It's enough to get a nomination for Best Actor." Martin and the other two returned to the table of the Martian and sat down. There were not many people from the crew, and this table was just enough to sit down. Ridley Scott didn't come at all. He went to Morocco with his assistants, and was preparing for the new Alien movie Prometheus. In Ridley's words, at most he would get an Oscar nomination for Best Director, but he would never win. Louise Mayer, who was sitting at the same table, said to Martin, "In the next vote, I will mobilize all the resources in my hands. If you can't win this time, don't even think about my resources in the next 3 years. They won't help me anymore." Martin understood. Our plan should be successful. Leonardo shook his head. "I succeeded in being ugly, but you failed to be miserable. It doesn't make sense." Nicholson patted him. "Martin's is more reliable than the rotten ones." Leonardo said the truth, because Hollywood is full of rotten stuff. Matt Damon noticed the next table, which was full of people from the crew of the Martian. He turned his head slightly and looked at the three assholes sitting in the middle. Nicholson noticed it and immediately turned his head to look at Matt Damon. The old asshole bared his teeth and showed a weird smile, just like the clown he once played. Matt Damon turned his head back and stopped looking over there. He kept reminding himself in his heart that they were three stupid people, three crazy dogs with water in their heads. People should not be like crazy dogs. Without such psychological preparation, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist and take action. On the other hand, Martin completely ignored the Moneyball crew, as if the crew did not exist. Neither side was a good thing. He mobilized his forces to mess with Matt Damon, and Matt Damon also used various methods to blacken him and the Martian. As for who was more effective, it would soon be clear. The banquet hall was full of people, but the atmosphere was a bit weird. There was a sense of tit-for-tat between the crews. There were even quarrels between some crews. Nicholson said, "See, Leo, your plan of selling misery can have the effect it has today. Martin's plan is better." Martin said, "I went from selling misery to showing off my wealth. Who can I complain to?" He looked at Leonardo. "Do you know how many non-governmental organizations and charitable foundations have called me recently to ask me to donate? They wish I would donate all my property. I declined some invitations to charity dinners, but was attacked by black fans for having no sympathy, spending so much money on food, drink and fun, and not knowing how to help others." Leonardo is as shameless as Martin and Nicholson. He grabbed Martin's sleeve and said, "Donate all your wealth to my Environmental Protection Foundation, and you will never face these troubles again." Nicholson said, "I find that the most shameless one is Leo." Martin said, "After all, 100 meters. Leonardo frowned, stared, and opened his mouth wide, then whispered, "The luncheon is about to begin." Academy President Tom Sherrick and Jessica Chastain, who hosted the luncheon, walked onto the stage of the banquet hall together. The nominations for each award were announced. This was a truly minor year for the Oscars, with very few films attracting attention. As far as Martin was concerned, apart from The Martian and Warhorse, he had no impression of other films. The nominations were announced one by one. In fact, after so many preliminary awards, the nominations were similar to what the outside world had guessed. The media's pre-estimated list had at least a 90% hit rate. This was because the Hollywood Industry Union Awards and the corresponding Oscar awards had a high overlap rate. Finally, it was time for the four most important awards. Tom Sherrick read out the list of 5 nominees for Best Actor. The first one was Martin Davis, The Martian. The crew cheered softly. Nicholson and Leonardo high-fived Martin. Leonardo was completely shameless and whispered, "Without the failure of my plan to sell misery, how could your plan to be worse than the other be successful?" Martin said, "I really want to thank you very much. I'll find a group of beautiful women from Thailand to come over and hold a thank you party for you." Leonardo gave him a middle finger. Tom Sherrick was still reading out the list. Gary Oldman, Tinker Tailor, Soldier, Spy, George Clooney, The Descendants, Joel Edgerton, Warrior. Matt Damon's heart tightened with each name he read out. After spending so much time and energy, and beating up so many crews, and being beaten up by so many crews, there must be something to gain, right? There was one last nomination for Best Actor, and his heart was lifted. Tom Sherrick's voice did not pause at all. Demian Bichir, A Better Life. Cheers rang out from another crew. Martin was laughing the whole time, winning honorably. Matt Damon still had a simple and honest face, sitting in his seat like a stone sculpture. After doing so much, he didn't even get a nomination. The agent noticed Matt Damon's abnormality and comforted him. We'll continue next year. Failed. Matt Damon said softly. The agent was also helpless. Matt Damon recalled his experience in the past half-month and quickly found the crux of the problem, the attacks on him by the women in the Weinstein Gate incident. But he was very surprised that he didn't even get a nomination. At the table next to him, Leonardo wanted to fist bump with Martin to celebrate. Congratulations, the plan to be worse than the worst was successful, and the biggest competitor didn't even get a nomination. Nicholson concluded, Martin is much more reliable than you, Leo, when it comes to making trouble. Leonardo said, don't you know? Martin is best at pulling down high-end opponents to the same level as him, or even worse than him, and then defeating them with his rich experience as a bad guy. Martin saw the hope of winning this year's Oscar for Best Actor and said, two bosses, mobilize all your resources. Matt Damon took the initiative to leave the stage just after the nomination list was announced. He had to pass by Martin's table when he left. Matt Damon turned his head away and didn't look at the three bastards. Chapter 717 Family members do not lie to each other. Beverly Hills, Davis Manor. After selecting a few bottles of good wine from the wine cellar, Martin returned to the living room and found that Leonardo, Nicholson, Saoirse Ronan and others were gone. He saw Elizabeth coming out of the kitchen and asked, where are they? Elizabeth pointed outside and said, they all went to the yard. Martin pulled her out of the villa and found that everyone was at the Fountain Square. It was already dark and the lights were on in the square. Leonardo carried a pipe with a handle and pointed it at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Nicholson flicked his cigar, lit a special firework, and stuffed it into the pipe. At the same time, he patted Leonardo's head and shouted, fire. Martin was anxious and shouted, don't set off the fireworks. Don't set off. With a bang, a spark flew into the sky with a tail flame and exploded, exploding into a sky full of fireworks. Martin scratched his head. These two bastards actually set off fireworks to celebrate at halftime. Saoirse saw Martin and Elizabeth and shouted, teacher, let's come and set off the fireworks together. Elizabeth found that the people around her stopped, and her hands felt heavy, as if they were pulling cows. Nicholson shouted, Martin, don't stop us. Leo and I just want to find out one thing, whether the halftime celebration will really lead to the loss of the game. One more. Keep going. Leonardo shouted, Martin, let's try it. At worst, Jack will give you an Oscar. He has 3. Martin spread his hands. You are the 2 biggest assholes in Hollywood. After you have harmed outsiders, you are harming your own people. Nicholson lit another firework, which was sent into the sky by Leonardo and lit up half of the sky. Martin was too lazy to care anymore and took Elizabeth back. Let's prepare dinner. Elizabeth smiled and comforted him. Leo and Jack have done a lot this time. We should let them celebrate. Martin said, don't worry about them. At this nominee luncheon, the crew of the Martian reaped a lot of rewards, winning 8 nominations including Best Art Direction, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Effects, Best Visual Effects, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Actor, Best Director and Best Picture. For Best Director, Ridley Scott clearly stated that he would give up the subsequent public relations promotion. The crew and Disney Pictures have reached an agreement that the first goal is Martin's Best Actor. After successfully eliminating Matt Damon through the competition, Martin is almost the only one in the nomination list. The next thing to do is to prevent upsets. It only took one night for Matt Damon to completely accept the fact that he bid farewell to this year's Oscars in advance. Without being nominated, his struggles would be in vain. After all, the bad things he did in the past made him pay a price. But Matt Damon has never regretted it. If he hadn't done these bad things, he wouldn't have the position he has today. The agent came to visit Matt Damon early in the morning. He said after entering the living room, Steven Soderbergh is going to shoot a biographical film about the pianist Liberace. You have worked with him many times. If you are interested, you can ask Soderbergh. I believe he won't refuse you. Matt Damon knew that biographical films were easy to win awards. He and Soderbergh have always had a good relationship. He said, I will call Steven later. The agent was worried that he would keep dwelling on this matter, so he specifically said, the Oscars are held every year. If this one doesn't work, we can fight for the next one. There is no need to dwell on one, and there is no need to dwell on Martin Davis. Matt Damon remained silent, with a simple and honest face, as if he had listened. The agent looked at his watch and picked up his bag. I'm leaving first. Call me if you have anything. You should have a good rest first. Wait. Matt Damon finally couldn't help it and called the agent, saying, keep in touch with the media and expose all the negative materials we have prepared about Martin Davis. The agent couldn't help shaking his head. What kind of negative materials are those? Throwing wild parties, hooking up with the neighbor's fiance, and fooling around with many supermodels. What are these for Hollywood stars? He said, it's useless. These can't hurt Martin Davis, and may even make him more attractive. This is Hollywood, not Washington. Matt Damon said, I didn't get the nomination. Now Martin Davis is the favorite. It's better to delay him a little. If we can't get it, he can't get it easily. Faced with a client of Matt Damon's level, the agent couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll try my best. When the first negative news appeared, Matt Damon didn't even think about it and directly thought it was related to Martin Davis. It's not that he didn't think about fighting back, but after multiple investigations, he couldn't find a point to fight back for a while. This bastard has never dated anyone under 18, has never forced other women, does not evade taxes, etc. He usually looks like a top bastard in the circle, but in fact his bottom line is higher than most people in Hollywood. Matt Damon got in the car, left his mansion, and went to the state prison. Today is a scheduled visit day. Matt Damon met his former good friend Ben Affleck. Seeing him thin, haggard and restless, he suddenly felt that he was lucky not to be implicated by Harvey and the Affleck brothers. In the past, Matt Damon himself couldn't remember how many bad things he had done to please Harvey Weinstein. In the past 2 years, the situation in Hollywood has changed dramatically. Bigwigs like Harvey have been sent in. After coming out of the state prison, Matt Damon got in the car and sat in the car in silence for half an hour. He picked up his phone and called his agent. It's me. Forget about what I said this morning. It's not necessary. Let's save our strength and wait for the next opportunity, the next award season. The agent said, it's a very wise decision. Matt Damon hung up the phone, started the car, and when he drove out of the parking lot, he looked back at the state prison. He didn't want to end up there. During this Oscar public relations, Matt Damon saw one thing clearly, whether it was money and power, or fame and status, he and Martin Davis were no longer on the same level. In other words, he had more brains than Ben. He could put pressure on others, but he wouldn't do anything illegal. On a sunny afternoon, Elizabeth Olsen woke up in a daze. She touched her side, but Martin was not there. There was a faint sound of water coming from the bathroom. Elizabeth was too tired to move, and she was confused for a while. She took a yacht advertising brochure, flipped through 2 pages, and threw it aside. Although it was tempting to get a yacht named Elizabeth, after careful consideration these days, she felt that the yacht was used too little, and could be put off for the time being. It would be better to buy a private business jet. Whether it was her, Lily, or Martin, they all took too many flights every year. Elizabeth pulled a cushion over and rested her chin on it. She felt lazy all over and couldn't help but think of the idea that came to her mind last time. Lily had a good relationship with her. When she was in Los Angeles, she basically lived here, and Lily had complained more than once. The bathroom door opened, and Martin looked at his phone, which contained messages from Chad and Marcus. He said to Elizabeth, I'm going out for a while. Elizabeth nodded. After Martin changed his clothes and went out, she took out her cell phone and dialed Lily's number. When will you be back? It's nothing important. I'm fine here. I called you just to tell you that I prepared a surprise for you and Martin. Surprise? It's not a shock, is it? Lily felt that Elizabeth had bad intentions. It sounds like you are plotting against me. Elizabeth said, of course it's a surprise. Family members don't lie to family members. Lily has also been paying attention to entertainment news recently, before the Oscars. I have to go back and congratulate that bastard for winning the best actor. Elizabeth reminded, don't open champagne at halftime. Lily responded, I understand. Martin left Beverly Hills and came to the Chief Rock Theater in Hollywood. It has been newly decorated and prepared for the premiere. Martin got out of the car and entered the theater. Marcus, Chad and Chen, who were all here, in addition to the distribution producer of Disney Pictures. Marcus personally set up the display stand and placed the promotional materials of Lone Survivor. This very politically correct film is about to be released. Considering the characters and Mark Wahlberg, the film was released in January. Martin is the investor of the film, and Disney Pictures cooperates with him, so of course he has the final say. Marcus stood in front of the booth and said, it's finally going to be released. Martin patted his thick shoulders and said, the pre-sales are very good. This movie will definitely make people remember what you have done. The fat on Marcus's double chin trembled a few times, and he said, I invited their families to come. Martin basically doesn't care about these trivial matters now. Emily and Jessica are enough to handle the daily management of Davis Studio. After talking about Lone Survivor, Chad came to find Martin. When do you have time? Go to the Angel Club. We have designed some new action routines. Martin asked directly, can I do it? Chad smiled. It's a bit difficult. Martin said casually, you won't let me drive into space and hit the satellite, will you? How could that be? Chad said, it's just that there are some more close combat combined with pistol shooting. After all, we are shooting an action movie, not a science fiction movie. Martin followed them to visit the layout of the premiere theater and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he invited Chad, Chenhu and Marcus to wash their faces together and talk about the preparations for John Wick 3. Talking about creation, when you are refreshed, your creativity is like a spring. Chapter 718 Beauty and the Beast. The first month of each year is a relatively off-season for movies. The largest film released in January 2012 was Lone Survivor, directed by Peter Berg and starring Mark Wahlberg and based on real events. Although the film's production cost was only $40 million, the project was promoted by Martin alone, and several previews received unanimous praise. Disney Pictures provided sufficient publicity and distribution resources. Nearly 3,500 theaters opened in North America. On the day of the premiere, the crew invited many retired soldiers to watch the film, and the person who saved Marcus also came to the premiere. These are naturally necessary publicity methods. On the second floor of the theater, Alan Horn invited Martin to the French window to admire the red carpet below. Martin looked around for a while and said, this place is high up, and the viewing angle is very special. Alan Horn laughed. Does it feel like everything is under control? Martin nodded. Indeed, it is easy to have this illusion, but movies are a complex commercial art form. No matter how good the reputation is during the preview, and how high the professional scores are, sometimes it is difficult to avoid failure. This reminded Alan Horn of his old employer. It is said that John Berg likes to stand here when Warner Pictures premieres its films. Martin could tell that Alan Horn was still upset about Warner's ruthlessness. Similar to ex-wives and ex-husbands, once they become enemies, they often hate each other to the extreme. At this nominee luncheon, Warner Pictures Moneyball was completely defeated. Alan Horn was in a good mood when he talked about this. Our co-production The Martian was one of the winners. Martin was not polite to him at all. Alan, whether I can win the best actor depends on Disney's support. This was a bit exaggerated, because Disney Pictures did not do as much as Martin himself, but Alan Horn still responded happily. Best actor is the primary goal of Disney Pictures' Oscar operation this time. An Oscar Best Actor can at least make the film earn tens of millions of dollars more, which is worth it. Alan Horn carefully studied the other candidates who were nominated for the best. Demian Bichir is a nobody. George Clooney's acting skills have never been recognized. Gary Oldman's film was not distributed by a North American company, and Joe Ledgerton, like Demian Bichir, was obviously pulled in to run with him. Although the Martin does not have an advantage in the type of film, Martin is obviously much higher among this group of male actors. The Oscars not only look at themselves, but also at their opponents. Alan Horn asked, "How is your musical project going?" Martin said, "It will probably take a while. I invited Taylor Swift to write songs." Speaking of musicals, he remembered something. He originally planned to find time to talk to Alan Horn. Now he had nothing to do, so he simply said, "I have another idea for a musical. Our two companies can work together." Just like Megan Allison, John Berg of Warner Pictures, and other people, Alan Horn was also optimistic about Martin's project. "If you don't believe in the winners, do you believe in the losers?" Alan Horn asked. "What project?" Davis Studio and Disney Pictures are in the honeymoon period, and the project investment is too high. Fairy tale movies lack Disney's endorsement, so they are inherently flawed. Martin thought for a while and said, "Fairy tale live-action phone." Alan Horn said, "There are many fairy tale live-action movies in Hollywood, and Disney Pictures also has Into the Woods. Martin has learned about it. It's a super hodgepodge. I mean, Disney's past animated films." Even if Martin didn't say it, Disney Pictures would soon put it into practice, pick out the right ones, and make them into live-action movies. He gave a few examples, for example, Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast. Alan Horn laughed. "I didn't expect that we would think of the same thing. I have considered this. Which one do you think is the most suitable?" Martin said, "The live-action song and dance type, Beauty and the Beast. It's really a classic." Alan Horn was slightly surprised. "Why don't you plan it alone? It's not difficult for you to attract more than $100 million in investment." Martin said half truthfully, "Because I have heard that Disney's legal department is powerful. Although these are all public copyrights, I heard that the experts in your legal department will analyze frame by frame when they see Disney animated films of the same name shot by other companies. As long as they find similarities, they will immediately take action." Alan Horn waved his hand. "This statement is too exaggerated." He seemed to be joking. "The legal department can only analyze every second at most." While saying this, Alan Horn thought about it carefully. It would be difficult to adapt Disney's classic fairy tale movie into a live-action version without an investment of more than $150 million. Disney would definitely invest together. However, there is no rush for these. All Hollywood has confidence in the film starring Martin, but Martin does not play a role. Davis Studio has recently released 2 films in which Martin participated in the production, but not in which he starred. Alan Horn plans to wait for the release of this Lone Survivor and Another Napoleon Beauty to see the specific results. He smiled and said, "Let's find a time to talk about this in detail." Martin was not in a hurry. "You can call me anytime." The two rushed into the hall before the premiere and sat in the third row. During the early preparation and post-editing of this film, Martin discussed with producer Akiva Goldsman many times, removed many sensitive contents of the film, downplayed the political meaning, and focused the plot on the courage of soldiers like Marcus and the friendship between comrades. Under the lens of director Peter Berg, Marcus and the other 4 American soldiers are absolutely moral models. As for the actual situation, it is irrelevant in the face of large enough commercial interests. In a sense, this is also a theme film that meets the needs of mainstream American society. After the premiere, Lone Survivor was released on a large scale in North America, and the overall response was good. Marcus's memoirs have been on the market for a long time, which has also laid a certain audience base for the film. Although most of the audiences attracted are male audiences over 30 years old, it earned $16.87 million on the first day. In the 3 days of the opening weekend in North America, Lone Survivor earned $41.25 million, and the box office on the first weekend exceeded the production cost. This almost means that the film will inevitably achieve commercial success. Of course, there are also many critical voices in the media and on the internet, such as various rumors against Marcus himself. But during the preparation period of the film, Martin specifically talked to Marcus about related matters. In recent years, Marcus has been involved in the production and shooting of the John Wick series and has a certain psychological preparation for this, which did not cause too much trouble. The production investment of Lone Survivor mainly comes from South Korea. The film was a success, and the Korean media was excited, calling it a classic case of Korean investment in Hollywood. Some Korean media reporters stationed in Los Angeles took the initiative to contact Davis' studio, wanting to interview Martin, and ask him why his cooperation with South Korea was so successful. This time, the Koreans did not make any fuss like Martin Davis was of Korean descent. Considering the real money that the Korean chaebols paid, Martin accepted a joint interview with several Korean media, in which he casually praised the Korean film industry and expressed his willingness to cooperate with the Koreans on the film. Translated, it means I want to borrow your chickens to lay my own eggs. Today's Hollywood is attracting investments from all over the world. Those productions that easily cost hundreds of millions of dollars have international funds in their production budgets. Lone Survivor is still popular among male audiences over 30 years old in North America, which also ensures a relatively stable box office trend. After earning $23.56 million in the second weekend, the film's North American box office has accumulated $88.98 million. It's easy to break the $100 million box office in North America. Glendale, DreamWorks Park. The company's post-production department was completely contracted by the wealthy Annapurna Pictures for the post-production of 3 films with huge investments. Seventh Son, Transcendence and The Lone Ranger are all in intense post-production. Coming out of the editing room of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, Megan Allison was furious again. Wilson came over from behind and said, "President, Depp's refusal to participate in post-production is good for us. Post-production is going smoothly now. Some of the shots that require him to redub are not critical. I have discussed with Jerry and we would rather give up these shots than have Depp come here. Otherwise both crews will be tortured by him." Megan Allison raised her hand to interrupt him. "I understand." She asked directly, "Are there any difficulties?" Wilson said, "Seventh Son wanted to increase the budget, but I rejected it." Megan Allison asked, "Why?" Wilson thought for a while and said, "The production cost too much money and the risk is too great. I only require that the film be made well enough. Funding is not a problem." Megan Allison once again showed her wealthy side. "I'm more and more confident in these 3 films." Wilson didn't quite understand what she meant. Megan Allison simply said, "We snatched all these 3 projects from Martin Davis. He was optimistic about them. Some time ago, a movie he was optimistic about but never starred in failed at the box office. I was once shaken." She came to the newspaper rack and took out a copy of The Hollywood Reporter and handed it to Wilson. "Look at the box office charts. The movie Lone Survivor, initiated by Martin Davis, but did not star in it, was a great success." Wilson glanced at the numbers on the box office charts. The North American box office of Lone Survivor has exceeded $100 million. The production cost of this movie was only $40 million US. Megan Allison said, "If I add you and Jerry Bruckheimer, wouldn't it be better than Martin Davis plus Akiva Goldsman?" Chapter 719 Lost Money. Century City, WMA headquarters. A temporary podium was built in the hall that was rarely open to the media. Christopher Nolan and Ari Emanuel sat at 2 tables, picked up pens, and signed their respective contracts. At the door of a lounge behind them, Martin and Thomas watched Nolan officially sign with WMA and change his agency. This popular Hollywood director had left CAA at the end of last month. Thomas looked at Nolan, who had signed the contract, then looked at Martin standing beside him, raised his hand, and touched his bald forehead. Although it took only 7 years to achieve a terrible transformation from grassland to desert, he did not regret it at all. When he had a full head of hair, he was just one of the many low-level agents of CAA. When his hair fell into a Mediterranean style, he was already a top Hollywood agent, a powerful existence with an annual income of 7 figures. Who wouldn't envy him? Martin suddenly said, "CAA can't keep Nolan after all." "Yes," Thomas responded, but was suddenly shocked. "The incident between CAA and Nolan is simply the best negative teaching material, and he must learn from it. Agents are only servants of clients, especially when facing first-line clients. If CAA forces Nolan like this, he will only be ruthlessly abandoned." Thomas glanced at Martin. Compared with other people in Hollywood, Martin may be more friendly to his family because of his background. As long as he doesn't lose his mind, this position is very stable. Thomas said again, I heard that director Nolan is going to sue CAA. Martin said, CAA is holding back a share of his last year and is still dragging it out. Thomas sighed, CAA is no longer the CAA of its early days. So many top clients have left, there must be something wrong with their internal management. In recent years, CAA has lost a lot of first-line clients alone. Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, Leonardo, Halle Berry and Christopher Nolan have left CAA one after another. Martin thought for a while and said, for the same company, starting a business and becoming the first in the industry have different mindsets. CAA in the 1980s and 1990s regarded itself as a servant of its clients, but now some senior agents of CAA may regard themselves as the masters of their clients. Speaking of this, there is a sense of familiarity. This kind of company seems to have experienced it before. Martin recalled a little bit. Wasn't that the case with property management companies in many communities in the past? Thomas said, that's right. In order to get Sean Connery and Spielberg to represent them, the founders of CAA made so much sacrifice that they wanted to sell their buds to them. Michael Ovitz almost begged hard to get their agency contracts. Now, after the signing, the media interviewed, and then Nolan, Ali, Emma Thomas and others came to the lounge. Martin stepped forward to shake hands with Nolan and said with a smile, Chris, welcome to WMA. Nolan said, we will fight side by side soon. Martin nodded, I don't know what to say about Warner Brothers. Ali joined the two of them at the right time and said, WMA fully supports you and safeguards its legitimate interests. Nolan sighed, I didn't expect that I would come to this point with Warner Brothers. Martin said, last year's share has been overdue for 40 days. My lawyer has sent a lawyer's letter, but Warner Brothers has been dragging it out and wants to continue dragging it out. Ali said, the reason given by Warner is that the international market has overdue payment, so we have to wait. Nolan shook his head, we have been waiting for more than 40 days. It is impossible to wait indefinitely. Although Martin no longer cooperates with Warner Brothers, he has starred in many films produced by Warner Pictures and has enjoyed a certain amount of post-production share in films such as The Dark Knight. Nolan has been cooperating with Warner since Day and Night, involving more films. Warner Brothers has not paid to their share of the profit in 2011. Of course, it's not just them, but also many companies and individuals. After the media reporters outside dispersed, the group went upstairs to discuss. Soon, Martin's lawyer Hamlin and Nolan's lawyer came to WMA. After sending lawyers' letters in succession without any effect, Nolan and Martin chose legal proceedings at the same time. Not only them, but many celebrities and directors who have business dealings with Warner have made the same choice. Warner Brothers, which has been the top performer in Hollywood for the past decade, seems to have encountered some troubles after the change of leadership. Warner Building, Chairman's Office. Kevin Tsujihara said to several of his subordinates, I've received a notice from the legal department that the company has received lawyers' letters from many people, including Leonardo, George Clooney, Daniel Radcliffe, Matt Damon, Christian Bale, Martin Davison, Christopher Nolan, demanding that we pay the overdue post-production share and the resulting interest. Warner Brothers. President John Berg's first reaction was to shirk responsibility. The distribution channels have not received payments in a timely manner, and the payments for multiple projects have exceeded planned expectations, resulting in difficulties in the turnover of working capital in the film business. I can't divert funds from other businesses to pay these people post-production shares without the money received. Daniel, who is in charge of the distribution business, was furious when he heard this. Why is the film business not receiving payments in a timely manner? Because many films failed last year and the North American box office did not meet expectations. The release in many overseas markets was postponed, and some overseas markets even withdrew from the distribution ranks, resulting in a series of chain reactions. Enough. Kevin Tsujihara interrupted Daniel. Are you only able to blame each other and shirk responsibility? John Berg turned to look at Daniel. Where is the alliance? Didn't we agree to shoulder the responsibility together? Daniel softened his tone a little and continued. If it's just the movies that were released and listed last year, and there are problems with the collection of the distribution channels, I will be responsible. But why do old movies in the past also have this problem? I remember very clearly that there was no problem with the collection of the old movies, and the distribution company made all the payments on time. The film business is only a part of Warner Brothers, but the film business is also one of the basic businesses of Warner Brothers. So Kevin Tsujihara handed Warner Pictures to his brother-in-law John Berg in charge, hoping that he would support it as quickly as possible. Kevin Tsujihara rarely intervened in the film business directly. After hearing what Daniel said, his eyes fell on John Berg and asked him to give a reasonable explanation. John Berg said frankly, the post-production of Jack the Giant Slayer has reached a critical stage, and some investment has been temporarily added. Because of the tight time and heavy tasks, in order not to affect the company's daily operations, I temporarily mobilized the collection of some old films and invested them in the post-production of this film. Daniel stopped talking, because this kind of thing is not uncommon within Warner. This was also within John Berg's normal scope of authority, and Kevin Tsujihara did not comment. John Berg continued, once the channels have gradually received their payments, the overdue share will naturally not be a problem. We will at most give them a little interest, or even no interest after negotiation. Kevin Tsujihara and Daniel both thought this was fine, because similar situations happen from time to time in the industry, and because Warner Brothers is one of the top companies in Hollywood. Stars and famous directors mailed lawyers letters and even resorted to legal action. As long as Warner dragged on for a while and reached a settlement with them, the matter would be easily resolved. However, there are quite a lot of people and funds involved, so Kevin Tsujihara paid some attention to it. Don't delay it for too long, find a way to solve part of it first. John Berg is a genius. He can not only launch epic reforms in the production model, but also use the inherent rules of Hollywood to innovate. The actor group of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, headed by Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson and Rupert Grant, will share a huge amount of money in the later stage. He glanced at Kevin Tsujihara and expressed it in another way. If they follow the box office and profit sharing contract, they will share hundreds of millions of dollars. Kevin Tsujihara understood what John Berg meant as soon as he heard it. Is this project really profitable? John Berg shook his head. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows is seriously losing money. In the past, Warner Brothers had to coax the cast of Harry Potter and even spoiled actors such as Emma Watson and made them suffer from princess syndrome. But the Harry Potter series has ended, and the value of these actors has changed from infinitely large to infinitely small in the future. Warner Brothers doesn't need to pamper them anymore. John Berg looked at Daniel and said, you must have paid a lot for publicity and distribution. Daniel couldn't hold the group back on this matter and said, don't worry, the publicity and distribution costs are much higher than the production costs. Distribution is done by Warner Brothers, and most of the publicity is done by Warner's Media. When the box office share goes to Warner Brothers, the publicity and distribution costs and management costs must be deducted first. Not to mention more, it is a basic operation that the global publicity and distribution costs exceed the production costs. John Berg said again, the crew has $150 million in production costs, which comes from the loan from the distribution company. Don't forget to calculate the interest. Daniel waved his hand casually. There was no need to talk about this matter. He had already calculated it in his heart. The income of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 fell into the hands of the production company, and it was a loss, no matter how he calculated it. As for the profit share in the signed contract of the actors, they would definitely not enjoy it. A film with a global box office of $1.356 billion and DVD sales ranking first in the 2011 annual list, with a negative net profit, is both reasonable and legal. Without the large share of the Harry Potter crew, the share of others is not much for Warner Pictures, and it can be solved smoothly after a little delay. Coming out of the chairman's office, John Berg and Daniel, the heads of the producer and distributor who love and hate each other, got together and chatted for a while. Professionals from both sides will soon go out and prepare the revenue report of Harry Potter 9 according to the Hollywood accounting method, and gloriously and responsibly tell the world that this movie lost money. Chapter 720, Disney Studios' most popular attractions. Disney Studios, Argo Studio. Want to fool Hollywood? A place where everyone makes a living by lying? In the recording studio, Martin recalled the relevant scenes and said this line, "If you want people to believe a lie, then you have to let the media help you promote it." David Fincher nodded. "Okay." Martin came out of the recording studio and asked David Fincher, "Is it ready?" David Fincher asked the sound engineer to play back all the re-recorded dubbing, took off the headset and said, "Well done." The recording was over, and the two came out of the recording studio. David Fincher asked, "Do you have a good chance of winning the Best Actor Oscar this year?" "I'm somewhat confident," Martin said directly. "David, remember to canvass for votes for me." David Fincher agreed immediately. "No problem." He added, "Remember to introduce your public relations team to me." Martin has not missed any of the normal Oscar-winning measures, such as public relations lobbying, since the award season began. The public relations team he hired is very capable. If you have time one day, I can introduce you to Ritter's public relations team. David Fincher nodded and said, "The post-production of Argo may take a little longer. This is my last attempt at an Oscar. Regardless of success or failure, I will no longer play with the Academy." Martin said, "The film will be released next awards season. David, you have plenty of time." David Fincher is fighting a desperate battle, but the pressure is not great. The cell phone rang at this time. Martin said something to David Fincher, turned into the front hall, and answered the phone. "Taylor?" Taylor Swift's crisp and pleasant voice came from the receiver. "My agent went to your studio to discuss the contract. Your crew is at Disney Studios? I'm going to go and take a look." Martin asked, "You want to come to Disney Studios?" Taylor replied, "I'm already at Disney Studios. This place is really interesting. There are many signs prohibiting urination and defecation." As expected, Disney Studios is notorious. Martin sighed in his heart. "This is almost a symbol of Disney," he said, "because some smelly things happened here." He ignored it and said, "You go to Studio 9 where the crew of La La Land is located first. I have something to do here. I estimate that I can arrive in about an hour. Then I'll wait for you." Taylor hung up the phone. Martin put away his phone and went to the office of producer Graham King. When he came to Disney Studios today, Martin made an appointment with him. In the office, Graham once again carefully read the adapted script of Prince of Thieves. At this stage of Argo, he basically does not participate in specific affairs. David Fincher is in charge of post-production, and Louise Mayer is in charge of the daily management of the crew. Graham's energy is focused on the exchange of interests that he and Martin had agreed on last time. That is, this Prince of Thieves. Graham closed the script and looked at Martin. "The script is well written. When will the preparations start?" Martin smiled. "You are the producer. It depends on your time. Davis Studio will invest $40 million in this project. This part of the investment can be solved by the Korean side alone. $60 million is enough, and I will solve the remaining $20 million. Graham has GK Production Company under his name, but medium-sized production is already the limit of GK Company, and like other small and medium-sized production companies in the circle, GK Company rarely operates movies alone. On the one hand, large investment means large risks. On the other hand, cooperating with other companies can mobilize more resources. Graham said, "Let's choose a director first, and then start preparations." He asked Martin, "Do you have a suitable director?" Martin was busy with people and comparisons these days, and had no time to think about these things. "Not yet. WMA will recommend some." Graham suddenly had a gimmicky idea. "Martin, I heard from David that you have been a temporary director on the set. Have you ever thought about being a real director?" Martin told the truth. "In the crew of director Nolan and director Fincher, I tried to shoot a scene temporarily, and the result was terrible. It was a very bad experience for me and others. It's not that the crew is not good, but that I'm not capable enough." He shrugged. "The directing industry requires too much talent, and my talent is all in acting. It is important to know yourself. Compared with being an actor, directing is much more difficult." He has also tried to learn and shoot, but his talent is mediocre. Just like there are so many students graduating from directing majors in American film schools every year, there are very few who can really make good movies. Even many big directors have nothing to do with hard work. They take drugs, drink alcohol, and have wild parties every day, but when they pick up a camera, they can shoot amazing works. Graham also knew that this kind of thing cannot be forced, so he could only say, "We will communicate again when we find a suitable director." After the two exchanged opinions on the preparation of this film, Martin said goodbye and went to Studio 9. It is quite troublesome to prepare a movie. Some films only take 2 or 3 months to shoot, but if the preparation is included, it may take 2 or 3 years. If you count from the time the script is written, it is not uncommon in Hollywood to take more than 10 or 20 years. The project, written by Maya, a former extra and part-time saleswoman at a cold drink shop, finally established a separate studio. The project is called La La Land. In front of Studio 9, a copper plate nameplate of La La Land has been hung. Martin walked into the studio and went directly to the specially converted dance studio. In the dance studio, Taylor Swift was discussing music with Sebastian. Maya saw Martin and was about to speak, but Martin made a gesture to silence her and pointed at the two people who were immersed in the music. Martin sat in a chair and listened to the two people's discussion. He basically didn't understand the professional terms that Taylor and Sebastian said. After a while, Sebastian sat in front of the piano, put the music score on, and played a piece of music. Taylor turned around, smiled at Martin, and began to sing a song. The song was sad and a little solemn, as if recalling something. Maya listened very carefully and immediately remembered the ending of the hero and heroine in the script. Martin also thought of the ending where the heroine succeeded in pursuing her dream, married a successful person, and then looked at her ex-boyfriend and missed the sweet love. It fits the temperament of Hollywood very well. A few minutes later, Taylor finished singing the song. Martin immediately applauded and said, "Good." Taylor was very confident. "I think it's good too." Sebastian stood up from the piano and said, "This song fits the mood of the ending of the script very well." Maya, the screenwriter, also said, "Yes, the song automatically puts me into the ending." Sebastian suddenly glanced at Maya with a slightly strange look in his eyes. Martin noticed it, but he would not interfere in other people's emotional affairs. Taylor walked over, took Martin's arm, and asked, "Do you think this song will be popular?" "Definitely." Martin looked very sincere. In fact, he didn't know much about the music market. There are many movie theme songs that directors and producers think are not good, but have become classics. The most typical example is My Heart Will Go On. James Cameron looked down on it from the beginning and didn't want to use it. If he hadn't been chasing 20th Century Fox for investment and was forced to accept this song, the situation might have been different. Sebastian said, "Mr. Davis, I personally think that the song written by Ms. Swift is very suitable as the ending song." Martin smiled and nodded. "I'll try to negotiate it." Taylor winked at him. "I can let my agent take the opportunity to ask for a high price." She pulled Martin out. "The work is done. Accompany me to visit Disney Studios. A friend will come over later." Martin asked curiously, "Who wants to join the girlfriend's group?" "She wants to join, but I won't accept her." "With your eyes, you don't like her either." Taylor accompanied Martin out of the studio. "Katy Perry, who you met last time in Nashville. What is she doing here?" "I'm taking a photo with you and her and posting it on social media to promote her girlfriends, and then we'll have a fight at the Grammys." Martin gave a thumbs up. "You guys really know how to have fun." Taylor suddenly stopped in front of the erected oversized parasol and asked, "Is this where Emma Watson became incontinent?" Martin said, "Yes, it's here." Taylor found that the place was cleaned up very cleanly and felt a little regretful. "It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes." Martin dragged her away. "What's so good about this?" Passing a public toilet, Taylor found a familiar lamppost and said, "I remember this place, Depp's girlfriend." Martin interrupted her. "Why do you always remember such strange things? You don't know?" Taylor was quite surprised. "These are the two most famous attractions in Disney Studios, more popular than Mickey Mouse at the door." Martin thought to himself, "It's all Nicholson and Saoirse Ronan's fault. What a mess the reputation of Disney Studios has become." From now on, when the media and the public mention Disney Studios, the first thing they think of is the stench. After walking around Disney Studios for a while, Taylor's good friend Katy Perry rushed over. The two of them took a few photos with Martin, taking selfies with Martin, and then posted them on their respective Twitter accounts. What a sisterly love. Katy Perry didn't stay for long and left after more than 10 minutes. After punching in at Disney Studios and showing off their sisterly love, there was no need to stay here as a light bulb. Taylor even took out her phone and opened Twitter for Martin to see. In her recent tweets, there were many photos with Katy Perry, showing off their friendship everywhere. Martin asked her, "How long have you been showing off your affection?" Taylor recalled, "More than a month. The groundwork has basically been laid." She picked up her phone, her face full of longing. "I'm really looking forward to the moment when we become enemies. It must be very exciting." Chapter 721, Europe's #1 sweetheart. This period is not only the awards season in Hollywood, but also the awards season in the North American music industry. During the Grammy Awards, Taylor Swift and Katy Perry, who were sitting together, suddenly had an argument. The two then exchanged seats with Selena Gomez and Blake Lively. Just after the awards ceremony, Katy Perry tweeted a message to Taylor Swift, "Be careful of the mean girl in sheep's clothing." Taylor then responded on Twitter, "I thought you were trustworthy, but you had to destroy everything. The trust in the past was destroyed, and you had to attack me." The two started to tear each other apart that night, and then their respective fans followed suit, making a big fuss on forums and social media. The gossip entertainment media immediately abandoned the Grammy winners, and the focus of the report was all on these two female singers. The spectators didn't care who got more phonographs and who was more important. It's not as interesting to watch other people win awards as it is to watch female stars tear each other apart. Gossip media speculated why the two turned against each other. According to a recent tweet by the two, American rumors believed that Martin was the direct cause of their breakup. As early as 3 years ago, there were rumors about Martin and Taylor Swift. A few days ago, Katy Perry came to Los Angeles and was seen entering the Disney studio. Soon, her photos with Martin and Taylor Swift appeared on social media. Sources revealed that Katy Perry was too close to Martin at the Disney studio, which made Taylor Swift extremely dissatisfied. Compared with TMZ, the largest gossip media in the United States, that tells facts and presents evidence, these traditional gossip tabloids are too unprofessional. TMZ emphasizes making news without news, rather than making up stories. Taylor Swift and Katy Perry maintained a high-intensity social media war for 3 days, which temporarily subsided on the eve of Valentine's Day. These two stole a lot of the limelight at the Grammy Awards. Before Taylor left Los Angeles, he called Martin and said, "Sorry, the media dragged you into this. It's hard to explain to your girlfriend, right?" Martin said, "It doesn't affect me much. When is your next round?" Taylor said, "Didn't you remind us not to do it too often? When we release our new songs in the next round, she will ridicule me in the new song, and I will diss her in the new single, so that we can both attract attention. Good luck, Taylor." Martin looked out the window at the theater approaching and was ready to end the call. "I will go to Nashville again when I have time." Taylor said, "I'm going to move. I will probably leave Nashville this year and move to New York, which is the center of pop music." Martin smiled and said, "New York is also fine. I'll wait for you in New York." Taylor hung up the phone. Martin had a vague impression that Taylor, who left the village in her previous life, had changed her style and seemed to have settled in New York for a long time. This ambitious female singer's goal is not to be a country diva, but the next Madonna. Bruce drove to the Nokia Theater. The car slowed down, and Martin looked at the red carpet in front of the theater. Maybe Napoleon's name is attractive, and Disney has invested a certain amount in publicity. The film also has a sticker in Lone Survivor. In addition to his strong recommendation on social media such as Twitter, many fans gathered on both sides of the red carpet. This is the premiere of Napoleon Beauty Pass, starring the future head of the Global Village, Alexandrovich. The premiere is not big, but it has everything for media, fans, and interviews. When Alexandrovich and Alina walked on the red carpet, they frequently talked to fans and took photos. He showed great affinity. The car drove past the road in front of the theater, turned to another road, and stopped by the back door. Martin got out of the car and went straight into the theater. When he came to the waiting room, Alexandrovich, who had just finished an interview with the media, came in. When he saw Martin, he felt closer than seeing his biological father. His face was filled with excitement, his eyes were red, and all his true feelings burst out. At this time last year, I couldn't even dream that the movie I starred in would be released in the United States. Martin shook his hand. Congratulations on your dream coming true. Alexandrovich added, Martin, I have seen the best of America in you, but I don't know how to repay you. I swear to God that even at the cost of my life, I will make Servant of the People an outstanding drama. Alina came over from the other side. We have contacted the Ukrainian side. The publicity period of Napoleon the Great is over, and we will go to Ukraine immediately to prepare and shoot. Martin nodded. I'm waiting for your good news. Napoleon the Great is a small production with a production budget of only $5 million US. Neither Davis Studio nor the distributor Disney Pictures will invest too many resources in the premiere. There will be no special guests at the premiere. The most famous actor is still Svetlana, who is confirmed to play Mrs. VIP in Logan. There is nothing much to say about the film itself. In order to cater to the English-speaking market, the background of the story was changed to the love-hate relationship between a British cross-dresser and a French sweetheart, Napoleon. In short, it was a vulgar spoof of Napoleon. Although the theater was not full at the premiere, the audience laughed continuously during the film screening. This kind of film is essentially the same as The Hangover. As long as it can make the audience laugh happily, the market response of the film will not be too bad. Moreover, the love between the cross-dresser and the sweetheart Napoleon is also very suitable for the atmosphere of the Valentine's Day schedule. In the past movies around the world, there has probably never been such a cute and lovely Napoleon as the village chief of the global village. He is definitely the first sweetheart in Europe. At the end of the premiere, there was constant laughter and warm applause. Martin high-fived Marius, Alina, the village chief and Svetlana one by one and said, "This is a very good comedy." The main creative staff of the crew was very encouraged. Martin's words were naturally polite, because he didn't get the funny points of the film at all. Just like when he watched The Hangover, he never found it funny, but just felt confused. After the premiere, Martin used his personal connections to arrange an interview with Entertainment Weekly. When Martin was in Atlanta, the production cost of $5 million was definitely a super large production. For Disney Pictures, this is just an insignificant work. In North America, Napoleon the Great was only screened in 950 theaters and only earned $1.35 million on the first day. But on the internet, fans who like shit, urine and farts have given the film a good review. It's so funny to spoof Napoleon. I have never seen such a cute Napoleon. It's outrageous and funny. Napoleon is so cute, stupid and miserable. For this kind of cheesy movie, no one cares about professional reviews and ratings. It's enough to be interesting, funny or even outrageous. On the second day of its release in North America, the box office of Napoleon the Great increased significantly, earning $2.16 million in a single day. The reputation of the film gradually spread, and it has earned some fame in the upcoming Valentine's Day period. The film earned $4.82 million in the first 3 days of its North American premiere weekend. On Valentine's Day, the revenue was close to $3 million. After the second weekend of North American screenings, the North American box office totaled $12.25 million. The main creators of the crew also left North America and focused on Europe for promotion. Then, as expected, they were scolded by the French media. Alexandrovich, who played the sweetheart Napoleon, was scolded by the French media. But the film received a good response in the UK. A British lieutenant, dressed as a cross-dresser, successfully hooked up with Napoleon. What an interesting setting. Many British people enjoyed watching it. This also made it easy for the film to recover the production cost and publicity costs through box office sharing. Martin made the village chief take the first step to success, and the next step is to sell the second step. Not only Martin, but also Alan Horn, president of Disney Cinemas, paid attention to this film. In the mansion in Brentwood, Cody Horn looked at the newspaper in his father's hand curiously and took it after he put it down. The newspaper reported a comedy movie. Cody was curious, when did you start paying attention to this kind of movie? Alan Horn said, this is a comedy produced by Martin Company. Martin? He participated in it? Cody was even more curious. Isn't it lowering his own standards and status if he starred in a comedy? Alan corrected. He invested in it. Several people from Ukraine or Russia made it. The film is very successful. The production cost plus the publicity and promotion costs are only $10 million US. It is estimated that the global box office will be $35 million to $40 million US. Cody didn't understand what his father meant. In fact, Alan has always wanted his daughter to develop in the field of film management. Even though Cody prefers to work in the film industry, he still taught her carefully. Some time ago, Martin proposed a project to me. He was very optimistic about it, but he would not star in it. I was a little worried, but now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. He pointed to the newspaper. 2 films that Martin is optimistic about investing in. Lone Survivor now has a North American box office of $146 million US, and the other is a comedy that spoofs Napoleon. Cody didn't listen to her father at all, but just muttered, "Aren't Martin's films all commercially successful?" What Alan was worried about was a situation like Warner Brothers Pictures. Now it seems that Martin has a trick up his sleeve for Warner Brothers Pictures. He said, "The projects that Martin is optimistic about are different from the projects that Martin stars in." Cody's mind was not on this. "I think the movies he starred in are all good looking." Alan sighed and said nothing more. He picked up his phone and called Martin. "When are you free? Let's talk about the live action movie project you mentioned." That afternoon, Martin, who was preparing for the Oscars, accompanied Elizabeth to choose a dress, and then went to Disney Studios to talk with Alan Horn about the next step of cooperation. The 2 sides basically finalized their intention to jointly invest in the production of a fairy tale live-action movie, Beauty and the Beast. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, the 84th Academy Awards. 2012. The 84th Academy Awards, an annual event in the North American film industry, kicked off at the Hollywood Highland Center. Thanks to the previous media smear campaign, the attention to this Oscar was unexpectedly high. As soon as the red carpet began, ABC's ratings were about to catch up with last year's Best Supporting Actress award. The data was fed back to the president of the Academy, Tom Sherrock, who couldn't help but wonder if he should do something next year. Nowadays, there are too many entertainment options for the public, and if he doesn't do something, there will be no attention. Just then, Martin walked through the red carpet with his girlfriend Elizabeth Olsen, triggering earth-shaking cheers. Seeing the leader of the Coca-Cola god walking on the red carpet again, and toasting with the followers of the Coca-Cola god, Tom Sherrock suddenly had an unreliable idea in his mind. The Hollywood Bastard trio composed of Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson is also a well-known trio of troublemakers. Should these 3 be the planners or directors of the Oscar Awards next year? Vice Chairman Kathleen Kennedy came over, and Tom Sherrock told her thoughts and asked, "You have worked with Martin and others on a movie. What do you think?" Kathleen Kennedy worked with Martin on The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. During the filming, Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson visited the set. After seeing the good work style of the 3, they said, "This theater may be blown up, and the audience and guests may go crazy." Tom Sherrock thought about the rumors about the 3, hesitated for a while between traffic and respectability, and finally chose respectability. After all, the Oscars is the face of the Academy. "Hi, Martin, the media predicts that you are the first favorite for the best actor tonight." Melissa from ABC TV station in the media area asked Martin, "You will win the best actor tonight, right?" Martin replied as usual, "I will answer your question in 3 hours." Melissa knew that Martin was difficult to deal with, so she passed the microphone to Elizabeth Olsen and asked, "Ms. Olsen, how do you plan to celebrate Martin's winning the Oscar for Best Actor? This is not to stop until Martin is killed." Elizabeth knew that she couldn't make random comments, let alone open champagne at halftime, and the prepared gifts must not be told to outsiders, so she said, "Let's talk about it after the results come out." Seeing that the two were not getting along, Melissa saw Johnny Depp and Amber Heard coming hand in hand from behind, abandoned Martin and Elizabeth, and greeted the famous couple in Hollywood. Compared with Martin and Elizabeth, these two people are more topical. Depp saw Martin in front of him, and his spirits, which were in high spirits after eating, suddenly became high. Sometimes, the drug addict is very impulsive. The corroded brain nerves are completely different from those of normal people. Depp subconsciously grabbed his waistband and wanted to untie his belt and hit that bastard again. Amber saw this and thought to herself, should I squat down and cooperate with Depp? Depp is very unreliable, and Amber is also unreliable, but thinking of what Megan Ellison told her, she quickly grabbed Depp and reminded him, this is the Oscars. Fortunately, Depp's loyal bodyguard was following on the side of the red carpet. He knew at a glance that the drug addict boss was going to go crazy again, so he hurried over and escorted Amber to the media area on the left and right. This situation is not suitable for interviews, so the three of them quickly left the camera. Elizabeth took Martin's arm and looked back before entering the theater lobby. She saw the Depp couple coming in. She knew what the drug addict had done and said, I want to hit someone. Martin noticed her gaze and said, wait a few more days, you will see a good show. He has always had a special channel for news about Depp. Depp's investment manager, who is a fisherman, has been performing a good show on how to turn other people's money into my money. The accountant who supervises this investment manager, who is a fisherman, is his brother. The kind of brothers who fight tigers together. Martin and Elizabeth entered the hall and went directly to the front row. The seats of the crew of the Martian were in the second row in the middle. Director Ridley Scott didn't come at all. Jessica Chastain was nominated for a Best Supporting Actress, but for her role in The Tree of Life, and she was not here either. Instead, Leonardo and Nicholson, these two bastards, sneaked into the crew and sat next to Martin. Martin helped Elizabeth adjust her dress so that she could sit down smoothly. He glanced at Leonardo and said, I thought you weren't coming. Leonardo said, how could we not come? We've worked hard for several months, so of course we have to witness the results with our own eyes. Nicholson reminded him, don't take the credit for yourself. Your plan to sell Misery was terrible. It was defeated as soon as the nomination votes came in. It was only Maya and Martin's plan to compare the worst that saved the situation that led to today's results. Okay, I admit that my plan to sell Misery did fail. Leonardo asked angrily, but what does the comparison plan have to do with you? Nicholson responded with the super thick skin he had developed over 70 years. I'm cheering for you. Leonardo was stunned. How could a person be so shameless? Elizabeth had also seen Leonardo's plan to sell Misery. Although she was grateful for his help in helping Martin win the award, Leonardo's strategy for winning the award was too unreliable. Martin didn't want to pay attention to the two silly teammates at this moment. But the meaning of the existence of silly teammates is not only to watch you have fun, but also to pull you down to the level of silly. Leonardo checked his Twitter and said, what does Depp want to do? Pee on you on the red carpet? Nicholson sneered, I still have fireworks in stock. Martin automatically followed up, if we win tonight, we will let Depp off first. If we lose tonight, we can only vent our anger on Depp first. He suddenly thought of something. Are you two not the award presenters? Leonardo shook his head. The Academy didn't let us present the best actor. Nicholson said, last year, you and I presented the award to Leo. Even if you win this year, you won't repeat the old routine, and Natalie Portman is here to attend the Oscars. The Oscar convention is that the best actress of the previous year presents the best actor award, and vice versa. Last year, Martin and Nicholson were chosen to present the best actor statuette, partly for the sake of publicity, and partly because the previous best actress Sandra Bullock broke her leg while filming Gravity, and was unable to attend the awards ceremony. The number of people in the hall gradually increased, and the discussion continued. In the second row next door, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard had just sat down when they saw the crew of the Martian across the aisle. Martin turned his head and smiled and nodded at Depp, looking very polite. Elizabeth Olsen followed suit and turned her head to look over there. Just then, Amber Heard turned her head and looked over there, and she also smiled and nodded at her. Amber thought that the younger sister of the Olsen sisters smiled very sweetly, but the two rows of white teeth exposed flashed coldly in the light. like a lioness. Looking at Martin again, Amber suddenly realized, isn't it a lion? A mighty male lion established a lion group. In addition to male lions, there are also a bunch of lionesses. Although she didn't hate them as much as Deb, Amber also couldn't stand Martin and his people. She thought to herself, don't look at the male lions now. When they are old and weak, the lionesses will not only bite their eggs, but also rebel. Suddenly, Amber heard someone next to her chanting like crazy, Martin Davis will not win. Martin Davis will not win. Depp had a cross wrapped around his hand, as if praying to God. The Oscars ceremony was about to begin, and Matt Damon sat on the sofa with his wife, watching the live broadcast quietly. Luciana knew what had happened recently. You have reached a cooperation with Steven Soderbergh, and we will start again next time. Matt Damon showed an honest smile. I'm fine. Luciana knew that her husband had not let it go, otherwise he would not have taken time out to watch the live broadcast tonight. He didn't attend the Oscars before, and didn't pay attention to them at all. She got up and went to the bar in the living room and said, I'll get some beer, and we'll watch while drinking. Matt Damon smiled and nodded to his wife, and when Luciana turned and left, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Although he didn't do anything else, after returning from the state prison, he definitely didn't want to see Martin win the Best Actor. Sitting here tonight to watch the live broadcast, Matt Damon just wanted to see the hope that might not exist, and see Martin's helplessness if he lost the little golden man. Atlanta, Peachtree Street, Coca-Cola cult headquarters. Robert, with his slicked back hair and a red cape, solemnly smeared a special olive oil on the outside of a 2003 Coca-Cola and placed it on the old-fashioned desk. He picked up the high priest's staff and chanted, the leader will win. The leader will win. After chanting for many times, Robert walked out of the altar and came to the large conference room. Elena Carter, the saint of the cult, wearing a red dress, was sitting in the middle of the first row, and there were people behind her. Elena saw Robert come in, glanced at the award ceremony that was about to begin, took out an old-fashioned chastity ring, and put it on her hand. Robert came to the big screen, raised the Coca-Cola staff, and shouted, the leader will win. Hundreds of people at the Coca-Cola cult headquarters shouted together, the leader will win. Then, the sound of opening Cokes was heard. Everyone held up Cokes and shouted again, the leader will win. Beverly Hills, Davis Manor. Lily, dressed up carefully, sat alone in the living room, watching the live broadcast in a trance, a small and sharp carving knife, like a butterfly flying through flowers and trees, twirling between her fingers. Martin must win the Best Actor. Lily got Elizabeth's promise that, if Martin won the award, she would treat her as a gift. This sounded very disrespectful at first, but Lily really wanted to be this gift, and had been thinking about it for many years. Chapter 723 Best Actor. In recent years, every Oscar ceremony is filled with fascination with the old days, so dull that people can't help yawning. Even an old white man like Nicholson is drowsy. The old bastard wears sunglasses on his nose, and the black lenses cover his eyes. He seems to be enjoying the award ceremony, but he has already fallen asleep. The camera lens turned around, and Martin kicked Nicholson. Nicholson didn't move his body, opened his eyes and asked, are you going to the stage to receive the award? Martin whispered, give Oscar some face, okay? Leonardo on the other side said, you were snoring just now. I'm not competing for the award, and I don't have any needs for the Academy. Why should I give them face? Nicholson didn't care at all. Now it's the Oscars who need me, and they will solemnly invite me to appear at the Oscars every year. Leonardo didn't speak. Martin couldn't help shaking his head, and Nicholson stood out with a cool look. The little golden statue of Best Adapted Screenplay presented by Angelina Jolie on the stage was taken away by the crew of Descendants. This is the 5th nomination that the Martian has lost tonight. But from Martin to Elizabeth, from Leonardo to Nicholson, no one cares. The Martian has one and only one goal. The rest of the nominations are just for show. After Esperanza Spalding sang a song commemorating the Golden Age, the high-pitched music sounded, and Natalie Portman, the best actress of the previous session, walked onto the stage quickly. Nicholson pushed up her glasses and sat up straight. Leonardo slightly moved his stiff hands and feet. Elizabeth unconsciously clenched Martin's arm with one hand. Martin also cheered up. The Best Actor award is here. The plan to sell misery was aborted halfway, and whether the plan to compare the worst can be successful in the end will soon be revealed. Across the aisle, Amber Heard glanced at Elizabeth Olsen with a disdainful expression on her face. It was just a Best Actor award, and she was so nervous. It was really ignorant. Look at myself, I'm not nervous at all. Just when I thought of this, I heard a voice like a prayer again. Johnny Depp put his hands together, tightly grasped the silver white cross, and prayed to God not to let Martin Davis get what he wanted. Amber Heard understood why she was not nervous, because Depp had nothing to do with this award, because she did not love Depp at all. In the living room of the mansion, Matt Damon picked up the almost empty can of beer, but did not bring it to his mouth, frowning and staring at Natalie Portman on the TV. Luciana took the remote control in her hand, so as not to be difficult to clean up later. As the person next to her, she knew best that Martin Davis had been her husband's nightmare in the past few years. Especially during the period when the Weinstein Gate broke out. Her husband shouted Martin Davis' name many times and woke up from his sleep. This time, being framed and slandered by those bitches and losing the Oscar nomination was also a big blow. On the TV, Natalie Portman, wearing a red dress, spoke the thread. At the headquarters of the Coke cult in Atlanta, Elena gently turned the ring on her hand and waited for the moment when the results came out. Hundreds of people in red, including the high priest Robert, prayed together. The leader must win. The leader must win. In the living room of the villa in Davis Manor, Lily found a ribbon and threw it on her head, thinking about what kind of knot to tie. She was ready to be Elizabeth's human-shaped gift. Even if it is a human-shaped gift, it needs to be wrapped with ribbons, right? At the Hollywood Highland Center, Natalie Portman turned to look at the big screen behind her and read out the nomination list in conjunction with the broadcasting picture. The nominees for Best Actor are Martin Davis for The Martian, George Clooney for The Descendants, Gary Oldman for Tinker Tailor, Soldier, Spy, Joel Edgerton for Warrior, and Demi Moore for A Better Life. She opened the envelope, pulled out the card, and her face was full of smiles. The Oscar for Best Actor is Martin Davis. As soon as Martin's name came out of Natalie Portman's mouth, Elizabeth Olsen shouted excitedly, and her sweet face came over and kissed Martin firmly. Everyone on the Martian crew stood up, and Leonardo and Nicholson clapped vigorously. The applause spread like a tide in all directions. Martin ended his passionate kiss with Elizabeth and hugged Nicholson. Nicholson patted him on the back and shouted, "We succeeded in competing against the worst. There's no problem celebrating at halftime, we won." Then Martin hugged Leonardo again, and Leonardo said, "No one will ask us to do math problems anymore." Martin laughed in Leonardo's ear, and his laughter was weird. Leonardo felt cold all over, and always felt that something bad was going to happen, so he quickly let go. Martin high-fived everyone on the crew again, and strode towards the award stage. Elizabeth stood up from her seat, and stretched out her arms, to signal to the people around her. The people around her had already stood up, and the applause continued to spread to the surroundings. Amid the thunderous applause, the first standing salute appeared tonight. Seeing that everyone around her stood up, Amber also stood up, looking at the back of the person walking towards the stage with complicated eyes. There was a snapping sound nearby, and it was Johnny Depp who suddenly loosened his grip, and the cross with the necklace fell to the ground. Depp closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and blocked his ears with his hands like a madman. Not standing up, not clapping, not watching or listening to Martin Davis accepting the award, was Depp's last stubbornness. He roared at Martin's back amid the applause, "Fuck it." In the living room of the mansion, the moment Natalie Portman announced the name of the winner, Luciana pressed the remote control and turned off the TV screen and sound. But the sound of clicking sounded beside her. Matt Damon's iconic honest face was now covered with dark clouds. His right hand kept tightening, and the can he was holding made an unpleasant sound, gradually deflated, and the wine came out, flowed into his hand, and fell to the ground again. Luciana was very worried. Matt Damon threw the can into the trash can and forced a smile. "It's okay, let's go for a walk." The headquarters of the Coca-Cola god was full of joy at this time. Elena picked up a can of Coke, stood up and faced everyone. After opening it, she shouted, "We won! We won! We won!" The others responded in unison. Robert picked up the intercom, set off fireworks. Outside, whistling sounds continued, and fireworks continued to rise into the sky, lighting up the entire night sky of Atlanta. The tallest building in Atlanta lit up with neon lights. Kelly Gray stood in the penthouse, looking over there and smiled. The neon font was particularly clear. Martin was the best actor. At Davis Manor, Lily stood in front of the mirror in the living room, watching the person walking onto the stage on TV, while tying a ribbon on her hair. She was good at sculpture, and her fingers were particularly flexible. She tied the ribbon into a beautiful bow on her head. It was like a gift shop package. Lily smiled at the mirror. Elizabeth, you must keep your word. I have prepared this human-shaped gift. If you don't give it to me, don't blame me for taking the initiative to deliver it to your daughter. Snatch it. At the Hollywood Highland Center, Martin walked onto the podium amid applause. Natalie Portman took the initiative to come over, hugged him, and whispered, "Congratulations, Martin." "Thank you." Martin was also a little excited. After all, he had prepared so much for the award and eliminated his biggest competitor in advance. If someone else beat him, he would be a big loser. Natalie took the little golden man from the MC and handed it to Martin. Martin grabbed the little golden man, raised it above his head, took it back, and held it in front of him, and said to the microphone, "Thank you to the Academy, thank you to all the judges, thank you to my agent, and every member of the team, thank you to everyone in the crew of the Martian, thank you to everyone I met in my life, you know I'm thanking you." Time was limited. He spoke faster. "I'm really lucky, so lucky that I don't know how this little golden man fell into my hands. Oh, I understand. I have a girlfriend who loves me deeply. She gave me all her love, so God is also treating me well." The live camera immediately turned to Elizabeth Olsen. Elizabeth held her chin with both hands, covered her mouth, and seemed to be sobbing with excitement. Martin added, "I have another brother who will live and die with me." "That's right, old bull. I'm talking about you. Without you, I would have died a long time ago. I also have two best friends, Jack Nicholson and Leonardo DiCaprio. Hey, you two, you won't be able to ask me to calculate the math problem of the 3 Best Actor awards in the future. Who doesn't have one?" The theater burst into laughter. Martin's counterattack began now. The great mathematician Martin Davis has come up with a new math problem. The Hollywood Iron Triangle has won a total of 6 Oscars. How many has each of them won? The laughter on the scene became louder, and the main camera lens accurately captured Leonardo's close-up. Leonardo was smiling on his face, but he was saying in his heart, "You bastard Martin, you dug a hole for me here." The music that reminded that the time was up sounded, and Martin raised the little golden man again, and followed the host to the backstage. As soon as he entered the backstage, Angelina Jolie, who had been waiting at the entrance, came up to him and gave Martin a tight hug with open arms. "Congratulations, you finally got the award." Julie congratulated him, "My Oscar for Best Actor." Martin smiled and said, "Not bad luck." Julie walked with him forward, and seeing that there was no one around, she said, "It was a very successful public relations campaign, and it successfully eliminated the only competitor who could compete with you." Martin said seriously, "My role and performance were also very good." Julie smiled, "Yes, it was very good. I will call Jennifer to celebrate with you tonight." Martin said, "In a few days." A staff member came over and wanted to engrave the corresponding award name on Martin's little golden man in the base. People kept coming to take pictures with him backstage. Martin was in a good mood and accepted everyone who came. Chapter 724, The Problem of the Century. Beverly Hills, Hilton Hotel. Oscar night party is going on. As one of the winners tonight, people keep coming to congratulate Martin. Cheers, clinking glasses, and discussions are heard everywhere. Leonardo raised his glass and said, "Congratulations to Martin for winning the Oscar for Best Actor." Cheers. Mean shouted, "Boss, congratulations." "Thank you." Martin raised his glass and drank, and said, "Come to my house later." Elizabeth went back to prepare for the celebration party. "I got a lot of good wine." The people around Martin responded loudly. Leonardo put his arm around Martin with one hand and Nicholson with the other, laughing and saying, "Now, we both got the Oscar for Best Actor." Martin laughed happily. "Tonight is a moment of celebration. Nicholson said, "A new century-old question has arisen. The three of us have 6 Oscars. How many does each of us have?" Martin asked, "Leo, you are best at math problems. Please give the answer." Leonardo looked at Martin. "You bastard, why do you always ask me to do math problems?" Martin laughed, "Because I'm a mathematician. Please call me Martin Goldbatch." Being reminded, Tom Sherrick is here. The current president of the Academy must be given a certain amount of respect, so Martin and the others put an end to their nonsense. Tom Sherrick came over, greeted everyone briefly, and said to Martin, "Congratulations on joining the ranks of the Oscars for Best Actor. Thank you for the Academy's recognition of me. It's easy to say a few nice words." Martin's commercial flattery was like the night wind outside at this moment, blowing. "Without the advice of many predecessors in the Academy, I would not have achieved what I have today. The Academy will always be the benchmark in the industry." Tom Sherrick liked Martin more than Leonardo next to him. "If you are interested one day, come to the executive committee and we'll have a good chat." Martin said, "My honor. The people here are too fond of making trouble." So after a few brief polite words, Tom Sherrick left. His assistant came over and said, "ABC's preliminary ratings statistics are out." Tom Sherrick asked, "How are the ratings?" The assistant said, "The highest rated time period was when the Best Actor award was presented, with a peak audience of 39.4 million, 1.4 million more than last year. This is good news for the Oscars, whose ratings have been declining year by year." Tom Sherrick couldn't help but nod his head. Martin Davis's appeal and influence are already top-notch in the industry. Last year's highest rated time period was also for the Best Actor award, and the winner was Leonardo DiCaprio. After talking about the good news, the assistant told the bad news. The average number of viewers for the award ceremony was 31.4 million, 1.2 million less than last year. He lowered his voice. "The average number of viewers for this year's Grammy Awards exceeded that of the Oscars." Tom Sherrick's face looked a little ugly. A few years ago, among the 4 major award ceremonies of the Oscars, Grammy Awards, Emmy Awards and Tony Awards, the Oscars had always been the best. This year, it was surpassed by the Grammy Awards. Tom Sherrick was frowning. This news could not be kept secret, and some people who were more informed soon knew about it. Nicholson was quite emotional. 10 years ago, who would have thought that the Oscars would be surpassed by the Grammys one day? He looked at Martin and Leonardo. "In these 2 Oscars, you two have great influence and strong market appeal as the Best Actor, which has brought up the number of viewers in the highest ratings period. Otherwise the average ratings would be even worse." Leonardo was actually very clear. "The audience range of the films nominated for major awards is too small." Martin agreed. "Indeed." He pointed at Nicholson. "Most of the films competing for awards are not so much made for the audience as for you." Nicholson did not deny this. "Today's Oscars are a typical example of the judges forcing creation." Martin nodded slightly. "The core composition of the Oscars' old white men basically determines what kind of films can win major awards, and the producers will naturally cater to their preferences and shoot those films that focus on nostalgia and tribute." Harvey Weinstein, in particular, is a typical example in this regard. The film that Martin didn't see during these 2 sessions almost took nostalgia and tribute to the extreme. A black and white silent film. Can you imagine that this is the big winner of the Oscars in the 2010s? Leonardo asked Martin, "If you are the chairman of the executive committee, can you reverse this trend?" "No." Martin told the truth. "Unless most of the judges are fired, but many of these judges are our friends and collaborators." Nicholson said, "In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see where the crux is." Discussing privately with 2 best friends, Martin had no scruples. The rise of entertainment methods such as video games has led to the fact that movies are no longer the main form of entertainment for teenagers. If the Oscars no longer pay attention to the needs of young people, if they don't quickly make themselves younger, the Oscars will inevitably turn themselves into a niche plaything and rot day by day. According to his memory, the Oscars are very bad now, and they will be worse in a few years. Because after the decline of the old white male group, the Oscars chose a more niche path. Martin drank a lot of wine and went to the bathroom. Coming out of the door, a middle-aged man came towards him and greeted him. "Hello, Martin." Martin didn't know the other person and nodded with his usual smile. "Hello." The middle-aged man had finally got a ticket to the Oscar night, and the purpose was to promote himself. He happened to meet Martin, so he simply didn't go to the bathroom and introduced himself. "I'm Denis Villeneuve, a screenwriter and director from Canada." He knew that the big shots were very busy, and he needed to arouse their interest as soon as possible. "I'm the director of City of Light, which was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film." Martin hadn't seen the movie, but he had just attended the Oscar ceremony, and he had an impression of the title. The other party took the initiative to find Martin, who could roughly guess the purpose, and asked directly, "Denis, do you have a new film project?" Villeneuve smiled and said, "Can I take up a few minutes of your time?" Martin pointed to the rest area, where there were not many people. "Let's chat over there." The two went over and sat down. Villeneuve said, "A friend of mine wrote a script about drug control on the US-Mexico border. The two of us found several companies, but they were not very interested. I happened to meet you tonight. It is also not easy for new directors to get along, and the difficulty is no less than that of actors." Villeneuve got the first draft of Scorched Earth City, which was nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film, as early as 2003. When he wanted to make it into a movie, he found many producers and production companies. The script was revised several times at their request, but he got red lights again and again. It was not easy to reach a cooperation with Albatross Pictures, but the latter's strength was limited. Needless to say, the difficulties in the financing and other situations during the period. More than 8 years later, Scorched Earth City was released in Canada. Villeneuve is ambitious, and no longer wants to cooperate with Albatross Pictures, which lacks funds. Martin had a studio, and was used to this kind of situation. He held out his hand and asked, "Did you bring the script?" Villeneuve opened his bag, took out some printed documents, and put his business card on it. "This is the beginning of the script. The other part is with a friend. If you are interested, I can let him know." Martin nodded and accepted it. Tonight was not the time to look at these things. "After I read it, I will give you a clear answer, whether it is okay or not." Villeneuve nodded repeatedly. "Okay." Leonardo, Nicholson and others were still waiting for him. After Martin went over, he handed the script and business card to Bruce, looked at the time, and said loudly, "Guys, let's go to my place now and continue celebrating." Mean said, "I'm going to drink the boss's wine cellar." Leonardo gave him a thumbs up. "You are awesome. There are at least hundreds of bottles of good wine in the wine cellar of Davis Manor." The group left the Hilton Hotel and drove to Davis Manor on the north side of Sunset Boulevard. A large number of paparazzi followed them. Even if they couldn't enter the community, they had to take pictures of what happened along the way. Hollywood's top stars always lack recognition from professional awards. Leonardo spent more than 10 years turning himself from a handsome guy into a greasy middle-aged fat man, and only won the Best Actor award by using the strategy of making a fool of himself. Martin Davis, however, won the award seemingly easily through a science fiction film. Reporters desperately chase Martin's news. At about 10:30 in the evening, more than a dozen cars entered the Davis Manor one after another. Elizabeth prepared the party. Charlize Theron and the Stewart family next door had already come. Kristen Stewart also brought the Stallone family's 3 daughters. Saoirse Ronan and her mother sent congratulations. "Congratulations, Martin." Lily took the Oscar statuette, looked at it, and handed it to Saoirse Ronan. She opened her arms and hugged Martin tightly. "You bastard actually became an Oscar winner. When we were in Atlanta, you said you wanted to come to Hollywood to be an actor, and I laughed at you." Martin felt 2 soft things pressing on his chest. He was too familiar with Lily and knew that this was the fruit of a twig. He patted her on the back and said deliberately, "You also contributed to this award. If you hadn't laughed at me, I might not have come to Los Angeles." Lily pushed him away. "TSK, I don't believe you." Martin only then realized that Lily had a beautiful bow tied with shiny plastic strips in her hair, and asked, "Why did you tie such a strange decoration?" "I won't tell you." Lily blinked playfully. "You'll know in a moment." Elizabeth came over and said, "The guests are waiting for you." Martin took the wine glass she handed over, went into the banquet hall, and gave a toast. "Hey, guys, let's set off fireworks." Saoirse Ronan shouted to the girls who couldn't drink, and took them to the yard. Soon, Sparks with tail flames flew up to the night sky of Beverly Hills with a whistling sound, blooming with colorful lights. Chapter 725 Special Rewards. As the night deepened, Elizabeth Olsen opened the glass display case and put the Oscar statuette inside. Just after she locked the door, Lily came from behind and grabbed her. "Don't forget what you promised me." Elizabeth looked at the ribbon tied into a bow on her head and couldn't help laughing. "Are you in such a hurry to send yourself out? I've been waiting for a long time." Lily walked towards the stairs. Elizabeth looked from behind and saw that Lily, who was the same age as her, was tall, with a wasp waist and hips, slender branches and fruits, and a delicate face. She was absolutely top-notch beauty. She chased after her and took Lily's hand. "Do you want to leave a deep impression on Martin that he will never forget?" This was Lily's blind spot in knowledge, and she nodded. "What should I do?" "Hold your breath and wait for me to call you." Elizabeth pulled her upstairs, talking in a low voice as they walked. The two soon arrived in front of the master bedroom on the second floor. Lily stopped and waited for Elizabeth to open the door and go in. She secretly came to the door, listened with her ears erect, and peeked through the slightly open door with her eyes. In the master bedroom, Martin came out of the shower wearing a bathrobe. Seeing Elizabeth coming in, he asked, "Hey, honey, aren't you going to give me a special reward? The surprise is ready." Elizabeth smiled sweetly and turned into the cloakroom. Martin looked over there curiously, wondering what kind of surprise it would be. Elizabeth quickly came out of the cloakroom, holding a black sleep mask in her left hand and two of his black ties in her right hand. Martin thought to himself, "Are they going to play a game?" Elizabeth walked around behind the European-style sofa and said to Martin, "Hands, hurry up." Martin turned his head and asked, "What do you want to do?" Elizabeth leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I want to take full control of the initiative. Hurry up, be obedient, and I will reward you." Martin raised his arms, placed them flat on the back of the sofa, and his hands fell on the hollow carved wood. Picking up a black tar and passing it through the hollow part of the wood, Elizabeth quickly fixed Martin's left hand on the top of the sofa, and then his right hand. Martin leaned back on the sofa to see what new tricks the little witch had prepared for the old boy today. Elizabeth picked up the black sleep mask again and put it on Martin. Martin's eyes were dark. Elizabeth waved at the bedroom door and asked someone to come in quickly. Lily tiptoed in. In the darkness, Martin felt a pair of unusually flexible hands, completely different from Elizabeth's. Flexible but immature. That night, Elizabeth became Lily's teacher, and Martin sadly became a tool for both of them to teach and experiment. Martin, who had lost his freedom, succumbed to the silver power of the carving knife. After envying her for a long time, Lily finally joined the game of Martin and Elizabeth. The next morning, after breakfast, Lily called Elizabeth to help her move. Lily was suppressed by Martin on the first floor before, and now she has to move to the master bedroom on the second floor to live with Martin and Elizabeth. The two women plan to replace the bed in the master bedroom with a larger one, which is convenient for exercise and rest. The master bedroom's master's cloakroom will also be vacated and turned into Lily's cloakroom. In addition, Lily's studio was originally in Santa Monica, which was the one that Martin asked Lily to buy from Ben Affleck at a super low price in order to help him overcome difficulties. There are still many empty houses in the auxiliary building. Elizabeth and Lily discussed converting two of them into studios. Martin certainly would not care about these trivial matters and let them discuss and do it themselves. Lily and Elizabeth were busy and happy. In the middle of the morning, Martin left Beverly Hills and went to the studio. The Oscars ceremony was over, but the work that Davis Studio had done for the Oscars was not over. The publicity team is still guiding the direction of public opinion through social media and the internet. Martin won the Oscar for Best Actor with fair competition. Of course, there is still a series of work to do. He must not become a joke in the United States like Gwyneth Paltrow. This Hollywood leader and veteran princess syndrome patient may have been stimulated by the water queen and the media bombardment, and often did surprising things, such as his own daughter underwent 2 surgeries when she was less than 3 years old. Plastic surgery. One knife adjusted the facial lines, and the other was an abdominal fat removal surgery. It is said that he is considering giving his daughter, who is less than 8 years old, Botox. Even Elizabeth and others who grew up in Hollywood feel that thunder is rolling. Gwyneth Paltrow can be ranked as the most hated Hollywood actress on many entertainment websites in North America. She really won by strength. Thanks to the targeted arrangements and plans made in advance, Martin's comments on mainstream media and social media were basically positive after the Oscars ceremony. The Oscar special issue of Vanity Fair featured Martin, who was holding the Best Actor statuette, as the cover character of this issue, and gave comments on the cover text. Martin Davis, a name, a passion, a miracle. At the 84th Academy Awards, he won the Best Actor award with his unparalleled talent and perseverance, and wrote a glorious chapter that belongs to him. He will continue to devote himself to the acting career, and use his talent and passion to create more profound and meaningful roles. The Hollywood Reporter, one of the two major entertainment newspapers in North America, also published its views on the Best Actor on the front page. Martin Davis, who came from the slums of Atlanta, won the honor of the Oscar for Best Actor through his outstanding talent and years of hard work. He deserves it. Because every role he plays is full of vividness, his performance is full of power, and people can really feel the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness of the characters he plays. The praise of mainstream entertainment media can eliminate criticism to the greatest extent. There will definitely be media and comments that speak up for others. Any Oscar winner will inevitably have this. This year's Best Actor has relatively little criticism, except for some British media that think Gary Oldman should have won the award. The mainstream media in North America almost unanimously believe that Martin deserves the award. It's not that his role and acting are so good, but that his opponents are relatively poor. In the ring, Martin won fairly. On the internet and social media, the mainstream voice is that Martin deserves the award. Look at the list of nominees and their roles. Who is better than Martin? Among the 5 actors nominated for Best Actor, Martin must be the best one. If the other 4 won, do you think it's fair? After browsing Twitter and YouTube on the way, Martin came to the office and suddenly remembered the Canadian director he met last night. He asked Bruce, "Did you bring the script and business card?" Bruce rummaged in his bag and found the script and business card that he had put away last night and put them on the desk. Just as Martin was about to read it, Bruce's phone vibrated. He went to the side to answer the call. After a while, he came over and said to Martin, "I'm going out for a while. I guess I won't be back in the afternoon and evening." Martin waved his hand. "Go ahead, go to the warehouse to get whatever gifts you bring." Bruce went downstairs and left the company door. A business nanny car was parked in front of the company. The car door suddenly opened, and 2 arms, one long and one short, stretched out, grabbing Bruce's clothes and dragging him into the car, just like stopping the car to kidnap him. Bruce got into the car, and the 2 sisters Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian sandwiched him on the left and right. Khloe hugged his arms. "You've been very busy recently. When I asked you to go to New York, you always made up all kinds of excuses." Kim stared at him. "Why, have you found a bigger ass again?" "No, I definitely haven't found a bigger ass than yours." Bruce didn't lie at all, so he seemed particularly sincere. "During this period, Martin is competing for the Best Actor Oscar, and I'm very busy." Kim and Khloe exchanged a look, and both felt that what Bruce said was true. He didn't look for a bigger ass. Martin just won the Best Actor Oscar, and they all watched the live broadcast and the report. Bruce is Martin's manager, and he must be very busy competing for the Oscar. Kim and Khloe wanted to attend Martin's celebration party yesterday, but they couldn't get through to Bruce, the jerk, so they just came here to arrest him today. Kim was the eldest sister, and she said directly, "Old Bruce, ask Martin for leave this afternoon and evening. You can't go back. You have to stay with us sisters." Bruce put his arm around one of them and said, "I told Martin when I came down." Cola said to the driver, "Let's go." In the office upstairs, Martin picked up the business card with the contact information and the name of Denis Villeneuve printed on it. This name looked familiar. He had seen it not only at the Oscars last night, Martin recalled, and had a general impression he should have seen it in an entertainment report or under a movie in his previous life. He couldn't remember anything more specific at the moment. Martin picked up the printed manuscript. There was no title on it, only, "Screenwriter, Taylor Sheridan." He also had some impression of this name, but he couldn't remember which work he had seen it in. Since he had an impression, he might be able to remember it. After reading the work, Martin opened the printed script and read it carefully. It started with an introduction. The word sicario comes from the Jerusalem fanatics, and it describes those who hunt down the Romans who invaded their homes. In Mexico, sicario means professional killer. Chandler, Arizona. A team of FBI is in action. Captain Kate leads her team to break the door of the target house. At the beginning of the script, it is basically all modal particles, such as the words that the FBI often shouts after breaking the door. During this operation, Kate's team found more than 40 hostages who were killed by Mexican drug dealers and hidden in the wall. The horrific scene made Kate go out and vomit. The FBI checking the tool room triggered the bomb set by the drug dealers, causing multiple agents to be injured or killed. Kate then joined an elite task force led by Matt Grieve, led by the Department of Homeland Security. The printed script ends here, but Martin can basically determine which movie this is. Sicario. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.